The story begins in a clinic where a doctor informs a young lady named Lariette Blanche that she does not have a terminal illness that can cause her death. Previously, she'd been told that she only had 3 months to live, but it turns out that it was all a misdiagnosis. Lariette starts to panic because she thought she had been living her life doing whatever she wanted. She ends up meeting the greatest swordsman and warhead of the Empire, who tells her that he will find her wherever she is. Lariette's mind goes blank, and she thinks that it would have been better if the doctor had just told her she was going to die. 3 months ago. Lariette wasn't feeling well, so she went to see a doctor secretly. She explained the symptoms she had, and the doctor said it was a rare, incurable disease that only a few people have. Unfortunately, it has a mortality rate of 98%. To make it even more dramatic, he added that she's going to die in 3 months. Shocked by the diagnosis, she thought to make a list of things she wanted to do before she dies. We can say a bucket list. Lariette asked her maid, Anne, what she wanted to do before she died. Anne was surprised at first, but then replied that she couldn't imagine leaving Lariette alone to die, as Lariette couldn't even brush her hair well by herself. Lariette was moved by her words, but then Anne added that she wanted to indulge in a variety of cakes. However, the maid then suggested that Lariette go eat dinner with her family, even though Lariette didn't want to because she didn't get along with them. Her father, the Duke of Blanche, and her mother, the Duchess Blanche, were trying to sell her off to a rich old marquis because they were in a large debt. Lariette felt incredibly sad and foolish for pretending to know nothing, despite knowing everything. The parents were elated to see her brother show up, Rayan Blanche, who had magical and succession classes and monopolized all the support, while Lariette received neither support nor education, but was only tasked with assisting him with office work. Rayan asked her why she was there, and Lariette replied, "Am I not a part of this family?" She then informed him that the family's magic teacher was upset with him, and that she felt she was more capable and talented than her brother. But then, Rayan did something cruel to his sister. He intentionally spilled wine on her head and insisted that he wouldn't finish the meal unless she left. Lariette's mother told her to go back to her room and clean up. Feeling defeated, Lariette realized that she didn't want to live and die in that kind of environment, and decided that since she was going to die soon anyway, she would do whatever she wanted. She started to write her bucket list. 1. Buy Anne as many cakes as she wants. 2. Being independent, save money. 3. Call off the engagement with Marquess Segreb in proper manner. 4. Date handsome person just for 3 months. 5. Travel to the west, which Rayan always spoke about. She completed the no one on her bucket list in no time. On the way back home, suddenly, the carriage she was in got stuck in a hole. Peeking out to see if anyone could help, but Anne told her to get back in and explained that it was Duke Candle's carriage behind them, so they had to protect themselves. Lariette remembered that the Candle family was the most powerful family in the Empire, and the Duke himself was called a monster. Then a man approached and helped to release the stuck wheel of Lariette's carriage. He was holding the carriage with one hand only. Stunned by his strength, Lariette thought that all of the coachmen of the Candle family must have been as strong as him, and she silently thanked him in her mind. Back in the manor, she was planning on taking a rest, but Marquess Segreb came unexpectedly. He spoke disrespectfully to Lariette. "I don't even want to tell you here." "Ew, kinda creepy." Lariette thought of completing bucket list item number 3, which was to call off the engagement with Marquis Segreb, but she was having trouble doing it properly. The Blanche family was known for producing great wizards, and Lariette was no exception. She was born with incredible talent, but unfortunately, she never had the opportunity to learn magic properly. Her brother Rayan was always jealous of her natural abilities. However, Lariette was determined to improve her skills and secretly learned from Rayan's teacher behind their backs. The teacher realized that Rayan wasn't as talented as Lariette, so he began teaching her magic in his spare time. Wow, she made the Marquis upside down. Lariette told him that she had no intention of marrying him and therefore wanted to call off the engagement. She further added that she despised people like him who evaluated others with money. Shocked by what happened, Duke Blanche released Marquis Segreb from Lariette's magic. Marquis Segreb felt disgraced and told them that he would never forget it. The Duke tried to calm him down, but it didn't work. Lariette's father seemed furious with her, slapped her in the face, and told her that she was determined to keep the dukedom in debt. But she replied that her family had no affection for her and sold her to enjoy wealth and entertainment, and what she got was a slap. Her mother added that everything she wore and ate was because she was part of the family, and she had to take responsibility. Laureate replied that was why she had helped them out by being her mother's bookkeeper, acting as the administrator for her father's work, and also taking care of Rayan's estate. Yet her father said he would pay off the debt soon and get her married. Still in a rage, her father kicked her out and said he would remove Laureate from the family registry. Her mother tried to calm him down. Laureate was disappointed in what her family did to her, though she had never tried to go against them before. She took a bow and asked permission to leave. Rayan arrived and tried to insult her using his magic, but he had no idea how strong she was. "Let's bury him alive, girl!" She ended up leaving the house and completed 3 out of 5 on her bucket list. Now, she aimed to complete the remaining 2. Imagine she was going to meet a handsome man with a lot of dating experience, so she could date with ease. First things first, even though she had brought some money with her, she knew she needed to earn more to live an easier life. So she decided to offer her skills as a purification wizard, which she was best at. Purification magic is less efficient than healing magic, and is unpopular due to its high mana requirements. However, Laureate had no mana shortage. Unfortunately, the healing wizard had already taken all the available jobs, leaving her without any work. Feeling discouraged, she walked slowly without being aware of her surroundings, and her bag was stolen. The burglars had been stalking her since she offered her skills to the mercenaries and overheard that she was a purification wizard. They thought she was not a threat, but little did they know that she could burn them all. Laureate chased after them, shouting for help. Hearing the young lady's cries for help, a stranger turned his head to see what was happening. Wow! It was really a god masterpiece. The man glared at the burglars, his presence itself already making them intimidated. The man smelled like a rotten corpse, and they realized that he was the monster Duke of Candle, which terrified them even more. The Duke took them down in no time, returned the bag to Laureate, who was astonished by what she saw. Duke Candle, a general who won the war that no one has ever won, was also called a warmonger for his brutal nature. As she stared at his face, Laureate noticed he was so handsome despite all the rumors. Although he smelled a bit repulsive, it was nothing compared to his beauty. She wondered if he had dated many girls with that face, but he was famous for being a cold-hearted person, so maybe he hadn't dated anyone yet. Seeing Laureate trembling, Duke Candle thought that she was afraid of him because of the curse on him, the curse that caused him to smell like a rotten corpse. Out of nowhere, Laureate pulled his sleeve, asking him if he had a girlfriend. She also asked him to date her for 3 months and told him that she liked his face. It was on her bucket list, number 4, to date a handsome guy for 3 months. Whoa, what a straightforward girl! Awkward with the situation, Laureate introduced herself and asked for his name. Surprised by her action, Duke Candle was startled and said his name was Azrahan Candle. Laureate was astonished by his nice voice and told him that his low voice was so charming. It had been 20 years since someone called him by his name, so Azrahan thought it was a prank. Laureate kept asking him to date her for 3 months. But Azrahan replied that she shouldn't joke around and asked her if she wasn't afraid of him after seeing he killed many people. He then left her and took a glance back, thinking that it was a prank. In fact, Laureate was stunned by him and thought that he was so cool, charismatic and attractive that it even made her more excited. In a bar, while thinking about how to meet Azrahan again, Laureate overheard someone talking about Duke Candle looking for a purification wizard. She approached the group and asked for more information about the rumor. They explained that Duke Candle was cursed, causing him to smell like a rotting corpse, and was in search of a purification wizard to lift the curse. However, since there were not many purification wizards around, Azrahan was struggling to find a capable one. Laureate realized that she had to go to the tiger's den to catch the tiger. A week later, Laureate found Azrahan at an information guild and apologized for her previous behavior. She suggested they start anew with an employer-employee relationship. Azrahan was surprised that Laureate wasn't afraid of him despite his reputation. Laureate introduced herself as a purification wizard and offered to break the curse that made him smell like a rotting corpse. In exchange, she asked for food and accommodation. Laureate presented a contract for Azrahan to sign. Having doubts about Laureate's offerings, Azrahan threatened her that if it was a prank, she wouldn't live long enough to see tomorrow's sunrise. Laureate was a bit intimidated, but since she could die anytime soon, she had nothing to be afraid of. She grabbed Azrahan's hand and started to purify him right away to prove that she wasn't lying. It consumed more mana than Laureate thought, as the curse was too strong and she lost all her strength. After the purification, she told Azrahan to check his hand. Azrahan thought he shouldn't have any hope that it would work since he knew what kind of curse it was. Wow! A miracle happened? Finally, someone can purify his curse. He definitely wouldn't let her go. Suddenly, Laureate stumbled and fell on Azrahan. So then the contract was signed by both parties. Upon waking up in an unfamiliar place, Laureate asked Azrahan where they were. He informed her that they were in the Candle Dukedom, as it was written in their contract that he had to provide her with food and accommodation. Laureate was ecstatic to hear that and couldn't believe that he had finally signed the contract. She grabbed Azrahan's hands, but he was confused by her actions. Laureate then asked him to call her by her nickname Ree, but Azrahan stood up and told her that he was just checking on her and had already moved her luggage there. He confirmed that she was okay and then planned to go. Laureate seemed sad that Azrahan had put up a wall and thought that she wasn't his type, but then she convinced herself that preferences can always change. Azrahan got a sudden chill from the way she stared at him, causing him to immediately move out of the room. Laureate was so happy to see Azrahan's handsome face as soon as she woke up that she accidentally said it out loud, making Azrahan, who was still standing in front of her chamber, blush all over his face. So cute! In Azrahan's workroom, Laureate was staring at him, admiring his beauty. Azrahan asked her if she had something to tell him, and she quickly answered that she had been waiting for him to finish his work and notice her. She asked him to eat together. Startled by her request, Azrahan told her that she must have a strong stomach. Confused by his statement, she asked why he talked about her stomach. Then he explained about the curse he got from the powerful witch since he was 7, that even killing the witch wouldn't break the curse. The bandage he wore had a magic spell to prevent odors. Azrahan thought Laureate would run away because she might find it disgusting. But Laureate said something unexpected. She said she would make sure to break the curse. Judging by his look, he might have been moved by what she said. As Azrahan thought about why Laureate wasn't afraid of him like everyone else who avoided him due to his unpleasant smell, he realized that if she continued to care for him with love, he would become even more greedy for her attention. That's what she wanted, dude! As Laureate purified Azrahan's other hand, he became concerned that she may have overdone it, so he stopped her. Laureate reassured him that she was only checking the condition of his hand and mentioned that there was still some purification magic on it. It appeared that the magic was effectively purifying his body. However, purification can only be performed on one body part at a time, so if one part is being purified, other parts must wait until it is complete. Laureate reassured Azrahan that she would take responsibility and he shouldn't worry about it. Azrahan then asked Laureate why she wasn't afraid of him. She replied with a mischievous smile, saying that there was no reason to be afraid of him. She added that just because he nearly lost the war, it didn't mean he didn't deserve to be praised as a national hero, and that he was the first sword of the empire. Compliments were what he deserved. She also stated that the person who should be feared was the one who cursed him, not the other way around. Azrahan was stunned by her words. Laureate touched his face and reassured him that she was not afraid of him, but rather afraid that he wouldn't date her. Feeling embarrassed, Azrahan asked Laureate to let go of him, his cheeks burning with a crimson blush. He quickly promised to meet her for dinner at 7 and then hastily made his way out of the room. Laureate was so happy to hear that and thought that Azrahan had promised her a meal just because she had touched his cheek. The head butler, Halstein, greeted Laureate and asked her if she had already met Azrahan. Before, Laureate asked Halstein where she could find Azrahan, and he kindly directed her to him. Laureate then informed Halstein that she and Azrahan were going to have dinner together. Halstein, who had been with the family for a long time, was delighted to see Azrahan have company for dinner after so long. As a gesture of goodwill, Halstein prepared a book called The Ultimate Dating Guide for Azrahan. However, Azrahan was confused by it and thought he already knew table manners from his childhood. He was afraid that Laureate would laugh at his improper manners, but he soon realized that the book Halstein had given him was a dating guide and had nothing to do with table manners. Azrahan told Halstein that the book was useless, but the butler insisted that he had never been more useful in the 27 years of serving him. Halstein then attempted to give Azrahan some advice based on the guidebook, but Azrahan ran away to avoid hearing more. As Azrahan entered the dining room, he saw Laureate waiting for him with a cheerful expression. He wondered why she was so happy just for dinner. When he sat down, Laureate took her food and moved next to Azrahan. She then told him that she wanted to revise their contract because she felt that the payment was insufficient. In the revised contract, she added an obligation for them to have at least one meal together every day and to go out twice a week. Azrahan was shocked by Lauriette's request and asked her what she meant by going out. Lauriette replied with a smile, saying that she meant going on dates. Of course! A date? Azrahan couldn't believe that was the only thing Lauriette wanted to add. He was afraid that she might run away later, thinking that he didn't pay her properly. To make sure that Lauriette would stay until all the curses were completely purified, Azrahan added one more clause to the contract stating that Lauriette had to accept any consequences if she disappeared before completing the purification process. Although Lauriette was already planning to purify all the curses, the addition to the contract made her a little bit scared. But in the end, they signed the new revised contract. Lauriette then asked Azrahan to go on a picnic with her, but he wondered why she was in such a hurry. Of course, she would do anything to win Azrahan's love. A few days later, Lauriette's mana had already fully recovered, and she couldn't wait to purify Azrahan's curse. She went to Azrahan's workroom and saw something dazzling. It was Azrahan's face. She told him that his face was like a never-setting sun. It was truly magnificent. Azrahan responded to Lauriette's request for a picnic, telling her to go in the afternoon when it was warmer. She got close to him and quickly purified his hand as the curse was not as strong as before. Azrahan still couldn't believe it had really happened. Azrahan was worried about Lauriette, since she had lost a lot of mana before. However, it turned out that he had worried for nothing. Lauriette reminded Azrahan to go on the picnic since she had already purified the curse for the day. In the garden, Lauriette was shivering and Azrahan remarked that it was still cold in the morning. Lauriette used that as an excuse to lean on him. "Hey, you little devil!" She said that she would be warm if someone gave her his coat, but Azrahan declined. Not because he was rude, but because he thought the smell of the curse would be worse if he took off the coat. Lauriette added that she actually didn't want Azrahan to catch a cold. While preparing the spot to sit, Lauriette asked Azrahan to come and sit closer to her, but he didn't give her a chance. Lauriette thought that Azrahan might have been hurt in his previous relationships, or he might not like her. She believed that being more expressive about their feelings is necessary. As for Azrahan, he felt awkward sitting in his garden, and it never crossed his mind to do that. Lauriette asked Azrahan what his favorite food was, but he said he didn't have anything in particular. She wondered how he had been living his life all this time. She then handed him a sandwich. As Azrahan ate, he wondered if Lauriette had noticed the smell of the curse or if she was holding it for him. Watching him eat seemed to fascinate Lauriette. She then attempted to use her magic to create something from the flowers. She ended up making a wreath flower crown that fell on Azrahan's head, making him look stunning. However, Azrahan asked Lauriette not to tease him. Lauriette explained that she wasn't teasing him and asked him to give the flower crown back to her. But as they tried to grab the wreath, it flew away and fell into the pond, causing both of them to fall into the water. Touching Lauriette's hair, Azrahan asked what she would do if she caught a cold. Lauriette replied that she wouldn't catch a cold since she was healthy. However, Azrahan decided to carry her back to her room. Lauriette complained that the date was too short, and it didn't count. It turned out that she had a fever, and Azrahan told her he had to go to the palace and had already called a priest to check on her. Lauriette said, "Okay." As Azrahan left the room, he thought Lauriette had become more mature and expected her to beg him to stay. However, she didn't, and this surprised him. On his way to the palace, Azrahan's carriage passed the priest's carriage, and he saw a long hair, which made him relieved as he thought the priest was a woman. In Lauriette's room, the priest asked if she was the patient. She was stunned by his appearance. He was a beautiful man, another of God's masterpieces. "Wait, he's definitely not a woman, Azrahan. You're in danger." The priest introduced himself as Doha from the Altheon Temple and then began the treatment, which may have been misunderstood since it required him to get his face close to her. While he treated her, he asked Lauriette why she stayed in that place. Lauriette replied with displeasure and asked him what was wrong with it. The priest apologized for his rude question and explained that he had a blunt personality, which led to him being bullied in the temple. He further revealed that, as a junior, he was often ignored. However, Lauriette didn't pay attention to what Doha said because she was distracted by the scar on his beautiful face. The treatment was finished, and Lauriette was already feeling better. Despite having so much mana, she couldn't treat herself. Lauriette asked Doha to come closer and she treated his scar. Amazed by what Lauriette did, Doha asked if she was a healing wizard. Laureate answered that she was a kind of them and didn't correct him that she was a purification wizard, since both types of magic worked almost the same way. Doha offered her a job as a healing wizard and promised to pay her a lot, but Laureate thought a junior priest like him wouldn't earn much. She preferred to stay by Azrahan's side, so she rejected the offer. However, Doha insisted and said that sometime later it would be okay. Laureate agreed, but only if it was later. As a token of gratitude, Doha said he would continue her treatment for free, but he would always pay her for any future treatment she gave him. Laureate made a quick decision and said yes. Since they had gotten closer, Doha asked Laureate to become friends with him. Laureate thought she had never had a friend before, so it would be great to have one before she died. Stay away from her, Doha. Back in the temple. When Doha returned to the temple, a fellow priest greeted him and referred to him as High Priest Mikhail Dofalayan. Oh, so you were the High Priest Mikhail Dofalayan. That's interesting, I didn't realize. Another priest warned Doha that he could get into trouble if someone who was on the path to becoming a pope kept wandering around. The priest then noticed that the scar on Doha's forehead was gone. Doha explained that a healing wizard in Duke Candle's place had healed him. The red-haired priest was shocked to learn that there was someone whose mana was as strong as Doha's. Doha said they needed to find out more about this healing wizard. Inside the carriage, Azrahan was struggling with a dilemma about whether to go or not. In the end, he decided against it, but even the coachman was worried that Azrahan was planning to harm someone. Despite this, Azrahan couldn't shake the feeling that he needed to go. As Azrahan entered, he was surprised to be greeted by Laureate. He tried to avoid her and asked about her cold, but Laureate reassured him that she was feeling much better and grabbed his hand, placing it on her forehead to show him. Flustered by her actions, Azrahan walked away, telling her that she didn't need to greet him like that. However, Laureate confessed that she missed him and asked if he had been thinking about her too. Azrahan denied it. She then showed him a ticket to a famous play and asked him out on a date. She had already purchased the premium seats for them, but Azrahan declined, thinking that people would avoid him and look at him with disgust. He felt that Laureate was taking his curse lightly and needed to explain his situation to her. Azrahan asked Laureate if she was afraid of him and explained that the title of Warmonger was given to him because hundreds of lives had been lost under his command. It was natural for people to be scared of him. This news may have frightened Laureate a little, but it did not mean that she would run away. Suddenly, Laureate smacked Azrahan and confronted him about his hesitation. She reminded him that she had already dared to attack the Duke of Candle, held his hand without his consent multiple times, and even called him by his name. Despite all of this, she asked if Azrahan still wanted to kill her and demanded a yes or no answer. Laureate also advised Azrahan to not pay attention to what others think and focus on what he truly wants to do. After giving him an ultimatum to provide an answer by the next morning, she walked away, warning that she would find someone else if he didn't respond. Azrahan was still in shock and unable to respond, leaving him blushing. Yeah, with that happy smiley face, Laureate successfully asked him out. Laureate pretended to fall down, and Azrahan caught her just in time. This was exactly what Laureate had hoped for. Azrahan told her not to hold his hand secretly, but Laureate asked him to at least pretend not to notice it. However, he refused to do so. Seeing a lot of people gathered, Azrahan began to tremble, which made Laureate think that he was nervous. She then pulled his hand and reassured him that there would only be the two of them in the premium seat, so Azrahan didn't need to worry. After watching the show, Laureate was discussing with Azrahan about a player who caught her attention. But the way Azrahan imagined the man was different from what Laureate saw. Laureate excused herself to go to the bathroom and asked Azrahan to wait in the carriage. As she was walking, someone called out to Laureate from behind. It was Marquis Segreb. Laureate was ready to defend herself. But suddenly she was caught by the Marquis' men and couldn't cast any magic. However, Marquis' men holding Laureate suddenly fell apart as Azrahan appeared. Marquis Segreb was enraged, but Azrahan's glare intimidated him. Laureate stopped Azrahan from killing Marquis Segreb and took his hand and dashed through the exit door. As they sat in the carriage, Azrahan wondered if Laureate was afraid of him and considered ending their employer-employee relationship. But to his surprise, Laureate commented that he was much cooler than the main character on the show. She saw it as a form of self-defense. The next day, Laureate developed a fever again. Doha came to treat her. During the treatment, Laureate asked if there was any possibility for an incurable disease to be treated by divine power. However, Doha explained that the disease was named incurable for a reason. Laureate was devastated, thinking that she would surely die. But then Doha revealed that the disease could be cured by someone with holy power equal to that of a pope. In despair, Laureate wondered how she could ever meet a pope. Little did she know that Doha was actually the next pope. Doha used his holy power to analyze the mana in Laureate's body, and discovered that it was severely twisted, which was a rare and serious condition that could lead to death if left untreated. However, he also realized that Laureate would not die from it, but instead suffer from a chronic illness. Doha offered to provide regular treatment to Laureate, and she was surprised but accepted the offer. He initiated the treatment by holding her body and placing his forehead on hers. After completing the treatment, Doha mentioned that if Laureate appreciated his help, she could assist him as well. Doha showed Laureate a wound on his arm, and when asked how he got it, he evaded the question. Doha noticed that his wound had completely healed and was impressed by Laureate's abilities. He gave Laureate a jewel as payment and explained that he owned a mine. Laureate was delighted with the easy money and asked Doha not to go to other wizards. Doha agreed, secretly determined to keep her by his side. A little bit creepy. The next day, Laureate sought out Azrahan but was told by Halstein the butler that he was still asleep after returning late the night before. Halstein offered to wake Azrahan up, and Laureate accepted, heading to his spacious bedroom. There, she woke Azrahan and told him she needed to purify his upper body, explaining that it worked better with direct skin contact. Azrahan was initially confused, but Laureate teased him and offered to remove his clothes for him, causing him to become flustered. Eventually, he removed his clothes, asking if he should also remove the bandage. Laureate confirmed that direct skin contact was necessary. As Azrahan removed his bandages, Laureate was shocked to see the curse. She began the process of purifying it, but warned Azrahan it would take time as it was a powerful curse. Azrahan blushed and became flustered by Laureate's proximity. Suddenly, Laureate collapsed from exhaustion due to her depleted mana, having treated a priest the previous day. Azrahan asked if Laureate treated the priest the same way she was treating him. Azrahan then realized he had nothing to worry about since the priest was a woman. As Laureate fainted, she asked Azrahan when they could go on another date, leaving him speechless. Later on, Laureate searched the manor for Azrahan, but he was nowhere to be found. She confided in Doha about how Azrahan seemed to be avoiding her. Laureate and Doha had grown closer and were now discussing her love life. Doha then suggested that Laureate make Azrahan jealous, but she realized she didn't have anyone else to use for this. Doha moved closer to her and reminded her that he was also a man. Don't, Doha! So he was planning to treat Laureate with that kind of gesture. She had previously considered Doha's advice to make Azrahan jealous, but now she realized it wasn't fair to deceive him. Laureate imagined how it would feel if Azrahan begged her not to leave him. She decided to go against Doha's suggestion and told him that she was going to try to charm Azrahan by herself. Late at night, Azrahan snuck inside and was met with Laureate's fierce gaze. She reminded him of the contract that stated they were to go out twice a week. Azrahan had been avoiding her because he felt strange around her. Laureate then changed her tone and said that she didn't want to disturb him since he must have been busy, and that she would go out with someone else. Azrahan was left speechless. Laureate retreated to her room and began to ponder her bucket list. She only wanted to create good memories before she died, but it seemed as though she was a burden to Azrahan. Doha prepared to meet Laureate, but his subordinate suggested taking her to the temple instead, but he knew it would be difficult to persuade her. Doha realized Laureate was a skilled healing wizard and began to scheme ways to win her over. As he contemplated how to seduce her, Laureate unexpectedly appeared in his carriage and invited him to accompany her on an outing, declaring that the plan to make Azrahan jealous had begun. After indulging in numerous desserts, they strolled around. Laureate was intrigued by Doha's situation despite his considerable wealth. As she believed he owned a mine, he still worked as a healer. Doha explained that he wasn't accustomed to going out much, but sometimes he had to take the job when a senior ordered a junior to do so. Laureate was touched by his sense of duty. She then promised to avenge him by burning their clothes or hanging them on a tree. Laureate was looking at a brooch that might be perfect for Azrahan when Doha surprised her. She suggested to Doha the accessories that might suit him as well, and told him that she was going to ask the price. While waiting for Laureate, a senior priest approached Doha, demanding an apology and belittling him. Though tempted to teach the priest a lesson, Doha decided against it to avoid revealing his identity to Laureate and the crowd. Instead, he apologized, but then fire suddenly appeared on the priest's clothes. Laureate pulled Doha away. As she had told him before, she promised to punish those who wronged him. Doha found Laureate's determination amusing, and even more intriguing, which only fueled his desire for her. Meanwhile, at Candle's Manor, Azrahan seethed with anger. Learning that the person accompanying Laureate was the male priest, Azrahan considered it none of his concern if they were involved romantically, since all he needed was Laureate's assistance in breaking his curse. He believed that no one could possibly love a monster like himself, and that Laureate was likely only taking pity on him. After some time had passed, Azrahan invited Laureate to share a meal with him. He expressed that it had been a long time, but Laureate's response was cold. Laureate had followed Doha's advice and was pleased to see that her plan to make Azrahan jealous was working. Seeing Azrahan's handsome face left Laureate breathless. Azrahan surprised her by asking how she had been, and she responded that she was doing well. Laureate mentioned that Doha would be arriving in the afternoon and reassured Azrahan that he had nothing to worry about. Azrahan initially questioned if there was anything to be worried about, but then Laureate asked if he was jealous. Azrahan told Laureate that he wasn't bothered by her spending time with Doha, as long as it didn't interfere with the purification process. Disappointed, Laureate lost her appetite and asked to leave. When Doha arrived, she informed him that the plan to make Azrahan jealous had failed. Doha had already anticipated this. He used this opportunity to console Laureate and win her affection. Not a chance. As Laureate noticed Doha's glasses, which made him look like a librarian, she complimented him on how well they suited him. Doha simply replied that he felt like wearing them that day. Okay, time for the explanation. Delphalion was using his foresight, a skill possessed only by the strongest and most superior of believers. It was even a crucial factor in the selection of the Pope. However, Doha used this ability for personal reasons to predict his luck for the day. He didn't even care if the superiors criticized him for it. Doha drew Laureate nearer and inquired if he could start the treatment. Just wait for it. In Azrahan's workroom, Halstein confronted Azrahan about how his actions were hurting Laureate. Halstein understood that Azrahan may struggle to recognize his emotions since he has been isolated for so long. Despite Halstein's advice to follow his heart, Azrahan denied any attachment to anyone due to his curse. But Azrahan's curiosity led him to peek into Laureate's room, where he found Doha with her. Azrahan became furious and demanded Doha leave, but Laureate explained that they were just friends who helped each other. Azrahan realized his jealousy and admitted to himself that he had feelings for Laureate. When Laureate asked if she could go for a drink with Doha, Azrahan asked her not to go. Azrahan confessed to Laureate that he had strong feelings for her, and that he couldn't stop thinking about her even when they were apart. Finally, my sweet little kitten. He admitted to feeling jealous when he saw her with other men and confessed that he wanted her for himself. Azrahan was confused by his unfamiliar feelings and didn't know how to handle them. He reminded Laureate of the proposal to date, and she was thrilled to accept it and hugged him. Azrahan was amazed to feel such strong affection for the first time in his life. As Laureate thought she would enjoy the moment for 3 months and then leave with no regrets, Azrahan thought he wanted to renovate the garden because he hoped Laureate would stay with him forever. Laureate and Azrahan discussed their couple's to-do list. Azrahan almost saw Laureate's bucket list, but she stopped him just in time. Phew! As they went through the list, Azrahan became jealous when he saw that Laureate had already had fun with Doha in the city. Laureate found Azrahan's jealousy cute and expressed her desire to do all the items on the list with him. Azrahan then prepared a carriage and took Laureate to the best boutique in the empire, promising to buy her every dress and accessory she liked. They ended up buying everything, and Laureate playfully poked fun at Azrahan for not answering when she asked if she looked pretty in a dress. Azrahan eventually told her she was pretty. Got carried away, Laureate demanded a kiss from him. Just as their lips were about to meet, the coachman interrupted by asking if he should move the luggage. Azrahan got flustered and ran away, leaving Lariat confused. After a few days, there had been no progress in their relationship since Azrahan ran away when they tried to kiss. Azrahan had improved his gestures of attention by doing small things like pulling out chairs, but Lariat didn't have much time left and couldn't waste any more time. So, she seduced Azrahan by asking him to feed her. As he fed her, she moved closer and embraced him, telling him that he was the best. Azrahan's heart was racing, but suddenly he stood up and said he had some documents to take care of, and he left despite Lariat's protests. She wondered if Azrahan only wanted a platonic love relationship with her. Platonic love is a deep and emotional connection between two people that doesn't involve any romantic feelings or physical attraction. Azrahan seemed unapproachable, but Lariat was determined to make progress in their relationship. Lariat visited Azrahan a few days later for a purification ritual, but she had a secret plan in mind. She wanted to test Azrahan's aversion to physical touch and hoped to work on making him more comfortable with it. Azrahan was ready to be purified and Lariat began the process. However, Azrahan's impure thoughts made the process difficult for him. Suddenly, Lariat became dizzy and asked Azrahan for a hug, but he told her to keep her distance because he was losing his patience. Lariat encouraged him to act on his desires, which shocked Azrahan. He pushed Lariat onto the couch and asked if he could do anything he wanted. Actually, Lariat only wanted a kiss, but it seemed like Azrahan wanted to devour her. As Azrahan made his move, Lariat hesitated and apologized. Azrahan warned her not to do it again because he might not be able to stop himself next time. Lariat promised to remember his words. A few days after the purification, Lariat invited Azrahan to a date at a bar, but he declined due to his concern about his curse. Azrahan felt sorry for Lariat for having to date a monster like him, but he couldn't bear the thought of letting her go. Lariat reassured him that they could go on a date anywhere, as long as they were together, which made Azrahan happy. Azrahan had to attend a meeting at the palace, and Lariat reminded him that he might be late if he didn't leave soon. Azrahan promised her that he would be back as soon as possible. He had planned to finish his work quickly and have a dinner and a drink and a nice talk with Lariat, but the meeting seemed to drag on with no end in sight. Azrahan grew annoyed and asked the emperor when they were going to end the useless argument. The other participants fell silent, but then Duke Blanche, Lariat's father, scolded him for his rudeness. Azrahan thought of warning Duke Blanche, but he let it go because Duke Blanche was his lover's father. To avoid any commotion, the emperor decided to call it a day since they couldn't come to a conclusion. Azrahan quickly left the meeting room. So, someone was being impatient to have a date with his lover. As Azrahan hurriedly left the meeting, Duke Blanche grumbled to himself. The Duke sitting next to him advised him that he was fortunate Azrahan didn't do something bad to him. However, Duke Blanche insisted that Azrahan was the one being arrogant towards the elders. His companion warned him that if he wanted to save his failing family, he should behave more wisely. This made Duke Blanche feel upset, and he began to blame Lariat for everything that had happened since she left the Blanche household. He even thought that if Lariat were to return and beg to live there again, he would show her mercy. Duh, really, dude? I think you're the one who should beg for her mercy. As soon as Lariat heard that Azrahan had arrived home, she hurried to the front door, but he wasn't there. Halstein informed her that Azrahan was changing his clothes. She was relieved that Azrahan didn't see her running because it wouldn't have looked elegant. However, Azrahan was already behind her and told her that she shouldn't have run just to meet him. The way Azrahan treated her made Lariat think that he must have a lot of dating experience. Azrahan wondered what was on Lariat's mind. Halstein kicked off the show with his bartending skills, leaving Lariat amazed by his talent. He also mentioned that, being the head butler, he needed to have the skill. Rushing out, Halstein told them to have a memorable night. Lariat and Azrahan toasted each other before taking a sip. Azrahan was surprised at how quickly Lariat downed her drink, but she explained that she had a high tolerance. They chatted and enjoyed each other's company. Lariat then brought up Doha, clarifying that he was only a friend and had even helped their relationship. She asked Azrahan to let Doha continue treating her since he was the best at it. Azrahan was displeased at Lariat getting close to another man, but agreed for her health's sake. Lariat was grateful. Suddenly feeling hot, she asked Azrahan to help remove her clothes. Azrahan asked Laureate if she was drunk, but suddenly she pushed him down onto the couch and suggested they continue where they had left off. "Oh, not too fast, honey." Azrahan was cautious, concerned that Laureate was drunk, but her tender caresses ignited a fire within him. Azrahan told Laureate to get away from him, but she countered with a request. Laureate asked Azrahan to kiss her. Azrahan touched her cheek, thinking that a kiss was all she wanted, and told Laureate to keep her promise. Laureate closed her eyes, but instead of a kiss on the lips, Azrahan planted a kiss on her cheek. Azrahan asked if that satisfied her. Disappointed, Laureate grabbed Azrahan's face and kissed him on the lips. Finally satisfied, Laureate told Azrahan that's what she meant by a kiss. Flustered, Azrahan told her it was enough and pinned her on the couch. He told her not to go too far. Suddenly, Laureate's eyes slowly closed and she fell asleep. Azrahan was left bewildered, sitting by her side in silence. The next morning, Laureate entered Azrahan's workroom to find him looking exhausted. He told her that she had finally woken up. Laureate pretended not to remember anything from the previous night, except for when Azrahan agreed to let Doha continue treating her. As Azrahan thought that Laureate had taken his first kiss but didn't remember it, he forbade her from drinking alcohol with others. Laureate argued that when she drank with others, she never did anything bad. Azrahan appeared jealous upon hearing this, thinking that she might have been drinking with her ex-boyfriend. Meanwhile, Laureate felt that Azrahan was being unfair, assuming that he may have also drunk with many of his ex-girlfriends. "All you guys need is good communication." Halstein announced Doha's arrival, and Azrahan instructed him to show Doha to the living room. Doha was waiting, and Laureate quickly apologized for what happened before. Doha reassured her that there was no need to apologize, but if she still felt that way, Doha told her that she could visit him next time instead. Laureate requested that Doha alter the healing technique, as she had a boyfriend and preferred to minimize physical contact with others. Despite feeling annoyed, Doha agreed. However, Doha expressed discomfort being watched by the servants. Doha suggested they go to the library that day, and Laureate assumed Azrahan would be busy, so it would be fine. Doha believed that Azrahan could only monitor them through his servants and wouldn't join them because he values his honor. However, Azrahan surprised them by saying he would come along, leaving Doha stunned. "Great! That's how you should act, Azrahan." As Azrahan expressed his desire to join Doha and Laureate on their trip to the library, tension filled the air. Doha tried to greet Azrahan but was met with silence. When Laureate asked if Azrahan had been busy with work, he insisted that being with her was his top priority. Oh my! Now he's really good at it! It was awkward inside the carriage, but Laureate hoped that her friend and lover could find common ground. Suddenly, Doha had a sense of foreboding that something bad might happen if he accompanied them. When he learned that they were headed to the Imperial Library, Doha panicked, knowing that being recognized by members of the royal family could spell trouble. He quickly made up an excuse about needing to attend to an important matter at the temple and begged off. Once Doha left, Laureate and Azrahan were left alone in the carriage. Laureate took Azrahan's hand, causing his heart to race. Though he struggled to control himself, Azrahan reminded himself that he was human and not a monster. In the library, Azrahan trailed Laureate closely, which made her think he was adorable. She whispered to Azrahan and asked him to pick a book, which made him flustered by the way she did it. Laureate playfully reminded him that they were in a library and needed to be quiet. She then went off to find a book, and couldn't help but imagine the romantic library scenes like in novels. Laureate tried to reach a book on a high shelf, hoping Azrahan would come to her aid. However, a stranger approached her and offered to help. She declined his offer fiercely and tried once more. But this time Azrahan came to her rescue. Laureate asked him if he had witnessed what happened earlier. Azrahan teased her by asking which part she meant, the way she reached for the book or the way she shooed away the stranger. He admitted to liking her fierce attitude and told her to treat all men like that. Laureate expressed her fear that Azrahan might be scared away by her fierceness. Azrahan reassured her that it wouldn't happen. In fact, if Laureate ran away, he would find her wherever she went. As they were leaving the library, they discussed getting cake when someone called out to Laureate from behind. It was her wicked brother, Rayon. Concerned that Rayon might mistreat her in front of Azrahan, she asked him to go ahead without her, as she needed to have a lengthy chat with her brother. Rayon belittled Laureate, accusing her of clinging to Azrahan after leaving the Blanche household, which he deemed a disgrace to the family. Laureate retorted that Rayon was also bringing shame upon the family. Rayon then told her to return home since she was incapable of doing anything else. But Laureate didn't care and told him to handle family affairs himself. Rayon's anger surged, causing him to strike Laureate in the face in front of others. While thinking what to do with him that wouldn't cause much problem to her, Laureate stood up. She declared that she would end the family lineage and kicked him in the groin. Ouch! Then Laureate went to a healer to get treatment for her bruise. However, since the healer was low-ranked, the treatment was not perfect. Laureate avoided Azrahan, not wanting him to see her in that state, and decided to stroll around. Suddenly, someone tapped her shoulder. It was Madame Sharb, the owner of a boutique. She asked Laureate what she was doing out alone at that hour. Laureate hesitated to answer, but Madame Sharb invited her to the boutique and gave her a gift of new accessories. She suggested that Laureate change her hairstyle to make it look better. Madame Sharb shared with Laureate that many people came to her boutique after a long, tiring day, and she hoped that Laureate could end the day without worrying about anything, and that the next day would be great. Laureate was surprised to learn that Madame Sharb knew who she was, despite never having met her before. Here's some explanation. Madame Sharb had been close to the princess, who had broken off the engagement with Rayon, causing tension between the princess and the Blanche family. This tension prevented Laureate from getting close to the princess and Madame Sharb. However, Laureate expressed that she was no longer a part of the Blanche household and asked Madame Sharb to call her by her first name, Laureate. She was grateful that leaving the Blanche household had led to a new friendship. Back at the Candle Manor, Halstein excitedly announced Laureate's return to everyone in the house, who had been worried about her. Azrahan rushed to check on her, and Laureate apologized for being late, explaining that she had a long chat with Rayon and went to a boutique. However, Azrahan noticed a bruise on Laureate's face and angrily demanded to know who had caused it. Laureate hesitated to reveal the truth, but Azrahan recognized the wound as being from a bare-fisted hit and just had a treatment with a low-ranked healer. Laureate, concerned about Azrahan's potential reaction to the perpetrator, decided to handle the situation herself to avoid wasting any more of their limited time together. Azrahan understood her decision and offered to call a priest to treat her injury properly. In his room, Azrahan made a discreet call to Gerard, the leader of the Shadow Unit, to investigate what had happened to Laureate and the Blanche family. The Altheon Temple was holding its most important meeting of the year, with only the Pope and senior priests in attendance. Doha found the meeting boring, but when a subordinate asked to speak with him, the deputy head became displeased and reminded him that he needed to teach his subordinate proper behavior. Doha used sarcasm to reply, pointing out that even the deputy head was telling him what to do. Despite this, Doha allowed his subordinate to enter and inform him that the Candle House was seeking his assistance in healing Laureate. Doha promptly left the meeting, causing some displeasure among the other priests. When Doha arrived at the Candle House, Laureate greeted him and he noticed the bruise on her face. Doha became angry and demanded to know who was responsible. Laureate was confused about why Doha was angry. While treating her, Doha asked if the bruise was caused by Azrahan, but Laureate denied it. Doha was sure it wasn't Azrahan, because if it was, Laureate would not have survived. He continued to examine her face and wondered who could have done such a thing. Laureate was under the protection of the next pope and the Warmonger, so who would dare harm her? Laureate invited Doha to have a seat. Doha realized that if anything were to happen to Laureate, it would be problematic since she was also the one capable of healing him. He then asked Laureate to lend him her wrist and gave her a sacred bracelet with divine power that could heal her. Laureate was surprised by such a valuable gift, and she thanked him for it. She also apologized for not having anything to offer him, but Doha reassured her that her company was enough. In reality, the bracelet had another purpose. It was designed to monitor Laureate's health and would alert Doha if she was in danger. Meanwhile, Azrahan was reading a dating guidebook when he came across a passage stating that adjusting the pace of physical intimacy was essential. It warned that going too fast could lead to boredom. This idea shocked Azrahan and made him worry that Laureate might become bored with him and want to end their relationship. He became lost in his thoughts, fearing that he would be left by Laureate. The next purification process was carried out in the workroom, as suggested by Laureate, to avoid the story being rated for 18+ if it was done in his bed. Although Laureate was fine with physical intimacy, she wasn't emotionally ready to take things further yet. During the process, Azrahan tried to control his thoughts. As the purification was finished, he thought that he shouldn't be too greedy and risk making Laureate bored with him. Suddenly, Laureate showed him a to-do list and asked if they could cook together. Azrahan pushed her face away because it was too close. But then Laureate kissed his hand, leaving him flustered. The kitchen had already been prepared by Halstein, who also reminded Azrahan about marriage. Laureate asked Azrahan to wear the apron, but he was too shy and declined, saying the size didn't fit him. But Laureate thought it would be cute on him. Azrahan had something on his mind and was thinking about how they should take things slow before Laureate got bored of him, which scared him the most. He spoke up and asked Laureate to take it slow for a bit, and she instantly agreed. But what Laureate was really thinking about was taking it slow in cooking, while Azrahan was focused on physical intimacy. They started cooking together and had fun, even laughing together when Laureate did something silly. As the food was finished, Laureate fed Azrahan and teased him to wipe off the chocolate left on his lips. Laureate playfully licked the chocolate off Azrahan's face, but then had a thought. She realized that their first kiss had happened when she was drunk and wasn't very romantic. So, she decided to create a more romantic moment and left some chocolate on her lips, asking Azrahan to clean it off. However, Azrahan was hesitant and told her it was too much. He had expressed his worry that she might get bored with him. He felt like Laureate wasn't taking his concerns seriously, even felt a bit pathetic for worrying so much. Azrahan then stood up, wiped her lips with a handkerchief, and hurried out of the kitchen, leaving Laureate confused. Again? The next morning, Laureate was determined to have a proper conversation with Azrahan without pushing him away. Azrahan greeted her by calling her wizard instead of her name, which confused her. Laureate found it amusing and teasingly asked if he was mad at her. Azrahan struggled to tell her the truth, fearing that Laureate would be disappointed and leave him. He realized that he should be grateful for Laureate's love and loyalty, but he couldn't keep his feelings to himself any longer. Azrahan explained that Laureate didn't seem to take his request seriously. Perplexed, Laureate asked which request he was referring to. Azrahan mentioned the request he made yesterday to take things slow in their relationship. Laureate was taken aback. She told him that she had thought his request was to take things slow in the kitchen, not in their relationship. Azrahan was embarrassed and tried to run away, but Laureate stopped him. Azrahan asked her to let him go, but she refused. Then Azrahan pretended that his hand was hurt, causing Laureate to release his hand. However, he quickly ran away, feeling embarrassed about the misunderstanding. Laureate couldn't resist teasing Azrahan after discovering he had run away due to embarrassment. As she dropped him off at the gate, she playfully reminded him not to bolt again if he ever felt embarrassed at work. As they walked, Gerard asked Azrahan if he had informed Laureate about their destination. Azrahan replied that he had not felt the need to do so. However, he felt that he should not keep anything from Laureate, so he decided against lying and didn't provide any additional information since Laureate already knew he went to the palace. They opened the door to check on Rayon, who had been locked up inside by them. Azrahan's sharp eyes met Rayon's, who immediately cursed and began shouting. However, Azrahan was quick to silence him with a punch, reminding him of his place. Azrahan was furious upon learning that Rayon had hit Laureate, a girl he himself was hesitant to even touch. After wiping his hand, he made it clear that he had no intention of killing Rayon. Azrahan spared Rayon only because of Laureate, and he wanted him to remember that. In the Candle residence, Laureate and Azrahan were having dinner together, when Laureate suddenly remembered the fact that they hadn't made much progress in their relationship. But time was running out as their dating contract was only for 3 months, and she only had 10 weeks left. She asked Azrahan how slowly they should take things, but he responded that they should take things as slowly as possible. Laureate, feeling frustrated with the slow pace, blurted out that she wanted to take things to the next level with Azarhan soon. This caused the servants to drop a plate in shock. Hallstein and the other servants quickly exited the room, realizing the importance of the succession of the duchy. Azarhan nervously asked Laureate what she wanted to do with him. Laureate responded with enthusiasm that she wanted to experience everything with him, but before she could elaborate, Azarhan quickly stuffed a piece of bread into Laureate's mouth to prevent her from talking further as he was already embarrassed. Azarhan then went on to explain that his cursed body made him feel like a monster, and that he found it difficult to be intimate with her. He worried that Laureate would run away after seeing all of that. But Laureate saw it as a motivation to work harder on purifying Azarhan, so he wouldn't have to worry about touching her. When Azarhan heard those words, he felt something indescribable in his heart, like it was about to burst. He wondered if it was love that he was feeling. Laureate laid on her bed while pondering about the curse that she had to purify because she was the only one who could cure Azarhan. She wondered who had cursed him. It must have been a powerful wizard with a strong hatred towards him. Laureate reflected on the challenges Azarhan must be facing due to the curse, particularly in their relationship. As she recalled his bashful expressions, she began to worry if she was his first love. This concern troubled Laureate as she had no intention of starting a committed relationship, given her limited time of 3 months. Laureate was determined to ask Hallstein about Azarhan the next day. However, while she was trying to sneak up on him, Hallstein caught her and asked her what she wanted to know. Laureate informed him that she had a question regarding Azarhan. That made Hallstein ecstatic, and he inquired whether Laureate was interested in learning about Azarhan's wealth, power, or the joys of being a duchess. Laureate quickly clarified by asking if Azarhan had been in a relationship before. Hallstein realized that he needed to provide a thoughtful answer, considering the importance of the matter. However, he responded by admitting that he had no information regarding Azarhan's romantic history. Noticing it was a stupid question, Laureate then asked permission to leave. While walking back to her chamber, Laureate unexpectedly spotted Azarhan in the hallway and rushed towards him. He immediately caught her and warned her about the dangers of running in the hallway. Laureate then requested a hug from him, but Azarhan refused due to the possibility of being seen by others. Laureate then took Azarhan's hand and they entered a nearby room, but it was so narrow that they could hardly keep a distance between them. Laureate then asked if they could hug there, to which Azarhan slowly moved in for the embrace. But suddenly, Laureate felt something hard down there. Was he wearing a sword? No, he wasn't. Upon realizing that something strange was happening to him, Azarhan abruptly pulled away from Laureate and asked if the hug had been enough. Laureate cheerfully replied that although it was short, she was satisfied. Meanwhile, Azarhan was worried that his sudden reaction might have been noticed by her. Absolutely. Now Laureate was convinced there was nothing wrong with Azarhan's lower body. He was definitely a vigorous young man. Let's put down the tent. Azarhan tried to change the topic, sensing that the tension should be eased. He asked Laureate about the bracelet she had been wearing lately. Laureate revealed that the bracelet was a gift from Doha, but then she quickly realized her mistake as Azarhan might not approve of it. Indeed, now that the atmosphere had shifted, he realized he should get rid of Doha sooner. But then he recalled that the dating guidebook highlights the significance of avoiding jealousy to prevent the lover from getting weary. Laureate was perplexed by Azarhan's expression and assumed that he might have been upset. She explained to him that the bracelet was a gift with divine magic to assist in her recovery. Although Azarhan said he understood, his expression showed otherwise. Still wearing the same expression, Azarhan reassured Laureate that it was okay to exchange gifts between friends. He also suggested that she could spend time with her friend while he was occupied. Laureate was thrilled to hear this and exclaimed that Azarhan was the best. The next day, Azarhan informed Laureate that he had an urgent matter to attend to in the palace, and he needed to leave immediately. As Laureate bid farewell, Azarhan appeared reluctant to leave. Sensing this, Laureate asked if he needed to use the restroom. Azarhan averted his gaze and admitted there was something else. He then surprised Laureate by placing a beautiful accessory in her hair, explaining that it was a gift and it looked lovely on her. It was clear that Azarhan was jealous of the bracelet, but his actions were endearing nonetheless. Suddenly the coachman shouted, reminding Azrahan that he needed to leave for the palace. This surprised and embarrassed both him and Lariat. As Azrahan walked towards the door, he turned back and gave Lariat a hug before quickly leaving with a red face. Doha arrived and immediately noticed the new accessory Lariat was wearing, complimenting her on how pretty it looked. As they began the treatment, Lariat extended an invitation for Doha to join her outside afterwards. Despite Doha's concern for Azrahan, Lariat assured him that it was not a problem, as Azrahan had a lot of trust in her. However, Doha was visibly annoyed upon learning this. It looked like they were having fun. While they were walking around the town, Lariat offered to treat Doha for the day and asked him what he would like to buy. Doha requested the bracelet from their previous outing. Lariat hesitated as the bracelet was inexpensive, but Doha insisted that it was perfect for him and that she had picked out the best one. She ended up buying the bracelet for Doha. Lariat observed that Doha was struggling to fasten the bracelet, and she kindly offered to assist him. It was then that Doha became aware that Lariat had brought along another item, and he inquired about its nature. Lariat revealed that it was a gift for Azrahan. "Oh my Doha, you shouldn't be jealous for someone else's lover. Get a grip." Doha told Lariat that he had heard a rumor that Duke Candle had cut off the arm of Marquis Segreb at the theater because Marquis Segreb had harmed the Duke's partner. Doha asked if the partner was Lariat, and she confirmed it. She was worried that if her parents found out about the rumor, they would take her back by force from Azrahan, and the thought made her look pale. But seeing this, Doha asked if she was okay and told her not to worry. He assured her that she could trust him because she had the most reliable priest at her side and promised to always protect her. But suddenly, the wall near them cracked and fell apart. Lariat quickly cast a defense spell thinking she was a goner. But she wasn't about to let Doha meet the same fate. With swift movements, she layered on as much magic as she could to shield him. Doha was in disbelief as he watched Lariat sacrifice herself to protect him. As she accepted her fate, Azrahan's image crossed her mind. In a panic, Doha shielded Lariat's body from the rubble. "This is my boy!" A crowd had formed to see what was happening. "I guess we spot the suspect here." Lariat slowly opened her eyes, surprised to be alive, and saw that Doha had protected her. He looked really mad and yelled, "Are you crazy?" But Lariat just smiled, relieved that he was okay. Doha was worried sick about her, but Lariat insisted he stay put. She told him not to move and kept reassuring him that everything was going to be okay as she continued to cast her magic to keep the rubble from crushing them. Doha was getting frustrated, so he decided to use his magic to free them from the rubble. He finally showed off his impressive powers and they were both saved. Doha asked Lariat why she did something so foolish. Lariat didn't get what Doha was mad about, so he asked her again why she only cast the spell on him. Lariat wondered why Doha was angry because it was a quick decision and there wasn't much time to think. What mattered was that Doha was safe. Lariat replied to Doha that she did it because he was her friend. Doha was even more surprised when he found out this truth. They had only met a few times, and yet Lariat had risked her life for him. Doha wasn't a believer in selflessness or kindness. He thought that everyone acted for their own interests. But when he saw what Lariat had done for him, he was left in disbelief. She wouldn't gain anything by protecting him, even if it meant putting her own life on the line. Lariat suddenly perked up and felt relieved that they both made it out without any injuries. As they stood up, Doha asked her if she was hurt, but Lariat assured him that she was fine. Doha felt annoyed because even though Lariat was wounded, she acted like it was no big deal. He then healed her injuries and scolded her, saying she almost died. But Lariat responded that everyone dies eventually and thanked him for healing her. However, Doha didn't seem pleased with Lariat's response. He told her that she couldn't die because he wouldn't allow it. "Wait, are you God?" Even though Lariat was fixated on Azrahan, Doha was determined to keep her safe. He advised her not to take any reckless risks that could hurt her. Lariat couldn't help but think that Doha was still processing what had happened earlier. Doha looked at the ruined building and started to wonder what went wrong, since it didn't seem like it would just collapse like that. Lariat was surprised to see Doha so angry. She had never seen him like that before. but she was relieved that he was safe. Later on, Laureate finally made it back home to Candle's Manor, feeling completely drained after everything that had happened. Azrahan was already there and greeted her, asking where she had been. Laureate was thrilled to see him and quickly asked for a hug. Azrahan hugged her back, but then noticed something on her and his expression changed. He asked if she had been in an accident. Azrahan told her that he smelled some dirt on her. Laureate was confused as to how he could smell it. She didn't want to worry Azrahan more, so she told him she fell down on the street. Azrahan asked if she was hurt and Laureate said she only had a few scratches, but Doha had healed her. Azrahan checked to make sure she was okay. Then Azrahan asked if Laureate had fun, and she said yes, but she enjoyed being with Azrahan the most. Laureate thought Azrahan was cute and was determined to purify his curse quickly to make him happy. When the building almost crushed her, Laureate realized that if she died before breaking the curse, Azrahan would always be faced with nothing but misery. She wouldn't let that happen and was willing to pay any price to break the curse. The next day, Laureate was sitting on Azrahan's lap, ready to do the treatment as she insisted. But Azrahan was worried because she didn't look so good. Laureate told him she was fine, but in reality, she wasn't. She used up all her mana to save Doha before, but she kept telling herself she had to purify Azrahan as soon as possible. The moment Azrahan saw that Laureate wasn't feeling well, he grabbed her hand to stop her. All of a sudden, Laureate lost her balance and fell right into Azrahan's body. She told him she was feeling cold. Azrahan panicked and tried to warm her up with a hug. But then Laureate said she needed a warm bath, and Azrahan quickly scooped her up and was about to ask the maid to draw the water. However, Laureate pulled him closer and asked him to stay with her while she bathed since she didn't trust the maid. Azrahan blushed hard and had no clue what Laureate meant. But then she explained that she just needed a friend to keep her company and that she would stay clothed while bathing. As Azrahan understood that Laureate was trying her best to help him despite her own condition, he decided not to bail out because he felt too shy. Azrahan asked Laureate if the water was warm enough. Laureate replied that the temperature was fine, but she got upset because Azrahan was sitting with his back to her. Azrahan explained that he needed to do it for his own sake. Laureate got frustrated and suddenly grabbed Azrahan's arm, warning him that if he ran away again, she would do the same. She put on a stern face, which made Azrahan turn his back to her and ask if she was serious, shocking Laureate. But Laureate quickly changed the mood by saying that she meant running around the mansion like playing tag. Azrahan apologized for misunderstanding her, and told her that he thought about tying her up if it was serious. Laureate assumed that Azrahan was kidding. "You were joking, weren't you?" Azrahan smiled upon hearing that. Seeing his smile, Laureate playfully asked him to wash her, which caught Azrahan off guard. Azrahan's face turned pale as he thought about washing Laureate's body. "Hey, you dirty mind!" But then Laureate clarified that she only wanted him to wash her hair. Azrahan felt relieved and began to wash her hair gently, being careful not to cause any harm. Suddenly, he noticed a scar on Laureate's neck and asked her about it. Laureate told him that when she was young, Rayan pushed her down the stairs and lied to their parents about what had happened. Her parents scolded her because they thought she was trying to challenge Rayan for succession. Azrahan felt upset after hearing the story and wished he had at least smashed one of Rayan's hands back then. Laureate continued her story, telling Azrahan that she was locked in a room as punishment and was forced to endure it. Her mother said it was to help her develop patience, so all she could do was wait. Laureate switched gears and asked Azrahan if he had any issues with her hair color, since someone apparently complained that it hurt their eyes to look at her pink lock. Azrahan asked her who said such nonsense, as he would love to give them a piece of his mind. But Laureate insisted he answer her question, and he told her he couldn't not like it. Laureate was happy to hear that, and Azrahan was stunned by her smile. She then teased him, asking if he thought only her hair was pretty. Azrahan blushed and said that everything about her was beautiful. Laureate drew closer to him and asked him to kiss the places he found most beautiful. He kissed her hair and told her that there was no place on her that wasn't lovely. Then he kissed her hand and asked if he should kiss her everywhere. Laureate playfully teased him, telling him to start with the most lovely place. Azrahan leaned in and kissed her lips. A few days later, they were bickering outside the boutique, with Laureate teasing Azrahan to help her try on clothes, but he declined, suggesting that Madame Charb could assist her instead. Laureate playfully hit him, calling him mean, but it was more like a massage for Azrahan. Suddenly, Gerard emerged from behind the building and signaled to Azrahan. Seeing this, Azrahan asked Laureate to go inside first and said he would be back with her shortly. As soon as Laureate walked into the boutique, she saw Madame Charb looking all puzzled and glancing at someone behind her. And then, bam! Laureate was completely shocked to find her own mother standing there. Shocked by the situation, Laureate was taken aback and tried to keep her cool as she greeted her mother with a long time no see. Her mother rushed up to her, grabbing her shoulder and expressing concern for Laureate. With a worried look on her face, she asked where Laureate had been all this time, emphasizing how worried she was. But Laureate had reached her limit with her mother's theatrics. She quickly brushed off her mother's hand and questioned her mother's concern, asking how someone who claimed to worry about her could show no signs of sadness and still indulge in fancy things like shopping at a high-end boutique. Her mother came up with an excuse, saying it was because she was a duchess and it was her obligation to do all those things. Feeling like her mother was spewing a bunch of bullshit, Laureate bluntly stated that she had never seen the Blanche family make any effort to advertise missing people in the newspaper or anywhere else. This time, her mother played the victim card, claiming she couldn't do anything about it because of her father's authority. Laureate pondered her mother's words, but that didn't mean she was easily convinced. If her mother genuinely cared about her, she believed there had to be something more she could do to find her. Laureate accused her mother of making up excuses when she was actually capable of doing better. The anger inside her began to boil, even though her mother kept apologizing. Laureate couldn't see any sincerity in those apologies, viewing her mother as just as terrible as the rest of her family. Laureate struggled to contain her emotions as they were on the verge of exploding. Unable to hold it in any longer, she bolted for the exit door while her mother desperately tried to stop her. Laureate kept running aimlessly, with the only thought in her mind being to escape that hellish situation. Her mind went blank as she ran, gasping for breath, but refusing to stop. Suddenly, someone grabbed her arm from behind. Softly calling her name, Azrahan ran to catch up with her. His voice carried both concern and worry. His tone abruptly changed. His expression darkened as he asked who had made Laureate cry, then gently wiping away her tears. Laureate leaned her face against his hand, feeling an immense sense of relief and gratefulness that she still had Azrahan by her side. Not wanting to burden him further, she insisted that she hadn't cried. Embracing Azrahan, she concocted a reason for her dash, claiming she couldn't wait any longer to see him, and that she missed him so much. But Azrahan saw right through her lie. He then invited her to go back home. In her jumbled emotions, Azrahan's hug felt like an oasis in the desert, a glimmer of hope for a better life, even though she knew her time in this world was limited. Days later, Azrahan noticed that something was off with Laureate. She didn't seem like her usual self. She even needed to be asked for a hug, whereas she used to run up to Azrahan begging for a daily hug. Lately, she appeared really down. Azrahan felt completely helpless. He wanted nothing more than to spend the whole day with Laureate, but he had an emergency meeting regarding the war that he couldn't skip. Despite being lovers now, Azrahan wished Laureate would share her burdens with him. But what could he do when Laureate herself didn't want to? Sitting by the window, Laureate had a gloomy expression as she clutched a letter in her hand. It was from Madame Charb, who apologized and expressed guilt towards her. Madame Charb explained that Laureate's mother had relentlessly begged her to deliver the letter, promising it would be the last time. In the letter, Duchess Blanche expressed regret for not properly stopping Laureate on that day. She mentioned there were many things she wanted to say to Laureate, and pleaded for her to spare some time to meet. She provided the time and place for their meeting that day. Laureate's anger boiled over, causing her to crush the letter in her hand. She felt a wave of dejection wash over her as she questioned why her mother suddenly acted like she cared, but hadn't shown any concern when Lauriette was still with them. The clock showed that it was already 10 minutes past 5. Lauriette's mother had been waiting at the restaurant she mentioned in the letter. As Lauriette walked into the room, her mother's face lit up with relief that she had finally arrived. The food was already on the table, ready to be eaten as Lauriette took her seat. In an attempt to show her care, Duchess Blanche offered Lauriette some food to try. However, memories of past events flooded Lauriette's mind. She remembered her mother telling her to stop eating in order to maintain a slim body, and the last family dinner when Rayan refused to eat with her, leading her mother to instruct Lauriette to return to her room immediately. But now, her mother seemed so different. Trying to keep a smile on her face in front of Lauriette and encouraging her to eat heartily. However, Lauriette remained unaffected by her mother's sudden change in behavior. She got straight to the point and asked her mother what she wanted to say, making it clear that she would only listen and then leave quickly. Duchess Blanche was taken aback by Lauriette's directness. Lowering her head, Duchess Blanche apologized, expressing regret for not paying enough attention to Lauriette and not taking proper care of her. She realized the value of Lauriette only after losing her and acknowledged that nobody in the family truly cared about her, instead blaming her for everything related to household matters. With deep remorse, Duchess Blanche admitted that Lauriette was the only one who genuinely cared about her, but her own actions had driven Lauriette away. Lauriette closed her eyes, suppressing her anger, realizing that her mother didn't truly grasp the pain she had caused. However, she stood up abruptly, ready to leave. She made it clear that she had listened to her mother's apology, but that didn't mean she would return to the Blanche family. Duchess Blanche looked helpless, offering her sincere apologies as Lauriette headed towards the exit door. However, it turned out to be a trap. Lauriette had been lured into this meeting by her mother's invitation and now found herself trapped there. Lauriette was completely taken aback as she desperately fought against the people restraining her. With no other option, one of them silenced Lauriette with a forceful blow to her back. She crumpled and fell to the ground while her mother sat still, doing nothing. Just then, Duke Blanche emerged, accompanied by his men who swiftly removed Lauriette from the scene. Casting a menacing glare at the unconscious Lauriette, he turned to Duchess Blanche with an evil grin and declared that a mere apology wasn't the proper way to bring back a missing child. Inside the Blanche residence, Lauriette struggled relentlessly to free herself from the handcuffs binding her hands. But no matter how hard she tried, they wouldn't budge even a bit. She couldn't believe her own parents would do such a thing to her, going as far as locking her magic powers too. Feeling utterly helpless, Lauriette sank to her knees on the floor and let out a heavy sigh. Weak from not eating since yesterday, she sat near the door, realizing there was little she could do in her current state. Suddenly, a soft whisper reached her ears from outside the room. Recognizing the voice as Anne's, her former maid, a glimmer of hope flickered in Lauriette's eyes. Anne stood before the door, asking about Lauriette's condition with genuine concern. Lauriette reassured Anne that she was okay. Through the closed door, they exchanged updates and asked about each other's well-being. However, Anne then asked if there was anything she could do to help. She informed Lauriette that Duke Blanche had gone mad, declaring the previous night that he would not allow Lauriette to live in peace. Tears streaming down her face, Anne vowed to seek assistance. But Lauriette quickly urged her not to, expressing her fear that harm might befall Anne as well. Feeling remorse for the past, Anne confessed to Lauriette that she deeply regretted not being able to help her when she was injured and left the Blanche residence. Now, Anne was determined to lend a hand to ensure she wouldn't have any regrets in the future. Lauriette was touched by Anne's words, torn between hope and resignation. Knowing that her time was limited, she yearned to experience happiness and contentment, even if just for a little while. As Anne stood up, she revealed her plan to speak to Joel, the magician teacher in the Blanche house. She assured Lauriette that she would obtain the key and return as quickly as possible. Panicking, Lauriette desperately tried to stop Anne, fearing for her safety. However, her efforts were in vain. Realizing there was nothing she could do, Lauriette slumped against the door, overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness. As Lauriette shut her eyes, out of nowhere, the door was slammed open, sending Lauriette flying. Duke, Blanche, and Rayan stormed into the room, trying to throw their weight around and show their power over Lauriette. Rayan, with his face all bruised up, had a smug grin when he saw Lauriette in her sorry state. Lauriette couldn't help but wonder what had happened to Rayan's face. But she couldn't deny that the bruises actually made him look kinda good. Duke Blanche marched toward Lauriette, blabbering about his brilliant plan to trap her and make her reflect on her mistakes. But looking at Lauriette now, he thought she didn't give a damn about regretting anything. Trying to get back on her feet, Lauriette called him out on his nonsense, claiming she hadn't done anything wrong. This boldness ticked off Duke Blanche even more. He used his power to slap Lauriette hard across the face, knocking her off balance. Lauriette trembled, fighting to stay on her feet. Duke Blanche grabbed her shoulder, refusing to give her a moment to catch her breath. The thunder roared, drowning out the sound of Lauriette's body hitting the ground amidst the crashing of chains. Duke Blanche exploded with anger, ranting about the money he had spent to raise Lauriette properly, only for her to escape to that monster Duke's house. He accused her of disrespecting her father and claimed that she had instigated Duke Kendall to harm Rayan. With a dismissive wave, he declared that Lauriette wouldn't leave that room until she realized her mistake. As Duke Blanche stormed out, Rayan, still lingering, wore a wicked grin and approached Lauriette. He gloated about her current predicament, blaming her for insulting him. Grabbing Lauriette's clothes and yanking her up, Rayan faced her bruised face with satisfaction. But even with her battered appearance, Lauriette stared him down with a fierce look. And suddenly, Rayan let out a piercing scream. Ah! Lauriette fearlessly sank her teeth into Rayan's hand, drawing blood. Caught off guard by Lauriette's boldness, Rayan recoiled, feeling a mix of terror and anger, claiming that Lauriette had lost her mind. But Lauriette didn't back down. She showed no sign of fear and even spat in front of him, leaving Rayan even more shocked. Overwhelmed with fear, Rayan quickly fled from the room. In a panic, he instructed Joel to lock the door, accusing Lauriette of being insane due to her association with Duke Kendall. Before locking the door, Joel took a quick glance inside the room, his expression remaining indifferent. Lauriette couldn't keep her balance any longer and collapsed onto the ground. Helpless and lying there, memories of Azrahan flooded her mind. She remembered his infectious smile that could instantly brighten her day, the way he showered her with love and cared about every little detail of her life. It made Lauriette feel deeply loved by him. Tears streamed down her face as she helplessly longed for Azrahan's presence. Out of nowhere, Anne's voice startled Lauriette. It was a voice that brought a spark of hope, causing Lauriette to lift her head in anticipation. Anne shared the incredible news that she had found someone who could rescue Lauriette. In an instant, Lauriette's tears vanished as Anne revealed that none other than Duke Kendall himself was on his way to save her. In a disheveled state, with a pale complexion and an intense gaze, Azrahan, accompanied by his loyal guard Gerard, approached the Blanche residence. He was determined to retrieve Lauriette and bring her to safety. Noticing an uninvited guest approaching his residence, Duke Blanche, with Joel trailing behind, appeared visibly upset by the situation. He didn't hesitate to express his displeasure, claiming that Azrahan was audacious for showing up at his house without prior notice. Gerard, observing the scene from behind Azrahan, grew irritated by Duke Blanche's disrespectful attitude. However, Azrahan, maintaining his intimidating gaze, calmly stated his purpose for being there, to retrieve his beloved. Duke Blanche hesitated for a moment, unable to fully comprehend what Azrahan meant, but Azrahan reiterated his intention clearly, emphasizing that he had come to take Laureate back with him. Now face to face, Duke Blanche still failed to recognize the true extent of Azrahan's power. He looked down upon Azrahan, accusing him of stealing his daughter. Sensing the imminent danger, Duke Blanche began to feel a twinge of intimidation in Azrahan's presence. Azrahan clenched his fists and firmly stated that it would be wise to bring Laureate back peacefully, as he was prepared to do whatever it took to reunite with his lover. Meanwhile, Laureate forced herself to get up, even though she was still wobbly. She then asked Anne to confirm if Azrahan was actually present. Anne explained that she had sought Joel's help, and it was Joel who had messaged Duke Candle. Laureate made her way to the nearby window while Anne assured her that Joel had done it discreetly. With her skinny hands still handcuffed, she finally reached the window and caught sight of Azrahan. Her heart filled with hope as she saw him being insulted by her father, knowing he had come to rescue her. Laureate figured out that Azrahan couldn't see her from outside. So, she quickly came up with a plan, grabbed a nearby curtain, yanked it off the rod with all her strength. She rolled the curtain around her hands, making sure they were well covered, and smashed through the window. Wow, the power of hope is truly something. Without hesitation, Laureate stepped out of the window. Not even the broken glass could stop her. Finally, she reached the balcony, the way out of her nightmare. She shouted at the top of her lungs, calling out to Azrahan, who turned his head and was utterly shocked to find Laureate there. Her determination to escape that house was undeniable, and now she was ready to jump off the balcony. As Azrahan saw his beloved flying through the air, he instantly sprang into action to catch her. Meanwhile, Joel snapped his fingers, casting a spell that created a shield, slowing down Laureate's descent. Azrahan spread his arms wide, prepared to catch her. As Laureate fell into Azrahan's arms, she experienced an indescribable happiness. I can't even find the right words to explain it, but I can feel it. I'm so relieved that her nightmare didn't last more than one chapter here. Phew! Azrahan caught Laureate safely, and they both shared the same joy. When Azrahan noticed the bruises on Laureate's face, his expression turned dark, and he demanded to know who had hurt her. Oh no! It looked like Azrahan was on the verge of losing his temper. He then turned his gaze towards Duke Blanche, his eyes filled with a deadly glare. The dark aura emanating from Azrahan terrified both Duke Blanche and even Joel, who was innocent in the situation. While carrying Laureate in his arms, Azrahan declared his intention to kill Duke Blanche. Laureate gently caressed Azrahan's face, trying to calm him down. She pressed her forehead against his and whispered for him to leave with her, assuring him that she wanted to go back to their home. When Azrahan heard this, his eyes lit up with joy. He was thrilled that Laureate now considered Candle's residence as her home too. However, Duke Blanche was taken aback by the affectionate couple in front of him. He tried to intervene and prevent Laureate from being taken away by Azrahan. This annoyed Azrahan, who gave Duke Blanche a fierce glare, silently warning him that if he dared to come any closer, he would be crushed into pieces in no time. Laureate, who was in the most pain, turned her face away from her father. Duke Blanche was shocked by Laureate's current state and couldn't believe he had caused her so much suffering. Are you kidding me? Joel, who was still standing behind Duke Blanche, flashed a gentle smile, indicating his relief that Laureate was now safe. Grateful for his support, Laureate smiled back at Joel. She was truly thankful to have him by her side, as he had always been there for her. She promised herself not to forget his kindness. Finally, Laureate could breathe the fresh air once again, having escaped from her hellish family once more. Azrahan, you forgot to remove the handcuffs from Laureate's hands. Oh well, thanks anyway. Now I can proudly say that Laureate was finally free. Upon reaching the Candle residence, Halstein appeared shocked and immediately called for the priest. Just as we expected from our old man. Azrahan gently laid Laureate on her bed and started examining her. Suddenly, Lauriette's cheerful self resurfaced as she called out his name and wrapped her hand around Azrahan's neck. She expressed her gratitude to him for rescuing her. Azrahan couldn't help but wonder why she still wore a smile despite being injured all over. She even thanked him without blaming him for arriving late to save her. Earlier, when Azrahan received the message from Joel, he had been ready to crush the Blanche family for daring to take Lariette away from him. Feeling remorseful, Azrahan hung his head, unable to meet Lariette's gaze. He apologized for arriving late, but instead of responding, Lauriette gently tilted his head up. Then, out of the blue, she asked for a kiss, expressing her sincere desire to have it right then and there. Azrahan couldn't refuse her request, as he felt the same longing. Lauriette pulled Azrahan's face closer, and they shared a passionate kiss, finally reunited after a day apart. Their kiss deepened, releasing all the pent-up emotions. Suddenly, Lauriette flinched, causing Azrahan to worry if he had hurt her lips. But she showed no sign of stopping and demanded even more, declaring that it wasn't enough. "This might just be the longest kiss they've had in the entire video I've made." Azrahan grabbed her waist, pulling Lauriette onto his lap, and they continued kissing each other passionately. Okay, now they had to break apart to catch their breath. Lariette's face was a mix of bruises and flushed cheeks, and she seemed out of breath. But Azrahan, despite his concern for her well-being, was consumed by his desire, pleading for more kisses. With his arms still wrapped around Lauriette's back, he pulled her even closer, seeking permission to kiss her more. He explained that no matter how much they kissed or for how long, it would never be enough for him. He even entertained the thought of taking things further than just kissing, wanting to make Lauriette his and his alone. However, Lauriette also seemed caught up in the moment. She expressed her deep love for Azrahan, but then realized that she shouldn't allow herself to fall for him completely. She knew she had limited time left to live, and the thought of parting ways would only cause pain in Azrahan's heart. Despite being aware of this, Lauriette couldn't help but get carried away and fall deeply in love with Azrahan. And there they were, continuing their passionate kisses. Azrahan poured out his love for Lauriette, confessing that he was deeply and madly in love with her. Just her mere presence brightened his days, and her words had the power to drive him crazy. This was a completely new experience for him, feeling both loved and in love with someone. Their kisses grew even more intense, and well, you can probably guess what might have happened next if they were in that position. Let's just say it's better left unsaid here, but I'm sure you know what I mean, right? Suddenly they stopped kissing, sensing a sense of urgency, particularly from Azrahan. Swiftly, he moved Lauriette back to the bed and pinned her down. Unable to express the depth of his feelings through words, Azrahan chose to show it through his actions. Excitement and a hint of fear mixed within Lauriette, leaving her speechless. She lay there silent as Azrahan, still on top of her, drew closer, signaling that he was about to take their connection to another level. Lauriette's heart was racing like crazy, even though she still had visible bruises on her face. The blush on her cheeks couldn't hide the bruises. Azrahan had her pinned down on the bed, and she wondered if she would be okay with it. Resting his face on Lauriette's body, Azrahan admitted he couldn't hold back any longer and felt like he was losing his mind. But then he regained his composure and realized it wasn't the right time, so he had to hold himself back. He was concerned about Lauriette's well-being and worried that his curse could make things worse. Azrahan hesitantly lifted his head, but Lauriette reassured him that they could have their moment another time. Caught up in the situation, their faces drew closer to each other. Suddenly, Halstein burst into the room, calling out their names. With a beaming expression, he informed them that the priest had arrived. You can probably imagine the couple's reaction to that, right? Doha, with a dark and intense vibe, straight up asked Lauriette who had the guts to hurt her like that. He didn't even bother hiding his true expression, unlike his usual self. Lauriette hesitated to reveal the truth, while Doha tried to mask his emotions and said that he had warned Lauriette about not getting hurt, expressing his disappointment that she didn't listen. He glanced at Lauriette's wrist, and she noticed his gaze, explaining that she kept the bracelet he gave her because it was pretty. Doha still felt annoyed about what happened to Lauriette and wondered which part of her was hurt. He was in a bad mood, especially seeing her swollen lips. Suddenly, he pulled Lauriette's head closer to his and started the healing treatment. While healing her, Doha asked if it was Azrahan who caused the harm, but Lauriette quickly clarified that it wasn't Azrahan who hurt her. In fact, Doha was just about to ask if her swollen lips were because of Azrahan. Lauriette also revealed that she had been kidnapped. Upon learning the truth, Doha felt sorry for himself that he couldn't protect Lauriette as he had promised. The bruises on Lauriette had completely healed, and Doha asked if she felt any pain elsewhere. She replied with a no. Sporting a smile, Doha told Lauriette to always wear the bracelet, claiming that it aids the healing process. Lauriette reluctantly agreed. Doha still examined Lauriette closely and gently touched her face, instructing her to stay still as he cast another healing spell on her face. In his head, Doha was thinking that if he gave in to his desires, Lauriette would probably end up hating him, and the idea of Lauriette having some kind of disdain for him was oddly exciting, but he didn't want to ruin their good relationship. Out of the blue, Lauriette flinched, and Doha quickly asked if she was hurt anywhere else, noticing something on her feet. But Lauriette assured him that she was fine. Sensing that something still wasn't quite right, Doha gently picked up Lauriette's foot. He carefully removed the glass shards stuck on her feet. However, all Lauriette could think about was how dirty her feet must be and how she didn't want Doha to touch them. She didn't let on to Doha because she believed he must have been raised to be more refined. But the truth was, Doha had never received any decent treatment from others since he was a child. He had always been a lowly commoner who was constantly mocked and humiliated. The next day, in Azrahan's room, as Azrahan was getting undressed, he asked Lauriette if she was feeling completely fine now. Lauriette, sitting on Azrahan's bed, replied confidently that she was totally okay and fully healed. Azrahan, avoiding eye contact, expressed his concern that it might drain Lauriette's energy. Upon hearing that, Lauriette's face turned beet red. But then, shirtless, Azrahan turned towards Lauriette and announced that he was ready now, so they could get started right away. Wait, get started with what? Nervously inching closer to Lauriette, Azrahan awkwardly knelt on the bed, facing her. Lauriette slowly reached out to touch Azrahan's body and began the purification treatment on his upper body. Ah, so it was for purification. Phew, I thought my mind was going in the wrong direction. Finally finishing the treatment, Lauriette cheerfully declared that the purification on his upper body was now complete. Seeing the curse gone, Azrahan was still in disbelief. He thanked Lauriette for the purification, feeling a mix of emotions and disbelief that he finally had hoped to live a normal life. Lauriette gently kissed his cheek and assured Azrahan that even though it was too early to celebrate, she promised to completely remove the curse soon. With a bright smile, Lauriette announced that they would move on to the next purification on Azrahan's lower body. But suddenly, they found themselves in an awkward situation. Lauriette turned her face away, hiding her shy expression, while wondering how to ask Azrahan to take off his pants for the purification. She quickly came up with an excuse, saying that she needed to take a break after the purification, so they could do that next time. However, feeling embarrassed, Azrahan reluctantly stated that his lower part was fine, and he just wanted to make sure Lauriette didn't misunderstand. But his sudden explanation only made things even more awkward, and Azrahan regretted saying anything. To make it even weirder out of nowhere, Lauriette's stomach growled loudly. Azrahan suggested they eat together, adding to the strange situation. In her room, Lauriette lay on her bed, her mind filled with thoughts about recent events. She couldn't help but feel grateful that Azrahan saved her when she was kidnapped by her own family. The most important thing was that Joel and Anna had also helped her. She wondered if she could bring them here now, but at the same time, she worried if her time in this world was coming to an end. Lauriette regretted being so obedient to her parents all this time, feeling like a fool. If she hadn't known her life was limited, she wouldn't have felt this newfound sense of freedom. As her happiness grew, the thought of dying became less and less appealing. She thought about Azrahan and what she liked about him, his gentle and sweet side that nobody else knew, and how he would express his jealousy. Lauriette realized that her feelings for Azrahan were growing deeper. She felt a sense of relief, thinking that Azrahan might not love her as intensely, so he would be okay even if she was no longer around. Feeling a mix of relief and sadness, Lariette let out a heavy sigh. But out of nowhere, a massive thunderclap roared, sending a wave of terror through her. It was as if she could still see her father standing before her, ready to strike whenever the thunder struck. The haunting memories of her past trauma resurfaced, causing her to cover her ears and shut her eyes tight. She screamed at the top of her lungs, trembling with fear. Determined to escape that situation, Lariette mustered up her courage and bolted out of her bedroom, desperately searching for someone to help her. She kept running until suddenly, Azrahan appeared before her. Looking confused and concerned about what he witnessed, Lariette, still pale and trembling, couldn't find the words to explain. Shocked, Azrahan asked her what had happened, urging her to come inside his room. Still shaking, Lariette sat down while Azrahan sat beside her. He asked if she wanted a hot tea and assured her that he would prepare it right away. He then inquired if Lariette was feeling sick or something. Trembling, Lariette confessed that she was terrified of the sound of thunder and that she couldn't bear to be alone in this kind of weather. But before she could say more, another deafening thunderclap interrupted her, causing Lariette to instinctively jump into Azrahan's arms. Seeing how scared she was, Azrahan embraced her tightly, trying to soothe her trembling form. Thinking back to his own traumatic experiences during the war, where he had encountered someone desperately in need of help, Azrahan couldn't help but be stunned by the current situation. Comparing it to the past, when he had felt helpless, seeing Lariette trembling and seeking solace in him made him realize that this time he didn't want to let her go. Lariette hesitantly asked if she could sleep with him that night, clarifying that they would only hold hands. Blushing, Azrahan was left speechless, which made Lariette think he didn't want to. She quickly apologized, saying she would sleep on her own if she had asked for too much. However, as Lariette started to move away from Azrahan, suddenly a loud thunderclap startled her, causing her to cover her ears and eyes. But before she could react, Azrahan pulled her into his embrace, his worried expression evident as he looked at Lariette. Meeting his gaze, Lariette reassured him that she was okay now, expressing her gratitude with a smile. As Azrahan gently caressed her hair, he unexpectedly suggested that Lariette should sleep in his room. Resting her head on his comforting hand, Lariette thanked him. Finally, they both lay on Azrahan's bed together. Lariette reassured Azrahan that she wouldn't do anything to scare him, but Azrahan, his body tensed, claimed that he wasn't afraid of her. Hearing his words, Lariette playfully teased him, poking him and pointing out that his scared expression was written all over his face. Azrahan, covering himself with his arms, pleaded with Lariette to stop. However, Lariette didn't give up and continued teasing him by poking him all over. Suddenly, Azrahan grabbed Lariette's wrist, pinning her down on the bed and begged her to stop. With a helpless expression, he explained that he was trying not to do anything to her, which was why he was pleading with her. Just then, a thunderclap boomed, causing Lariette to tremble in shock. Azrahan noticed that despite her fear of the thunder, she was still trying to act fine by teasing him. Slowly, he intertwined his fingers with Lariette's, silently communicating that he wanted her to lean on him and trust him with everything. Shifting his body slightly while still holding hands, he wrapped his arms around Lariette, pulling her closer to him, hoping to ease her worries. In Blanche's residence, Duke Blanche was absolutely livid, throwing everything within reach in a fit of anger. He was furious because despite multiple attempts to call for a priest, none were available to come. Nervously, the servant explained the situation, stating that they had made countless calls but had been met with rejection each time due to the unavailability of priests. Duke Blanche's anger only intensified upon hearing this reason, and he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He recalled Gerard informing him that Lariette had no injuries, and the Duke had considered releasing her to avoid any rumors about his mistreatment of his own daughter. However, Gerard seemed to know exactly what Duke Blanche had been contemplating. At that moment, Rayan happened to be descending the stairs and witnessed his father conversing with Gerard. Memories of his own kidnapping by Azrahan flooded Rayan's mind, along with the accidental fall that had resulted in his broken legs. Now, with the dire situation of his beloved son's injury, he couldn't help but wonder what they should do in the absence of a priest. He started to blame Laureate for not being present when they needed her, as he believed she could have healed Rayan. Unable to bear the weight any longer, Duke Blanche made up his mind to visit the temple immediately. In the Altheon temple, Duke Blanche caused a scene, demanding that the priests there treat his son. He couldn't wrap his head around the fact that there were so many priests present, yet none of them were available to help his son. The situation only fueled Duke Blanche's anger, making him even more furious. Out of nowhere, Doha appeared and inquired about what was going on. The priests immediately bowed down to greet him, which caught Duke Blanche off guard. With a piercing gaze, Doha once again asked for an explanation of the situation. Finally, the moment he had been waiting for had arrived. An opportunity for him to seek revenge for what had happened to Laureate. Feeling all jittery standing in front of the high priest, Duke Blanche tried not to screw up. He said sorry for causing a scene while Rayan, totally clueless, blamed the lousy management in Altheon. Duke Blanche quickly cut in, explaining that his son needed treatment, but no priest showed up, which is why they just showed up unannounced. Truth is, Doha had forbidden all the priests from helping them. Doha swiftly changed his expression and grinned, admitting that his priest messed up. To make amends, Doha offered to treat Rayan himself. Yeah, those shady eyes tell you exactly what he's planning for Rayan, right? But Duke Blanche acted all thankful, as it was an honor to be treated by the next pope. In his sneaky mind, he saw this as a golden opportunity, something even Duke Candle couldn't get, and he even thought about using Doha to boost his own name and status. Without wasting any more time, Doha told Rayan to come along. But just before Rayan left, Duke Blanche leaned in and whispered to him, "Hey, you know Doha's gonna be the next pope, right? So be on your best behavior." Off they went to Doha's room. Inside, Rayan couldn't help but snoop around a bit. Out of the blue, Doha asked how Rayan got hurt, and Rayan casually replied that he tripped by accident. Doha got closer and quickly grabbed Rayan's hand to check the scar. It was a bite mark from Laureate from before. Doha seemed to find it amusing, imagining Laureate's tiny mouth biting Rayan's hand like that. But Rayan was annoyed, yanked his hand away, and Doha just smiled and said sorry. While casting the magic spell on Rayan, Doha couldn't get that cute bite mark out of his mind. Still, he knew he couldn't let Laureate's mark stay there. Once the bite mark completely healed, Rayan couldn't resist making a snarky comment about Doha being a commoner. There was this rumor going around that the next pope, Mikhail Doavelian, was the son of a street prostitute. Rayan muttered about the rumor, annoyed that someone like Doha, who came from humble origins, could be part of the Holy Temple. Hearing Rayan look down on him, Doha just smirked and mentioned that Duke Candle seemed to be going soft if he allowed a brainless trash talker like Rayan to be around. Leaning in closer, Doha suggested that maybe some part of Rayan's body needed to be broken to make him act nicely. Naturally, Rayan got ticked off by Doha's words and stupidly launched an attack. But Doha effortlessly dodged, tackled Rayan's foot, and bam! Rayan ended up kissing the floor. "Smooth move, Doha!" As Rayan lay on the floor, he couldn't help but wonder how Doha easily dodged his punch. Doha, seemingly reading Rayan's thoughts, explained that growing up on the streets made it too simple to avoid such a weak attack. Stepping closer to the dizzy Rayan, Doha asked if his head was hurting. Rayan trembled, asking what Doha had done to him. Doha revealed that he had messed with Rayan's mana, and if left untreated, it would explode in a few months. Helpless and still trembling, Rayan groaned in pain. Doha added that unless Rayan's abilities surpassed his own, he would never be healed. And, well, there was no one like that around. So Rayan better be wise from now on. Desperate not to meet an explosive end, Rayan begged for mercy, asking what he should do. Doha extended his hand and declared that if Rayan ever laid a finger on Laureate again, that day would be his funeral. Meanwhile, in the morning, Laureate woke up in awe, her mouth watering as she appreciated the magnificent view in front of her. Yep, it was Azrahan who never failed to make our hearts flutter. And that pretty face in the morning was the real deal. Gathering her composure, Laureate asked if Azrahan had managed to get any sleep last night, as he looked pretty tired now. To be honest, Azrahan couldn't even close his eyes. So yeah, he definitely hadn't slept at all. He turned to Laureate and asked what she had planned for the day. Laureate, casually moving her blanket, mentioned that she planned to see Doha, unintentionally showing her thigh. Yeah, poor Azrahan's face turned all red, and he quickly looked away while trying to respond to Laureate. But she didn't stop there. Laureate happily added that after that, she planned to sleep with Azrahan. After that statement, Azrahan paused for a moment, taken aback by her sudden openness. But Laureate couldn't stop laughing at Azrahan's response when she teased him. She kept teasing him, and Azrahan felt a bit relieved, thinking that if one night could keep him awake, he wouldn't survive the next one. Holding his face, Azrahan stepped out of his room, only to be surprised by Halstein already there, with tears in his eyes. Halstein stammered, saying he always believed that a day like this would come. Azrahan just stood there, saying nothing, only observed Halstein. Halstein even started to imagine Azrahan and Laureate's wedding day, asking Azrahan about the date and what kind of dress and suit they would need. He kept going on about wedding stuff, but he stopped abruptly as Azrahan covered his mouth with his hand, begging him to stop. Halstein quickly made up a reason that since Azrahan was busy, the wedding should be prepared in advance. However, Azrahan, still tired from not sleeping well, questioned himself in his mind if he deserved marriage. Feeling like he wasn't worthy of getting married, but at the same time, hoping and eagerly waiting for his wedding with Laureate, Azrahan made a vow in his mind to spend his life only with her forever. Blushing, Azrahan thought it was too early for such thoughts. He quickly clarified that he had no immediate plans to get married. Hearing Azrahan say this, Halstein was taken aback, wondering how come after they had slept together, Azrahan didn't consider marrying Laureate. Azrahan turned away, explaining that he didn't do anything to be responsible for, and that he was ending the discussion as he needed to leave. Halstein was even more shocked by this revelation. He couldn't understand how they had shared a bed but hadn't taken things further. He wondered if there was something wrong with Azrahan, or if he was just too innocent, given that Azrahan's world revolved around war. Plotting something in his head, Halstein thought about how he might be able to help Azrahan. Laureate finally made it to the Altheon temple without giving Doha a heads up about her visit. She asked one of the priests there if she could meet her friend, a low-ranked priest named Doha. The priest seemed puzzled, so Laureate described how Doha looked: long silver hair and golden eyes. But as she explained, the priest's expression changed, realizing it matched his boss's description. Just then, Joshua rushed in, saying he knew who Laureate meant and he invited her to follow him. As she stepped inside the room, Laureate couldn't help but be amazed by how incredible it looked. She couldn't help but wonder if Altheon had loads of money, considering even a low-ranked priest like Doha had such a nice room. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Doha entered, looking a bit disheveled, asking if something was wrong with Laureate since she showed up without any announcement. Behind that surprised look, he had actually changed his clothes in a hurry before. Laureate said she just wanted to surprise him, and Doha was genuinely surprised indeed. He then asked what brought her there besides the surprise. Hesitantly, Laureate explained that she needed his help. Doha wondered if she was just like the others who only came to him when they needed help. With excitement written all over her face, Laureate asked Doha to teach her how to use magic properly. Doha seemed a bit puzzled, saying he was a priest, not a wizard, but Laureate insisted, saying that Doha was actually really skilled at magic. She then revealed that she was a purification wizard herself, even though Doha already had an inkling about it, despite her not mentioning it before. Laureate explained that she had a surplus of mana but never had the chance to learn how to use it. Her motivation was to be able to protect herself and stop feeling helpless in tough situations. She made it clear that Doha was the person she trusted the most, and that's why she sought his help. Smirking, Doha agreed to lend a hand. He leaned closer to Laureate and asked if she could grant his wish in return. Laureate took a moment to stop and said that granting all wishes sounded like a total scam, leaving Doha completely confused. She then got serious and asked, "What if you asked me to dance and sing in weird clothes on the street?" Doha couldn't help but burst into laughter at Laureate's unexpected remark. He quickly clarified that he only wanted his wish granted if it wasn't too much, and he trusted Laureate's judgment. He assured her that she could reject it if it was too overwhelming for her, and Laureate immediately agreed to the deal. Excitedly, she reminded him that now that the deal was sealed, they could start the lesson right away. As Doha agreed, Joshua came in and told him that someone had come to see him. Seeing Joshua's expression, Doha wondered if it was the old high priest who had arrived. He then apologized to Laureate for not being able to teach her that day. Laureate felt bad for dropping by unannounced, knowing Doha was busy. However, Doha reassured her that he would visit her soon. As they walked out of that fancy room, Doha thanked Joshua for letting them use it, and Laureate chimed in saying how awesome the room was. While saying her goodbye to Doha, Laureate couldn't help but wonder if Doha's situation wasn't great, considering he had to borrow a room from another priest. That made Laureate decide not to drop by unannounced like that again. As they waved back at Laureate, Doha whispered to Joshua, joking about his not-so-convincing acting skills. Joshua playfully retorted that he wasn't as sneaky as Doha, to which Doha countered that's just a basic skill all Altheon members should have. On their way to meet the high priest, Doha had this feeling that the old high priest, Jibral Pharaoh, was probably out to find some fault in him. He thought maybe it was because the current pope wasn't doing too well, and Jibral Pharaoh was worried that Doha might be the next in line for the position. So he was keeping a close eye on Doha, trying to figure out a way to bring him down. Back at Candle Manor, Laureate suddenly jumped on Azrahan as soon as they met. Azrahan instantly felt refreshed the moment he saw her, even though he had been feeling bored all day before that. He wondered if it was because Laureate, being a purification wizard, could cleanse his heart too. But their moment was interrupted by Halstein, who apologized as he informed them that there was a mistake, and all the blankets were being washed right at that moment. Trying his best to act, Halstein said that the good news was Azrahan's blanket was untouched. Azrahan casually asked why he didn't just buy a new one. But Halstein had a whole bunch of reasons, claiming that he had gone around different shops, but couldn't find any blanket with the same top-notch quality as the one they had. Now sporting his sad face, Halstein said he couldn't give Laureate the lower quality blanket. Laureate quickly responded that she was okay without a blanket, but Azrahan, knowing Halstein's scheme, told him to give his own blanket to Laureate instead. Laureate refused, but Azrahan expressed concern that she might catch a cold. Seeing the situation slip out of his control, Halstein suggested they sleep together again tonight. And surprisingly, Laureate immediately agreed. Azrahan was caught off guard, and as he tried to explain, Laureate interrupted, asking if he didn't want to sleep with her. Blushing and feeling worried, Azrahan couldn't come up with a good reason, but Laureate brushed it off and invited him to grab a meal instead. She assured him that she wouldn't touch him like yesterday, but we all know what happened to poor Azrahan, right? Following Laureate to the dining room, Azrahan thought to himself that he just needed to hold it together, and everything would be okay, that nothing should happen then. In his room, Azrahan was totally freaking out, knowing he'd have another night with Laureate. Then there was a knock on his door, and bam, there she was with that big smile, rocking her sleeping dress. And guess what? She brought cake too. As she placed the plate on the table, Laureate played a guessing game and asked Azrahan to guess what kind of cake she brought. Azrahan was racking his brain so hard but finally nailed it, whipped cream cake. Since he got it right, she asked if he liked whipped cream cake, and with Laureate looking all cute, he couldn't help but say yes. So, he fed her a piece of cake, but oops, some cream ended up on the corner of her lips. Laureate started hunting for a tissue to wipe it off, worried she might say something that would make Azrahan run away again. But hold up, Azrahan surprised her big time. He pulled her face towards his, moving in closer, and said that she once told him he should be the one to wipe it off. Without any second thoughts, Azrahan wiped the cream off Laureate's face with a kiss. Laureate noticed that Azrahan's gaze looked like he was ready to devour her right then and there. So she quickly put a stop to it, telling him she was done eating. But Azrahan pleaded for just a little more, saying he was still hungry, and they continued their passionate kiss. Suddenly, Laureate flinched, and Azrahan, who was on the brink of losing control, pulled his face away slowly. He noticed a worried expression on Laureate's face, so he put on a smile and said he was already full. Feeling nervous, Laureate abruptly stood up and quickly jumped onto the bed, covering her blushing face. Azrahan couldn't believe what he had just done, and he ended up stabbing his own thigh with a fork. Talk about being caught up in the moment! Still feeling embarrassed, Laureate called out to Azrahan and told him that she had to finish purifying him. Azrahan lay on the bed next to her and asked what she planned to do after the purification was done. Laureate admitted she had no clue yet. Then she bid him goodnight, as she wanted to get some sleep. As Azrahan watched Laureate sleeping, he couldn't help but think that she was his, and as long as she stayed by his side, he could handle all those feelings in him, the jealousy, possessiveness, and that desire to have her even more. But out of nowhere, Laureate rolled closer to him, hugging him in her sleep, and it caught Azrahan by surprise. Her body kept pushing against him, making him blush and feel all nervous. He thought about escaping from the situation, but he didn't want to wake her up. You know why, right? As he tried his best to stay calm, Laureate's legs suddenly wrapped around him, putting him in a state where he had no clue how to keep his thoughts straight. Azrahan was giving it his all to hold himself together, but man, he was trembling like crazy. It was like he wanted to scream for help. But nope, not a single sound came out. And the next morning arrived. Laureate woke up all refreshed, while poor Azrahan, for 2 days in a row, he had zero sleep. It wasn't just physically draining, but mentally too. Laureate noticed a note on the table and read Halstein's message, saying that the heavy rain last night had left all the blankets undried, so they should keep sleeping together for a few more days, and that meals would be brought to their room too. Azrahan heard that and felt like he was about to scream for help all over again. On the 4th day of sleeping together, Azrahan finally gave in and couldn't hold it any longer. He crashed out like a dead guy. Laureate watched him, seeing how he slept so peacefully. She couldn't help but admire his face, even in his sleep. He looked stunning as ever. But then, Azrahan seemed to have a nightmare and called out for his mother. He appeared to be out of breath while sleeping. Laureate realized that she had never asked about Azrahan's parents before. All she knew was that they had passed away when he was a kid. She also knew that all the power and money they had was taken away by distant relatives. And after that, Azrahan spent his life in war with his cursed body. Laureate gently caressed his face, wondering how tough his life had been since he was a child, and how he never tried to take back what rightfully belonged to him. All she could do now was purify all the curses he carried, and she made sure to erase them all. She hoped that he could live a life like anyone else, having friends and not worrying about anything. Laureate mumbled that even though she had to go, she hoped Azrahan would be happy forever. But out of the blue, Azrahan grabbed her hand, looking all worried, and asked what she had just said, wanting confirmation if she mentioned leaving him. Laureate tried to play it cool, acting innocent, even though her heart was like, huh. Azrahan kept insisting that he heard her say she was gonna leave. So, Laureate pushed him back onto the bed and assured him that he must have been dreaming or something. Deep down, she didn't want to leave. After all, Azrahan just liked her. It wasn't love, right? So she thought it wouldn't hurt him that bad. Trying to get back to sleep, Azrahan told her to stay with him forever. The next morning, when Azrahan woke up, he had this feeling like he had a nice dream last night, but he couldn't quite remember what it was about. Laureate rested her head on Azrahan's back, saying hi and mentioning that they could start the lower body purification soon. But as soon as the words left their mouths, they both got super embarrassed, realizing they were thinking the same thing. Trying to escape that awkward situation, Laureate suddenly got up, saying they could worry about lower body purification later. She also let Azrahan know she was heading to see Madame Charbet and reminded him about his palace errand. Azrahan seemed a bit bummed, thinking Laureate was right and that he'd be tied up if a war broke out, making it tough to hang out. But then Laureate turned to him, suggesting they do something together afterward. Azrahan got a bit anxious, hoping Laureate's idea wouldn't be too bizarre, and he agreed. Laureate grinned brightly, feeling overjoyed. She had this list in her mind: go swimming, hit the beach, check out the festival, hit the night market, groove at a dance party, and so on. So, the plan for today was to drop by Madame Sharba's place. As per usual, Azrahan had Gerard playing the role of undercover bodyguard, talk about the overprotective boyfriend vibes. Now, Gerard might be this super-skilled top-tier knight, but even he couldn't figure out how he ended up in some situations that made him question his life choices. But hey, that's Gerard's deal. Let's switch back to Laureate for now. Madame Sharba was all apologetic, explaining that she couldn't turn down a favor for Duchess Blanche, who wanted her to pass a letter to Laureate. But being her laid-back self, Laureate shrugged it off, telling her not to sweat it. To really prove her dedication, Madame Sharba went as far as to declare that she'd actually turned down the whole Blanche crew as customers for her boutique. Except for Laureate, of course. However, Laureate knew the Blanche bunch were broke, couldn't afford high-end boutique shopping. Just then, Laureate spotted a figure lurking in the shadows behind a curtain. She asked Madame Sharba if there was another visitor, sensing she might have walked in at the wrong moment. Laureate was about to bail, thinking she'd just come back later. But then a voice from behind the curtain piped up, and someone stepped out, blocking her retreat. Coming out of hiding, she gives Laureate a wave and a hey there. Long time, no see. Rocking that tomboy style effortlessly, this drop-dead gorgeous girl was none other than the princess herself. Laureate returns the greeting, feeling a tad jittery. The princess's name was Elizabeth, and rumor had it she'd been drop-dead gorgeous since birth and had a special place in the emperor's heart. Thanks to the Blanche family's loyalty, they had a tight bond with the imperial crew, so tight that the emperor had picked Rayan to be Elizabeth's fiancé. Back in the day, when House Blanche was riding high and before Candle got his power back, they were the top pick among the empire's 3 dukes. But Rayan, he'd always had this attitude, a real knack for belittling Elizabeth, which of course didn't sit well with her. To make matters worse, he even tried to play the whole women should know their place card on the princess, acting all high and mighty as her future hubby. But guess what? Elizabeth wasn't having any of that nonsense, so she gave Rayan a taste of his own medicine, quite literally knocking him off his high horse. That little showdown shattered their engagement into a million pieces. Since then, Elizabeth had sworn off any future fiancés. She had a way of scaring them off faster than a cat at bath time. Laureate hadn't crossed paths with Erzi for about 5 years, mainly because she'd gone out of her way to dodge her. But seeing Erzi again, Laureate couldn't help but notice how much had changed in her during those 5 years. Erzi, all graceful and gentle, motioned for Laureate to lift her head. Radiating like a star that could practically blind you, Erzi casually mentioned that she had a hunch Laureate was tight with Madame Sharba. Trying to shield her eyes from Erzi's blinding brilliance, Laureate answered that Madame Sharba had lent her a hand a while back. With the realization that she was no longer a Blanche member, Laureate figured there was no need to steer clear of Erzi because of Rayan. With a cheerful grin, she asked Erzi to drop the formalities and just call her Laureate instead of Lady Blanche. Leaning in, Erzi gently ruffled Laureate's hair, sealing the deal and urging Laureate to use her first name too. Laureate was stunned by Erzi's ethereal beauty, and she couldn't help but get a bit drooly over that kind of gorgeousness. Chilling in the carriage, Laureate was pretty stoked that she'd managed to make some pals, even though she felt like her clock was winding down. She couldn't help but wonder why all the cool stuff seemed to happen right when she was about to clock out, making it super tough to bid them all farewell. She tried to reassure herself that it'd be alright as long as the connections weren't crazy deep. Lost in her thoughts, she dozed off. Out of nowhere, a knock on the carriage door jolted her awake. Doha was there, all like, "Why you still chillin' in the carriage?" Stepping into the enchanting forest, Laureate was totally blown away by the scenery. Doha filled her in that this forest was like a hidden gem. Hardly anyone swung by since it was miles away from the city. But according to Doha, it was the best magic learning territory. He gave Laureate the nudge to start flexing her magical muscles, like she used to. Laureate did her thing, and her magic stirred up the trees, giving them a little dance. Doha seemed kinda skeptical, like he thought Laureate just burned a ton of juice for a minor trick. Then things got interesting. Doha took Laureate's hand and placed it on his chest, telling her to tap into her mana flow to check out his divine power rhythm. After that, he urged her to channel her power in a similar way and give the magic thing another go. But when Laureate tried to unleash her magic, it was still all sorts of wonky, and she worried Doha might catch some of the heat. Without missing a beat, she dove in to shield him. Even then, Doha had a hard time wrapping his head around it. He couldn't believe how Laureate, despite knowing he had way more firepower, would go all in to shield him. While keeping Doha safe under her magical shield, Laureate was totally tripping over her own wizardry. She was so hyped that she pulled Doha into a hug, all stoked about pulling off that spell. But, hello! Their faces were way too close for comfort and they both froze in their tracks. Then Doha played it cool, giving Laureate props and calling out her smarts. Flashing that mischievous grin of his, he was like, "You're not done yet, though." He laid out this whole list of magical tricks Laureate should master. But honestly, Laureate was like a kid at Christmas, bouncing off the walls with excitement. As Laureate made her way back home, she mulled over today's magic lesson. In just a single day, she could sense her grip on her magic getting tighter. Sitting across from her, Doha had his own thoughts. He was kinda blown away that someone with such a magical gift hadn't been properly taught at Blanche. Watching Laureate genuinely enjoy their lesson made Doha's heart do this weird skip-a-beat thing. He started wondering if it was her magical genius that piqued his interest, even though he was typically the type to get bored easily. To break the tension, Doha switched gears and mentioned this festival happening in a nearby little town. There were plans for a night market, a flower parade, and even a masquerade ball. Doha was just about to invite Laureate when she beat him to the punch, eagerly revealing she was all in for a date with Azrahan at the festival. She threw in a thanks for the heads up, leaving Doha absolutely speechless. When the carriage pulled up at Candle's Manor, Laureate was all set to hop out. But just before she did, she turned to Doha and laid down some gratitude vibes. She told him that being his buddy was seriously the bomb, the best gift she could ask for. Little did she know, it was like a dagger to Doha's heart, a reminder that he was squarely in the friend zone. Yeah, poor Doha. He was stuck in that friend zone abyss, and that's exactly why he was feeling all down in the dumps. Tough break, Doha. Inside the manor, Azrahan was already posted up, doing his best impatient act and calling out Laureate for being tardy. But Laureate brushed that off like a champ and dished about the upcoming festival that Doha had spilled the beans on earlier. With a grin that could light up a room, she laid it out for Azrahan, inviting him to be her partner for the event. But dude was all about his body's curse being a buzzkill. Laureate's heart sunk a bit, and she hit him with a legit heart-to-heart. When would they ever get to hit a scene like that? Next thing, she just whipped off Azrahan's shirt, revealing his curse-free chest. With her finger pointing and the million-dollar question, she pushed, now that the upper body curse was history. What was his hang-up? But then she pulled back, making it clear she wasn't trying to bulldoze him into anything. While buttoning up Azrahan's shirt, she pitched this cool idea. How about they hit the festival at night, giving them the perfect excuse to rock masks? One more time, she laid it on the line, asking if he was down for the ride. And oh boy, Azrahan's face turned all shades of crimson, but he nodded. Game for the plan. At the festival, Laureate was having a blast rocking a bunny mask and juggling a big old cotton candy. With a megawatt smile, she threw out the offer to Azrahan, wondering if he was down to snack on some sugary goodness. Azrahan, feeling a tad on edge, managed a shy nod. And just like that, it was date city. Laureate fed her adorable boyfriend cotton candy while they strolled hand in hand. Azrahan was totally going with the flow, following Laureate wherever she led, and agreeing to everything she wished. As they walked along, Azrahan couldn't help but notice people didn't look at him with disgust or fear anymore. It was like a total flip from what he was used to. He shifted his attention back to Laureate and, out of the blue, laid a surprise smooch on her lips. He let her in on the secret. He really wanted to share that cotton candy experience one more time. But, oh, that spontaneous kiss threw Laureate off her game, especially since it was out in the open. She let Azrahan know she wasn't a fan, then kind of bolted, leaving him standing alone in the crowd. Laureate was seriously floored by Azrahan's sudden lover-boy skills. Just when she was about to turn back to him, she caught sight of this random chick swooping in on her boyfriend. The lady was all like, "Hey, you're flying solo? Wanna hang with me?" Azrahan, in that moment, was kind of taken aback. It was his first time experiencing people not gagging at his scent. He was sort of zoning out, still trying to find Laureate, and he managed to decline the lady's offer. But here's the kicker. Laureate saw the whole thing from where she was standing. And then it was like a mini marathon as she bolted, thoughts racing. She was thinking, like, if her time was up, maybe Azrahan was already starting to fall for someone else. And even though she got it, it was just a little hard to swallow that it might have happened so quickly. After huffing and puffing from her sprint, Laureate just stopped in the middle of nowhere, trying to talk herself out of feeling jealous. But then, out of the blue, someone hailed her from behind, this dude with flaming red hair and an alpaca mask on. He seemed concerned, asking if she was feeling sick or something. He insisted she take a seat and handed her a drink he had on hand. To put her mind at ease, he took a sip himself, showing her there was nothing funky in there. With her mask lifted, Laureate gave a heartfelt thanks to the alpaca-masked Samaritan. Seeing her without her mask, the alpaca-masked dude sort of freaked out, his palm practically plastered to his face as he muttered that he might be catching feelings right then and there. Oh boy, another contender for the second male lead slot? Or maybe sliding into third place? Rolling her eyes in annoyance, Laureate made it clear that she had a boyfriend. But this guy? He stayed all calm and collected, stating that the kind of line she just dropped was a classic rejection phrase, like the ultimate proof. Laureate was seriously scratching her head, wondering if this dude was freshly imported from the Wild West or something. Then, just when you thought he'd give it a rest, he decided to go big this time. He hinted that maybe he'd been a bit off before, so now he was going for the full-on dramatics. Dropping down on one knee, he went all poetic, talking about how her beauty had this vice grip on his heart, and he popped the big question, would she go on a date with him? It was like a throwback to some 15 years ago kind of love confession. Laureate was stunned. She couldn't believe someone was still pulling that old school move. But true to form, she shot him down again, this time with a firmer hand. Out of the blue, this surprise attack came at the alpaca dude from behind, but he totally brushed it off like it was nothing. Yep, the angry boyfriend was on the scene, swooping in like a hero. Azrahan's face had this whole mood switch as he glared, questioning how this alpaca guy had the guts to try and sweep his girl off her feet right under his nose. It was like the dude was asking for a one-way ticket to a world of hurt. The alpaca guy turned his attention to Azrahan, raising an eyebrow and asking Laureate if the dude attacking him was her main squeeze. But Laureate was still in total shock as she witnessed this alpaca dude casually blocking Azrahan's surprise attack like it was a walk in the park. Studying Azrahan with this critical eye, the alpaca guy had the audacity to state that he looked even more dashing and impressive than Azrahan. This time, Laureate's patience was wearing thin, and she couldn't help but get majorly ticked off. In fact, she whipped out her magic, basically giving the alpaca guy a not-so-subtle hint to back off, and sheathed that sword he was waving around in front of her boyfriend. Azrahan was totally caught off guard by Laureate swooping in to defend him. But the alpaca guy was all like, "My bad. I didn't realize you were dead serious back there." He sheathed his sword and sort of shrugged it off, saying he thought Laureate was just bluffing, which is why he decided to pour out his heart. Laureate had had enough, though. She stepped right between Azrahan and the alpaca dude and was like, "Look, rejection means rejection." She even wagged her finger at him, calling him out for being a cocky alpaca. Despite the alpaca guy's regret, he still let slip that he was kind of falling for Laureate. But alas, he admitted it just wasn't in the cards for him. With that, he turned on his heels and bounced, leaving Laureate standing there, still in her total guard mode. Wrapping his arms around Laureate from behind, Azrahan let his worries out, admitting he was kind of freaked out that she'd ditched him earlier. And the whole alpaca guy love confession? It got him thinking, what if Laureate actually said yes to that dude? The thought was like a nightmare he didn't want to have. Laureate gave his hair a soothing stroke and apologized, explaining she got lost while wandering around on her own. Then, her expression brightened up as she thanked Azrahan for hunting her down. It took Azrahan by surprise, and he asked her straight up if she'd really been holding out for him. Laureate's answer was crystal clear. Yeah. She turned to Azrahan, wrapping her arms around him, and gave a heartfelt apology for the whole mess that went down. The music cranked up a notch, almost beckoning them to jump into the party vibes. Laureate threw it out there, inviting Azrahan to hit the dance floor with her. But there was the whole mask debacle. They'd lost theirs. Laureate was all about being considerate, wondering if maybe they should just bail. But Azrahan? He didn't even hesitate, just blurted out that he was totally cool with dancing maskless. Seeing how sure he was, Laureate wanted to be sure she wasn't dragging him into anything. She double-checked, asking if he was really, truly, no strings attached okay with it. And that's when Azrahan turned on the charm, giving her this soft, reassuring look as he told her he was okay. After all, being with her was all he needed. And so, there they were, back in the thick of the crowd. Laureate was all smiles, practically beaming from ear to ear as she grabbed Azrahan's hand and playfully yanked him towards the dance floor. Azrahan was on cloud 9, feeling like he'd just stepped into a whole new universe. This was uncharted territory for him. He'd never even dreamt about something like this. With his cursed body smelling like death warmed over, he'd been used to nothing but looks of disgust. But Laureate? She was like a one-way ticket to a fresh start, introducing him to a life he never thought he could have. She basically handed him a new lease on being human, pulling him out of that dark pit he'd been trapped in all his life. Before Laureate, the idea of dancing and having fun in a crowd was as far-fetched as it could get. Sure, Azrahan was a bit stiff on the dance floor, but he could tell that Laureate looked at him with such tenderness. How could he not fall head over heels for her? Their eyes locked, and in that moment Laureate spilled her heart out, confessing her love for him. Azrahan was ready to do the same, but then the boom of fireworks drowned his words. Caught up in the whirlwind of the moment, they were on the brink of sealing it all with a kiss. But out of the blue, Laureate used her hand to block Azrahan's lips, and without any hesitation, Azrahan playfully kissed her hand. Oh, those enchanting eyes of his! He fearlessly sent her a smoldering gaze. Consequently, Laureate's face turned as red as a tomato. She then turned away in a flustered manner, while Azrahan, assuming Laureate wasn't pleased, felt a pang of sadness. Noticing Azrahan's gaze falling to the ground, Laureate reassured him that her reaction didn't mean she disliked it. However, Azrahan seized this moment to ask for Laureate's permission to kiss her on the lips. Now, Laureate wasn't one to back down. After all, Azrahan had become quite adept at teasing her. With a seductive expression, teasingly asked if he was interested in spending the night with her. This unexpected proposal hit Azrahan like a ton of bricks, leaving him completely stunned. With a triumphant smile, Laureate quipped that if Azrahan wanted a kiss, he should have come prepared. Before Azrahan could even formulate a response, Laureate playfully reiterated that he was being punished. He had earned the privilege of kissing her for a while. Poor Azrahan, who was just about to embark on this new romantic chapter, suddenly found himself back at square one. The following day, as he was getting ready to head out, Azrahan casually brought up if Laureate was planning to stick to her old habits. Laureate, playing it cool, responded with a raised eyebrow, wondering what specific habit he was referring to. Blushing all over his face, Azrahan awkwardly tried to explain that she used to compliment him a lot and give him plenty of kisses before he left. Laureate, maintaining her composure, calmly stated that she wouldn't be going back to those ways, reminding him once again about the punishment he had earned. Undeterred, he stepped closer, pleading if she could at least grant him a kiss. Leaning in just as their lips were about to meet, Laureate pushed him away, teasingly cautioning him not to rely on his handsome face to win her over. With a bit of a disappointed stride, Azrahan walked off, unable to secure his daily kiss. Meanwhile, Laureate sported a mischievous grin, thoroughly enjoying the sight of Azrahan practically begging for a kiss. This amusement led her to decide to prolong his punishment for a few more days. As for Azrahan, he discovered that he couldn't even last a single day. A few hours later, Laureate found herself in another magic lesson with Doha. Doha picked up on her cheerful expression and asked if she was in a good mood. Laureate, without much tact, attributed her happiness to Doha's suggestion about the festival the previous night. Feeling a bit downcast by her response, Doha swiftly shifted the conversation and dove into the lesson. All of a sudden, Laureate's memory jogged back to the alpaca guy from last night, and she shared the bizarre encounter with Doha. That peculiar alpaca enthusiast who had attempted to confess his feelings to her. Doha was caught off guard, seeking clarification on what kind of confession she was talking about. With a hint of embarrassment, Laureate spilled the alpaca guy had professed that he had fallen head over heels for her. Trying to lighten the mood, Laureate struck a playful pose and quipped that maybe it was because of her undeniable cuteness. However, Doha's reaction remained utterly poker-faced, leaving Laureate wondering if her attempt at humor had fallen flat, and somehow grossed him out. In reality, Doha was seething inside, annoyed at the thought of another guy vying for Laureate's attention. He mustered a forced smile, acknowledging Laureate's beauty, but beneath the surface, a surge of anger churned within him. Now it was time for the lesson. Doha glanced around and asked Laureate if she wanted to turn that forest into a mess like she did yesterday. Laureate felt a twinge of regret about the previous incident, and Doha reassured her that the magic lesson was sufficient for now. The upcoming lesson was focused on combat. Laureate's enthusiasm soared as she looked forward to this new lesson, eagerly querying Doha about what was in store. Doha outlined that she needed to start from the basics. Suddenly, Laureate's eyes widened in shock as Doha mentioned that the fundamental skill to learn was to kill. In a rather unexpected move, Doha placed Laureate's hand on his chest and instructed her to kill him right there. At first, Laureate thought Doha was playing around, but his serious tone indicated otherwise. Frustration and confusion welled up within her and she pushed Doha away, urging him to stop. Trembling with disbelief, she couldn't fathom how Doha was trivializing the value of a life, especially given her own limited time in this world, a life she deeply wished to preserve. Doha attempted to explain the rationale behind the lesson, but Laureate seemed to have already grasped the essence. Drawing from his own experiences, Doha shared with Laureate that the harsh reality of living on the streets wasn't as rosy as it might seem, and survival often favored the strong. Locking eyes with Laureate, Doha delivered a sobering truth. If they didn't possess the mindset to eliminate threats, they would likely find themselves on the receiving end of danger. So, Doha basically told her to toughen up or risk getting taken down. Back then, Laureate had a reality check and started plotting her escape without anyone catching on. She didn't want to end up dead or kidnapped by her family again, so she decided to pick up some self-defense skills. Whenever she had to leave, it was like she was teetering on the edge of disaster, so she couldn't spill it to anyone. She also mulled over how the world had never been kind to her, so if she wanted to stay safe, she had to be ready to throw a punch if needed. Looking back, Laureate actually felt grateful to Doha for the advice. Doha was thinking that even though he could always watch Laureate's back when things got dicey, he really didn't want her to be in those tight spots alone. He worried if his words might come off as harsh, but he genuinely didn't want anything terrible happening to Laureate. He had to be straight up because, let's face it, Laureate couldn't hide her noble status even if she wore the scruffiest clothes. Doha recognized Laureate's potential, but she lacked combat experience. So all he could do was cross his fingers and hope Laureate got where he was coming from. Then Doha was like, "Come at me one more time, but this time give it everything you've got, like you're out to take me down." But Laureate just shook her head, clearly not on board with the plan. Doha tried to persuade her by dropping the bomb that he was way stronger than she thought. He even brought up the idea that if he got hurt, he trusted she'd patch him up in a jiffy. But Laureate wasn't having it, telling him that even if she could heal him, he'd still feel the pain. In that moment, Doha got hit with this weird feeling in his chest, like something was tickling his heart. It was super uncomfortable and he couldn't even put it into words. So, Doha got himself together and told Laureate to give it a shot. He had his weapon ready now, which was this fancy folding fan. He swung it at her, trying to land a hit, but it seemed like Laureate couldn't quite dodge it, even though she made a real effort to escape. Doha then asked her if her magic was just for show, which made Laureate remember she had some magic tricks up her sleeve. She decided to try a spell that wouldn't harm Doha and shot a stream of water at him. But Doha was quick on the draw, blocked her magical water attack, and turned it right back on her, leaving her all soaked. And so, they kept at it until they were both exhausted. Back at Candle's Manor, Halstein welcomed Laureate, who had just rolled in late, and asked if anything had gone down since she was tardy. Laureate, looking like she'd been through the ringer, told Halstein she was just a bit wiped out and inquired if Azrahan had made it home yet. Halstein spilled that Azrahan was hitting up the bathroom, and he offered to give Azrahan the heads up that she was back. Laureate waved it off, saying it wasn't necessary. She thought to herself that today she needed to purify Azrahan's lower half. But then the big question hit her, how to get hands-on without it being too weird. Then, like a lightning bolt of inspiration, she dashed off, brainstorming that maybe when Azrahan was in a bathrobe, she could do the purification and touch his skin directly. Meanwhile, after wrapping up his bath, Azrahan was still rocking his bathrobe, wondering when Laureate's punishment would finally be over. But then, out of nowhere, Laureate showed up right in front of him, totally catching him off guard. Azrahan quickly tightened his bathrobe, stuttering in complete shock. Without missing a beat, Laureate stepped in closer, and Azrahan's face turned as red as a tomato. He blurted out that she was way too close for comfort. But Laureate, without saying a word, shoved Azrahan onto the bed. She then moved even closer, asking if they could get started with the whole lower body purification thing right now. Without waiting for Azrahan to respond, she went right for his leg, saying she'd begin around the knee and thigh area. Azrahan couldn't help but squirm, trying to dodge Laureate's touch. He distanced himself from Laureate and protested that this couldn't be happening. Absolutely not. But Laureate just calmly asked him if he thought it was weird instead. Then, she said it was necessary and told Azrahan to think it through. So, Laureate kicked off the purification process, and man, that curse seemed really awful. Luckily, those lessons from Doha came in clutch, making her magic way more effective. After wrapping up the purification, Laureate beamed at Azrahan, announcing that it was a done deal. But out of the blue, she got quite a shock when she noticed Azrahan was just there, not saying a word, looking like he was about to burst. Well, Laureate, you might have just awakened the beast, I guess. Now that things were getting a bit weird, Azrahan took the opportunity to move closer to Laureate. But Laureate quickly turned her head and said, "No kissing allowed." He reached out and gently pulled Laureate's face toward him, paying no mind to what she had said earlier. Azrahan leaned in and kissed Laureate on the lips. All of a sudden, Azrahan swiftly laid Laureate down on the bed. Azrahan slowly pressed his body against Laureate, while kissing her gently. Laureate couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. Still holding her down, Azrahan gazed deeply into Laureate's eyes, recalling her earlier statement about kissing needing determination. He emphasized that it wouldn't be an issue if he was fully prepared. In this moment, Laureate stopped dodging and welcomed every kiss Azrahan planted on her. The thought crossed her mind that this would be their first night together. Out of the blue, she reached out and put her hand around Azrahan's neck, signaling that she was ready to take the next step in their relationship. Azrahan was taken aback at first, but then felt relieved, knowing that Laureate felt the same way he did. Seeing Laureate looking all seductive on the bed, Azrahan couldn't help but compliment her beauty as he casually loosened his bathrobe. But then, the nagging thought of his uncured curse crept in, and he started worrying whether Laureate would be put off by his condition. He began to contemplate putting a stop to things until his purification was complete. But Laureate could sense the worry on Azrahan's face. She reached out and gently touched his face, running her hands over it, reassuring him that he was incredibly handsome, and there wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't beautiful. Then she sealed her words with a tender kiss on his lips. This made Azrahan believe that if Laureate said it, it must be true, and he no longer saw his cursed body as something repulsive. As he held her close, he silently declared in his mind that Laureate was his savior and his everything. At that moment, he started to feel like Laureate belonged to him alone. Out of the blue, Laureate laid back on the bed and pulled Azrahan closer to her, catching him by surprise. She encouraged him to proceed and do as he pleased. And that's when the special moment of their night together finally unfolded, after all the twists and turns they'd been through. The following morning, the sound of chirping birds roused them from their slumber. However, Laureate appeared completely drained after her steamy night with Azrahan, and she couldn't resist letting out a few choice words about him. On the other hand, Azrahan was feeling completely refreshed with a radiant expression on his face, and he playfully asked Laureate if she was feeling worn out. No longer feeling bashful, Azrahan just came out and asked Laureate if they could go for another round. But Laureate couldn't hold back and shouted at the top of her lungs that she might just die and labeling Azrahan a pervert. This time, Azrahan didn't throw in the towel. He pleaded just one more time with Laureate. Laureate, who had a soft spot for handsome faces, couldn't resist falling for it once more. She then pulled Azrahan closer and struck a deal that it would be just this one last time. And so, they relived that night once more. During tea time at Count Osman's manor, Erzi, looking stunning as ever, was already there and warmly greeted Laureate as she arrived. Laureate bowed and expressed her gratitude for Erzi's tea party invitation. Erzi, noticing Laureate's formality, kindly reminded her to speak casually, to which Laureate hesitantly agreed. Erzi then gently patted Laureate's head and complimented her for being a good girl, her beauty leaving Laureate quite smitten. As they strolled together, Erzi mentioned that her friends liked to hang out there and that she wanted to introduce them to Laureate. Erzi assured Laureate that her friends were all kind and hoped they would like her and not be bothered by her joining the tea party. Erzi, being sweet, stated that nobody would dislike Laureate because she was such a charming lady. So they made their way to the garden where the ladies were already waiting. These ladies included Genevieve Charbet, or Madame Charbet, Juana Osman, Count Osman's eldest daughter, and Soraya Merchant, the lady who appeared innocent but probably wasn't. Laureate and Erzi took their seats and began chatting with the ladies. During the introductions, Soraya suddenly looked puzzled and asked Laureate if she had no last name, implying that she must be a commoner. She wondered how Laureate had managed to become close to Erzi. This question naturally left everyone in an awkward situation, except for Soraya, of course. Juana Osman and Erzi wasted no time in responding, telling Soraya to mind her manners and that her question was quite rude. Soraya, with her innocent expression, claimed she was relatively new to the social scene and apologized for her impolite question. Laureate tried to be understanding and assured Soraya that it was okay, wondering if Soraya didn't mean any harm by it. They continued their conversation and tea time together, sharing stories and laughter. As it was time to bid farewell, Juana approached Laureate and whispered that she didn't like talking behind someone's back. But she felt the need to inform Laureate that Soraya had only joined their group a few weeks ago. She explained that Erzi had taken pity on Soraya because she seemed to be in trouble during her debut, so Erzi had brought her into their circle. Juana also suggested to Laureate that it might be a good idea to keep her distance from Soraya, given that Soraya seemed a bit insensitive. Stepping back a little, Juana told Laureate that she could make her own judgment. Nevertheless, Laureate still thought that Soraya didn't seem like a bad person. Juana added that she mentioned it because she didn't want Laureate to have any trouble with Soraya. Suddenly, a voice called out Laureate's name from behind, and when she turned around, she was taken by surprise. Azrahan, with his incredibly handsome face, approached, saying he had come to pick her up because he missed her so much. Azrahan couldn't care less about their surroundings as he poured his heart out to Laureate. This display naturally left all the ladies completely stunned. Then, Azrahan swiftly shifted back to his usual cool demeanor and greeted Erzi. With a grin, he cheerfully escorted Laureate to the carriage, prompting her to bid farewell to her friends. However, Erzi couldn't help but wonder what had caused Azrahan's sudden change in behavior. Inside the carriage, Laureate asked Azrahan if he planned to head back to the Imperial Palace after picking her up. Azrahan's face clouded over as he confessed he wished they could hang out longer. Laureate tried to ease his worries, saying she had her own stuff to do, so it was bound to happen. Azrahan eventually got it, but he seemed a bit awkward, and his flushed face sort of gave away his desire to hold Laureate's hand. Laureate couldn't help but think he was absolutely cute. Laureate suddenly grabbed Azrahan's face and planted a kiss on his lips. Azrahan attempted to dodge at first, asking her to wait a moment. But then he softly put his arm around Laureate's waist and returned to kiss tenderly. Their kisses grew more passionate and intense, as if they had no intention of pulling away from each other. But when their lips finally parted, Azrahan casually remarked that even though he had no prior plans, it didn't seem like a bad idea inside the carriage. He then softly squeezed Laureate's hand and gave her a loving look. Laureate couldn't quite grasp what Azrahan meant and started to feel puzzled, so she asked him to explain. Instead of answering, Azrahan leaned in for another soft kiss on Laureate's lips and playfully remarked on her boldness, noting that she had initiated the kiss without the intention of finishing it. Azrahan smirked and said that meant Laureate needed a little punishment too. Laureate found herself falling for his handsome face over and over again, making it hard for her to think straight. She even briefly wished she could convince Azrahan to skip the Imperial Palace. Her mind kept urging her to carry on with what they were doing, hinting that the carriage idea wasn't so bad after all. But just as Azrahan leaned in closer to her, the coachman suddenly shouted, announcing their arrival at their destination. Laureate seized the opportunity, quickly jumping out of the carriage with a blush on her face, leaving Azrahan behind. As she dashed away, Azrahan couldn't help but laugh. He called out to Lauriette, wearing his seductive smile, and suggested they could continue later at home. Lauriette turned back to Azrahan and said that if he kept that up, they should use their own room. In the midst of the city, Lauriette spotted Doha, who really stood out from the crowd. She called out to him, captivated by how amazing Doha looked in his casual outfit. Doha explained that he had to change because his uniform got stained earlier. As Lauriette examined Doha in his casual attire once more, she couldn't help but admire his good looks. His face was like a fashion statement itself, and it was mind-blowing. Doha brought her back to reality, explaining that he wanted to teach her how to blend in and stay low-key, which was why he suggested meeting there. Lauriette was pumped, wondering if being discreet was a crucial skill for self-preservation. She eagerly mentioned that she liked it. But when Doha heard the word "like" from Lauriette, out of the blue, he felt something strange inside his heart, like it was racing, and it made his face turn red. But then it dawned on him that Lauriette didn't say she had feelings for him, and he couldn't help but wonder what was going on with him. While he was lost in thought, Lauriette asked about the first steps. Regaining his composure, Doha explained that her objective was to vanish into the crowd so no one would notice her. He went on to provide a detailed explanation of how to manipulate mana. As Lauriette attempted to concentrate on casting a spell, she unexpectedly reached out and grabbed Doha's hand while working her magic. She flashed a smile and asked if that's what Doha meant. This left Doha momentarily speechless. A few hours ago, Doha had been ambushed by a group of assailants. He quickly unleashed his magic to defend himself, and in the end, he managed to defeat all of his attackers. However, his priest's robe was now stained with blood. Knowing that Lauriette was someone who wouldn't harm others out of fear of hurting them, he figured his bloodied appearance might frighten her and decided to change into a fresh outfit before meeting her. It was a decision he never thought he'd make for a woman. Doha admitted that ever since he first met Lauriette, he'd been experiencing all sorts of new feelings. He questioned whether his interest in her was deepening. Doha used to be someone who detested the idea of falling in love the most. He never thought he'd find himself in this situation. But here he was, unable to deny that he wanted Lauriette deeply. Seeing Lauriette made him realize just how much he desired her. He wondered if she had any inkling about his true identity. As Doha was the high priest in Altheon and a strong candidate to become the next pope, he pondered whether Lauriette would be drawn to his power and status, which equaled that of the emperor. However, he had a hunch that if she ever discovered his past, she might come to loathe him. She could despise him once she learned that he was once a commoner who had lived on the streets. Out of the blue, Doha caught sight of something behind him, breaking his train of thought. It was the assassin sent to eliminate him. He quickly flashed a smile at Lauriette, mentioning that there was something he wanted to purchase and requesting her permission to leave. He assured her he'd be back soon. Lauriette, still buzzing with excitement, encouraged Doha to go and assured him she could practice on her own. As Doha scanned the area, he realized he didn't need to worry about leaving Lauriette alone since she was surrounded by highly skilled knights in their hidden location. So, he left Lauriette behind and disappeared into the bustling crowd. He lured the assassin into a dim, cramped alleyway. The assassin attempted to provoke him, but Doha remained unfazed. As the assassin launched an attack on Doha, he contemplated how to neutralize the threat without getting messy. Just as the assassin's knife was about to reach Doha's head, Lauriette sprinted to his side and called out his name. Sporting a deeply concerned expression, she unleashed an attack spell on the assassin without hesitation, ultimately ending his life. Doha was completely taken aback, struggling to believe what he had just witnessed. With the assassin's blood splattered on parts of her dress and face, Lauriette wore a concerned expression and asked Doha if he was okay. She hurried over to him, gently touching his face and inquiring if he had been hurt anywhere. Doha couldn't help but wonder why Lauriette, a noblewoman who had always avoided harming others and even seemed scared to do so, had now taken a life to protect him. Still unable to find his voice, Doha watched as Lauriette, trembling, continued to inquire about his well-being. His heart raced, and he softly called her name. It finally dawned on him that the persistent feeling inside him was love. And yes, he was falling in love with Lauriette. Trembling, Lauriette hugged Doha, trying to assure him that everything was all right. Doha still couldn't believe his own feelings, attempting to convince himself it was just an illusion. Reminding himself that love was a nasty emotion, Doha used his magic to clean their blood-stained clothes, insisting he was perfectly fine. He expressed gratitude to Lauriette for rescuing him, and suggested she head home soon, promising to continue their lesson next time. As Doha escorted her back to the carriage, he convinced Lauriette that the guy earlier was an assassin sent to off him. He stressed that the assassin deserved what he got, and that the most important thing was Lauriette saving him. Doha made it clear that was the only thing Lauriette needed to keep in mind. With a gentle touch to Doha's face, Lauriette thanked him and urged him to be careful. Lauriette's gentle touch on Doha's face made his cheeks turn red and his heart raced. It felt like he was on the verge of spilling everything to her. Despite that, Doha held back and told Lauriette to go. As he saw the carriage moving away, Doha thought it was better for Lauriette to leave quickly. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to keep his feelings in check much longer. Returning to Candle's manor, Azrahan was already there, greeting Lauriette with his charming smile. Wanting to avoid making Azrahan anxious, Lauriette tried to respond cheerfully. However, Azrahan noticed something was off and asked if someone had tried to harm her. Lauriette looked concerned, attempting to deny it, saying everything was fine. Quickly shifting back to her cheerful self, she changed the topic. While walking, Azrahan caught a glance from Gerard, who signaled that something was up with Lauriette. Azrahan figured it was okay if she didn't want to spill the beans, but he wasn't about to just sit back and do nothing. Inside the manor, Halstein had already whipped up a cake to celebrate Lauriette's 50 days in the Candle residence. It hit Lauriette that her time was also running out. Worried that her body might give in to the disease she was grappling with, especially in front of Azrahan, she didn't want him to witness her departure in that state. Despite feeling really down, Lauriette tried to hide her true emotions and put on a happy smile for Azrahan. Yet she couldn't shake the thought that she'd have to leave him soon. In her room, Lauriette couldn't catch a wink of sleep. She thought about all the moments with Azrahan, starting from the first time they crossed paths. It reminded her that she had almost lifted all his curses and helped him overcome his trauma. Knowing that her time was running out, and with so much still left on her to-do list, she tried to reassure herself that she could tough it out for a bit longer, and everything would work out in the end. The next day, Lauriette and her friends were having tea when Geneviève brought back souvenirs from her trip to the east. She handed out ribbons, each with a different color chosen by Geneviève. However, Sharia, being a bit cunning, sported a sad look and eyed Lauriette's ribbon, claiming she preferred the pink one. Lauriette, familiar with such situations from her childhood when Rayon used to snatch her stuff, decided to let Sharia swap ribbons. While the other ladies looked displeased and tried to remind Sharia, Lauriette insisted that they just exchange and left it at that. Out of nowhere, Sharia threw in a question about Lauriette and Azrahan's relationship. Lauriette couldn't spill about it being a contract thing, so she just shot her a smile. Geneviève and Urs got all hyped up, saying they'd never seen Azrahan smile the way he did at Lauriette. But then Sharia dropped a bomb, asking if there were any marriage plans in the works. Lauriette played it smart, saying she couldn't spill on that one either. All of a sudden, Sharia's expression changed and she muttered as expected. In the training room, Azrahan and Gerard were going at it, and Azrahan was on fire, not giving Gerard a chance to catch his breath. After hearing about Lauriette taking down the assassin to save Doha, Azrahan told Gerard to dig up everything about Doha. Out of the blue, Gerard brought up the meeting Azrahan attended and asked him if he'd be up for going to war. Things got complicated with the neighboring kingdom, and Candle, being the closest dukedom to the Danube kingdom, was being pushed into joining the war. But Azrahan shut that idea down, saying he wasn't going to war. With Lauriette by his side, he had no plans to leave her behind. Mid-conversation, Lauriette's arrival caught their attention. Azrahan shot a signal to Gerard to make a quick exit. Lauriette strolled in with a big smile, greeting Azrahan, who looked all sweaty. Without missing a beat, Laureate offered to help Azrahan freshen up, throwing in a playful suggestion that they could take a bath together, making Azrahan's face turn as red as a beet. Surprisingly, he agreed and fired back with a tease of his own. It looked like our shy Azrahan was nowhere to be found. In the bathroom, Azrahan, all soaked in the tub, looked disappointed to find out he was the only one taking a dip. Laureate was there, though, helping him out with the soap. Suddenly, Azrahan decided to make a bold move and grabbed Laureate's hand, which already had the soap, guiding it down his body. This move turned Laureate's face tomato red. Azrahan then pulled her in closer and whispered if they should just take a bath together. Laureate, not budging, said she was only there to help him wash and teased Azrahan to hang on for a bit, even though it was a bit challenging. Instead, she decided to playfully drench him with water from the wash basin, leaving him all wet from head to toe. Seeing this, Laureate let out a playful laugh, but Azrahan, with a serious look, called out for her to come closer. Since Laureate didn't react, Azrahan hopped out of the tub, all unclothed and soaking wet, causing Laureate to sprint away to dodge him. However, she couldn't escape Azrahan's clutches. As he carried Laureate, he playfully teased her that it was payback time. Laureate was ready to get soaked in the tub, but to her surprise, Azrahan didn't head in that direction. Instead, he took her to the bed, gently placing her down and telling her to see if she could handle him. You can probably guess what went down next. The next morning, Laureate woke up looking all disheveled from the previous night with Azrahan the beast. Halstein let her know that they still couldn't get in touch with Doha, leaving Laureate concerned and starting to worry about him. But then Halstein asked her about her plans for the day, making Laureate think about her bucket list. The only thing she hadn't checked off was number 5, traveling abroad. So Laureate told Halstein she was just going to head to the city. Laureate wandered around the city, getting everything ready for her plan to leave. She felt confident that she could handle herself against thieves, thanks to her magic skills. Little did she know, Jared had already taken care of that matter. Once she gathered all she needed, she spotted Urs in the bustling crowd. As she approached her, she overheard some guys talking trash about Urs. Unable to tolerate it, Laureate invited them to a more secluded spot. With a wave of her magic, Laureate taught them a lesson. Turns out, Urze had been trailing Laureate and witnessed her dealing with those jerks. Flustered by what Laureate did for her, Urze invited Laureate to grab some snacks. Little did they know, Doha and his sidekick were watching them from a distance. Mistaking Laureate for hanging out with another guy, Doha was burning up with jealousy. He felt the urge to throttle Urze right then and there, not wanting anyone to love Laureate but him. Earlier, at the temple, Doha had a meeting with High Priest Jabral Pharaoh, who asked Doha why he wanted to meet. Instead of answering, Doha threw the question back, wondering why Jabral Pharaoh wanted to see him. Lately, Jabral Pharaoh had been showing his displeasure toward Doha, seeing him as a rival. Doha realized that Jabral Pharaoh even sent assassins to take him out. Out of nowhere, Jabral Pharaoh brought up the topic of Doha having a lover on the side. This caught Doha off guard, as he didn't want anyone to know about it, fearing something bad might happen to his precious Laureate. Though Doha remained calm, he warned Jabral Pharaoh not to push him any further. However, Jabral Pharaoh mentioned Doha's mother, pushing Doha to the point where he couldn't hold back his anger any longer. Doha was hit with a blast from the past, remembering his childhood nightmare when his mother used to tell him she loved him and couldn't live without him. He was on the edge of attacking Jabral Pharaoh, when, just in the nick of time, Doha's subordinates stepped in to stop them from throwing down. Jabral Pharaoh left, leaving Doha still raging. Suddenly, Doha's subordinate informed him that Kendall had called the temple, indicating that Laureate was searching for him. He also let Doha know that he did as Doha requested, telling them they had no clue where he was. Doha felt a twinge of guilt as he came to terms with his feelings for Laureate. He didn't want Jabral Pharaoh to have even the slightest inkling about it. Doha was dead set on avoiding anything that might harm Laureate, which is why he was determined not to mess up in any way. He then instructed his subordinate to get the carriage ready as he intended to head out. But now, what he witnessed before him hit Doha hard. Laureate was enjoying herself with another guy. Jealousy stabbed at Doha's heart, prompting him to tell his subordinate to give a heads-up to Candle that he planned to drop by the next day. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Erze and Laureate were having lunch when Erze brought up a rumor about Rayon having a terminal illness. The grapevine suggested that Rayon's face was messed up, keeping him confined to his home. Some tales even hinted at an accident. Erze spilled that others speculated it was linked to Mana disease. She mentioned that Duke and Duchess Blanche were all torn up about it. When Erze dropped the name Locadura, the same disease Laureate had dealt with, it shook Laureate to her core. She started to wonder if it was a genetic thing. Suddenly feeling queasy, Laureate got upset, thinking about how she and her brother faced the same illness, yet their parents treated them differently, and that just pissed her off. Seeing Laureate's pale face, Erze got worried and asked if she was alright. Laureate assured her that she was okay. She thought about not wanting anyone to know about her illness, and figured the best move was to go far away on her own. The next day at the Candle Manor, Doha finally dropped by to treat Laureate, who looked concerned and asked if he had caught the person behind the assassin. Doha avoided eye contact and assured her that everything was under control, so she didn't need to worry anymore. Laureate, with a big smile, told Doha to keep her in the loop because she was concerned about him. Cutting her off mid-sentence, Doha asked about their relationship. Without missing a beat, Laureate casually stated they were just friends. Doha realized he had blurted out the question without thinking earlier. Doha gently touched Laureate's hand while performing the healing procedure. He noticed his heart racing like crazy at the touch, wondering if Laureate would bolt if she knew how he felt. Out of the blue, Halstein startled Doha from behind, delivering a letter for Laureate. It seemed Halstein sensed something off with Doha, giving him suspicious stares. As Laureate read the letter aloud from Erze, Doha's ears perked up. Erze mentioned Laureate as a soulmate, making Doha ponder if Erze was the guy he saw her with in the city. Jealousy burned inside Doha. Doha couldn't help but let his jealousy show in front of Laureate, asking her to focus only on him when they were together. His actions made Laureate wonder if Doha felt neglected. Suddenly realizing he was acting out of line, Doha apologized for being too much. However, Laureate reassured him that she understood his feelings, especially since she kept talking about her other friend. Somehow, Laureate picked up on something strange in Doha's expression. She quickly shifted back to her cheerful self and invited Doha to start their lesson. While teaching Laureate magic, Doha noticed one of Azrahan's knights sneaking off somewhere. Doha wondered what he was up to, but as long as he didn't pose a threat to Laureate, he didn't care. In the Empire Palace, the high-ranking nobles were debating whether to go to war or not. But Azrahan had no desire to return to the battlefield and risk his life again. As he strolled around the palace, Azrahan pondered his simple desire to live happily with the one he loved. He couldn't wrap his head around why everyone was so concerned and unwilling to let him live in peace. Out of the blue, Sharia tapped Azrahan on the back from behind and greeted him cheerfully, using his name. Hearing someone other than Laureate calling him by his name, Azrahan didn't seem too pleased. He quickly retorted that she didn't have permission to address him that way. Panicked, Sharia apologized, explaining she was just following Laureate's lead. She then asked Azrahan to call her by her name, Sharia. In that moment, Azrahan couldn't help but wonder if he could find a way to get rid of Sharia. Despite being Laureate's friend, he found her chatter annoying. Sharia mentioned being Laureate's best friend and how they often met up. She then brought up her belief that it wasn't a good idea to judge people solely based on their status. Hearing this, Azrahan couldn't help but wonder if Sharia was hinting at a relationship between a nobleman and a lady of lower rank. He knew Laureate didn't think that way. As he thought about Laureate, he felt a sudden blush and found himself missing her. Seeing Azrahan's expression, Sharia got ahead of herself, thinking that Azrahan was into her. She believed that some nobles were just nice to those of lower rank, and she prided herself on being kind to Laureate, whom she viewed as a poor commoner. Out of the blue, Sharia invited Azrahan to grab a bite together sometime, to get to know each other better. Returning to his usual cold demeanor, Azrahan responded with a casual "sure if Laureate wants to." He then swiftly made his exit from Sharia, his mind filled with thoughts of Laureate, wishing he could kiss her 100 times over. Meanwhile, Sharia wore a sly smile, pondering if she could get Azrahan to break up with Laureate and choose her instead. "In your dreams, lady." Back at Candle's manor, Laureate's magic skills were improving rapidly. Now she could flawlessly use invisible magic. She was thrilled, pondering if she might be the best at it. However, when she entered her room, she found a man already inside, using his invisible skills. He looked surprised as Laureate noticed him and questioned what he was doing there. Panicking, the man introduced himself as one of Candle's knights, but Laureate didn't buy it. He then explained that since he was new there, he had gotten lost. However, Laureate couldn't believe it, asking why he had used the invisible magic. The man struggled to come up with an excuse and quickly asked for permission to leave before darting out of there. Sensing something fishy, Laureate informed Halstein about the suspicious man. Halstein was taken aback upon hearing this. Later that night, Azrahan dashed over to Laureate, looking worried. He hugged her, realizing how reckless he had been to let an intruder into Candle's manor. Recognizing that he had many enemies, he had almost forgotten about Laureate's safety. Azrahan apologized to Laureate, feeling guilty and regretful for his recklessness. Laureate reassured him that she was fine and nothing had happened. Then, out of the blue, she kissed Azrahan, telling him not to worry anymore. After Laureate left, Azrahan turned to Melissa and Gerard, who were hiding nearby. With a sharp glare in his eyes, Azrahan demanded an explanation from them. Gerard explained that the intruder had vanished after being caught by Laureate, and he had no clue about the intruder's intentions in Candle's manor. Azrahan then instructed them to find out, and he gave them a week to apprehend the intruder and bring them to him. After that incident, the atmosphere in the manor became tense, with Azrahan even pleading with Laureate not to go anywhere. On a sunny day later, during a gathering with Laureate's friends, Sharia boldly asked to sit next to Azrahan. The other ladies tried to dissuade Sharia, but she persisted, insisting that her request wasn't a big deal. Laureate calmly responded, saying it wasn't too much, but she simply didn't want to accommodate Sharia's request. Upon hearing Laureate's rejection, Sharia became annoyed and demanded to know why Laureate responded that way. Laureate put on a smile and said it was because Azrahan was so shy. Sharia couldn't hide her annoyance, feeling insulted that Laureate, whom she viewed as a lowly commoner, dared to reject her. In Sharia's mind, Laureate was only there because Urzi pitied her, and she believed it was a waste for someone as perfect as Azrahan to be with a lowly commoner like Laureate. She even tried to signal Urzi to help her, but Laureate could easily read what was on Sharia's mind. Not wanting to cause a scene, Laureate asked for permission to leave first, saying she wasn't feeling well. Seeing Laureate leave the meeting, Urzi quickly dashed after her. Sharia, with a sly smile, suggested that must be chasing after Laureate to scold her. Juana couldn't believe her ears, speechless at Sharia's assumption. Called out to Laureate, who looked surprised to see her rushing over. Without wasting any time, apologized to Laureate, saying she couldn't stop Sharia from hurting her. Hearing this, Laureate told her not to blame herself, as it wasn't her fault. Urzi reassured her that she would personally talk to Sharia about the incident, expressing her sadness at seeing her own best friend hurt. Urzi hoped that Laureate would feel comfortable opening up to her about her feelings. Those words eased Laureate's mind, and she thanked Urza as she embraced her. Doha, who was already present, used his stealth magic to watch them with jealousy, still convinced that Urzi was a man. He wondered if Laureate would be as happy to see him as she was to see Urzi and Azrahan. As Urzi passed by Doha, he realized something that surprised him. Suddenly, Laureate asked Doha why he had arrived early. Doha was taken aback, asking how Laureate knew he was there since he was using stealth magic. Laureate answered with a proud smile, and Doha realized that wasn't a man but the crown princess. Laureate then invited Doha to study at a dessert shop she had just learned about from a friend. Accepting Laureate's invitation, Doha's feelings for her grew even deeper. He couldn't deny his feelings anymore, no matter how hard he tried. He truly wanted Laureate to be by his side. Laureate was in Azrahan's room to perform the final purification treatment. Azrahan couldn't believe that the curse could finally be lifted. Laureate assured him that all he needed to do now was to be happy. Feeling relieved and overjoyed, Azrahan grabbed Laureate's face and surprised her with a kiss on the lips. He didn't plan to release her lips, pulling her onto his bed. He didn't even let her catch her breath until he noticed Laureate was almost fainting from lack of air. Suddenly, Laureate asked Azrahan if, after the purification was complete, they could go somewhere together. Maybe to the sea or anywhere, as long as she was with him. Azrahan, who had never considered it before, felt incredibly happy at the idea of traveling with Laureate for the first time. He eagerly expressed his excitement and said he couldn't wait. Laureate was thrilled with Azrahan's response and suggested they go before summer. Azrahan replied with a confident sure and planted a kiss on her cheek. Meanwhile, Gerard was on the verge of giving up as he couldn't find the intruder, fearing Azrahan's punishment. Finally, Melissa made a breakthrough. She discovered some documents that the intruder had touched, and through magic, she revealed that the intruder had made copies of them. These documents contained information about trade data with the Danube Kingdom, the very kingdom they were on the brink of war with. It seemed Duke Ellington was behind it, trying to manipulate Azrahan into joining the war. Azrahan also noticed traces of Blanche magic on the documents, which upset him. He asked Melissa about the implications of the discovery. Melissa predicted that Duke Ellington would use the documents to accuse Candle of treason, insisting that Azrahan join the war to prove Candle's innocence. Azrahan grew even more worried, his mind consumed with concerns for Laureate. He wondered if he could rectify the situation and if Laureate would wait for him. He then instructed Gerard and Melissa to prepare all the necessary rebuttal documents. During her magic lesson, Doha suddenly brought up Laureate's plan to travel alone, leaving her wondering if she had mentioned it to him before. As they took a break, Doha asked why she wanted to go alone, or if it was too difficult to share. He speculated whether Laureate planned to travel solo after breaking up with Azrahan. To his surprise, Laureate nodded in agreement, indicating he was correct. Laureate then opened up to Doha about her 3-month contract relationship with Azrahan. Doha was surprised by this revelation, and Laureate shared that she was the one who proposed the arrangement. Understanding Azrahan's character, Doha realized that he probably wouldn't be satisfied with just a contract, especially considering how Laureate had helped him find purpose and lifted his curse. Laureate emphasized the need for secrecy to avoid rumors. As Doha agreed, he couldn't help but wonder if he would ever be able to express his true feelings to Laureate. In the Blanche residence, Duke Blanche was in conversation with someone, discussing Laureate's association with Azrahan. The individual he was speaking with turned out to be the intruder apprehended by Laureate at Candle's Manor. Duke Blanche expressed his adamant refusal to allow Laureate to be with Azrahan. He acknowledged Laureate as the strongest descendant of the Blanche family, and admitted to purposely mistreating her to instill cowardice. Blaming Laureate for Rayon's situation, Duke Blanche harbored intense hatred towards her. He ordered the man to eliminate Laureate before she could further disrupt their plans. Laureate dropped by Genevieve's boutique, looking a bit drained, which immediately caught Genevieve's attention. Laureate couldn't help but feel tired after her magic session with Doha. She mentioned she came to buy accessories for Azrahan, as his brooch, given by her, had been accidentally broken by him. Genevieve eagerly showcased her latest product, a necklace adorned with a beautiful stone. The stone's color reminded Laureate of Azrahan's striking eyes. With the funds she received from Doha for healing him, Laureate decided to purchase the necklace, hoping it would evoke memories of her in Azrahan's mind. As Laureate stepped out of the boutique, someone crashed into her, grabbing her bag in the process. Stunned by the sudden theft, Laureate immediately gave chase, but she found herself drained from her earlier magic training and couldn't muster the energy to run fast enough. Fortunately, from the alley where the thief had disappeared, Gerard emerged holding the gift box that Laureate had intended for Azrahan. Laureate expressed her gratitude to Gerard and inquired about his presence there. Gerard explained that he was on his day off and decided to take a leisurely stroll. As Lariette rode back home in her carriage, she couldn't shake off the thought of whether Gerard had followed her intentionally or if it was just a coincidence. She pondered whether Azrahan had instructed him to keep an eye on her or simply to ensure her safety. Determined to clarify the situation with Azrahan once she arrived home. Meanwhile, in a corner of the Candle residence, Azrahan was reprimanding one of his knights for being the spy responsible for leaking trade documents to the Danube kingdom. He stressed that he wouldn't tolerate dishonesty. Suddenly, the knight lunged for a sword and attempted to attack Azrahan without hesitation. Cool and collected, Azrahan swiftly dealt with the attacker, bringing the confrontation to an end in no time. He then turned to Melissa, who was tasked with handling the body, and inquired about Gerard's whereabouts. Melissa speculated that Gerard must have arrived home shortly after Lariette, given his duty to protect her. Melissa then questioned why Lariette was learning magic from a priest, especially stealth techniques. However, with Halstein repeatedly referencing Lariette's status as the future Duchess of Candle, Melissa resolved to keep a close watch on her. When they left the room, Azrahan sensed something off near the wall. He kept staring at it but didn't say a word. Melissa asked if there was something on the wall, but Azrahan brushed it off and continued walking, telling Melissa that she must have been mistaken. Turns out Lariette was using her stealth magic there and was shocked to realize she was almost caught by Azrahan. She had intended to ask Azrahan in person about Gerard, but instead overheard Azrahan punishing someone nearby. Though Lariette was pretty sure that Azrahan had ordered Gerard to guard her, she couldn't understand why she kept trembling. She remembered that their contract relationship was almost over, so why would Azrahan instruct his knight to continue guarding her? Lariette wondered if she had missed something. In the dining room, Lariette was lost in her thoughts, so she was startled when Azrahan called out to her. Azrahan then shared about the tension between the Empire and the Danube kingdom. Lariette's expression suddenly darkened. Azrahan, looking gloomy, disclosed that he had been ordered to join the war. Upon hearing this, Lariette felt a surge of anger, unable to believe that they would task Azrahan with war duties when he was supposed to be resting. She was convinced that the tense situation was due to the Emperor's actions, but the blame was unfairly placed on Azrahan. Observing Lariette's reaction, Azrahan chuckled. He mentioned how it was the first time she had openly expressed her worries to him, which brought him immense happiness. In her thoughts, Lariette couldn't shake off her concern about Azrahan leaving before her, and feared for his safety. She also questioned whether Azrahan could refuse to join the war. Tenderly caressing Lariette's cheek, Azrahan reassured her that it was just a minor conflict, nothing like the wars of the past. Reflecting on his past, Azrahan recalled how he once had no hope of surviving, even wishing for death in battle, yet he had persevered. Now, he had a reason to keep living Lariette. She was his everything. Holding Lariette close, Azrahan declared that wherever she was, there would always be a place for him to call home. On a bright and sunny day, Lariette and her friends gathered for tea. Sharia, however, was reluctantly forced to apologize to Lariette for their earlier altercation. Lariette accepted the apology, though she could tell Sharia's heart wasn't truly in it. It was obvious that Urze had put her up to it. Sensing the tension, Genevieve swiftly changed the subject, diverting everyone's attention. The other ladies eagerly joined in the new conversation, completely ignoring Sharia. Frustrated by their indifference, Sharia simmered with annoyance, realizing that her anger wasn't registering with them. "Hey, the world doesn't revolve around you, lady." Suddenly, a servant entered and informed Lariette that Azrahan had arrived to pick her up. Lariette asked for permission to leave first. Unexpectedly, Sharia abruptly stood and announced she needed to step out for a moment, then swiftly left, leaving the others stunned. Wana voiced her frustration about Sharia's behavior to Urze, expressing her reluctance to associate with her. Urze felt a pang of guilt, realizing it wasn't easy to exclude a noble from a group unless they'd made a significant mistake. Putting on a smile, Urze assured the others she would address the issue with Sharia, and then apologized to everyone. She then turned to Lariette and offered to escort her. Outside, Azrahan patiently waited for Laureate, and as he heard footsteps approaching, he turned his head. To his surprise, it was Sharia who was coming towards him, cheerfully greeting Azrahan. Without hesitation, Sharia made a bold move, confessing that she had missed him. Azrahan looked perplexed by her sudden declaration. But Sharia was confident in her charm, believing she could make any man fall in love with her. She even boldly asked Azrahan if he had missed her too. Sharia confided in him that she wanted to meet Azrahan and had asked Laureate to help her. With a sad expression, Sharia claimed that Laureate refused to assist her. She then reached out and touched Azrahan's hand while expressing her concern about Laureate and Azrahan's relationship, mentioning that a commoner shouldn't be involved with him romantically. Not stopping there, Sharia also expressed her hope that Laureate and Azrahan wouldn't marry. Holding Azrahan's hand, Sharia stated that she didn't want to betray her friend by pursuing Azrahan unless they broke up. She believed that Azrahan would choose her over Laureate. Azrahan quickly responded, pulling his hand away and dismissing Sharia's words as nonsense. He expressed his confusion at Sharia's treatment of Laureate, especially considering Laureate's status as the only daughter of the Duke. Sharia was visibly taken aback by this revelation, realizing that Laureate must be the daughter of Duke Blanche. Azrahan continued, emphasizing that even if Laureate were a commoner, he would always choose to be with her, regardless of Sharia's opinion. With a stern tone, Azrahan warned Sharia that if she continued with her foolish talk, he would not hesitate to take action. Sharia's face turned pale as she fell to the ground, confronted by Azrahan's menacing presence, warning her never to utter his name again. Trembling, Sharia labeled Azrahan a monster. With a chilling calmness, Azrahan acknowledged her accusation. However, Urze intervened, urgently urging Azrahan to cease any further action. Rushing to the scene, Urze apologized profusely on behalf of Sharia. Sharia couldn't comprehend why a crown princess would bow to Azrahan. Azrahan directed Urze to escort Sharia away. However, Azrahan was startled by Laureate's shocked expression as she witnessed the unfolding confrontation. Laureate was feeling a jumble of emotions. On one hand, she was angry at Sharia's nonsensical actions, but she was also shocked to hear the revelation that Azrahan had made. She overheard Azrahan telling Sharia that he wouldn't break up with her, which made her anxious about their contract. She pondered over how to end things with Azrahan. Initially, she thought Azrahan understood their arrangement, but now it seemed like she was playing with his emotions. Worries crept in, fearing Azrahan might get angry and accuse her of deceit. Meanwhile, in the temple, Doha was digging around for information on the connection between Jabral Pharaoh and his mother. Their recent argument had sparked Doha's curiosity, as Jabral Pharaoh had mentioned Doha's mother. However, his search yielded no useful results. Doha began contemplating whether it was worth visiting his mother, but memories of her selling him off to the temple flooded his mind, igniting a wave of anger within him. Later on, Laureate paid Doha a visit without her guard. After explaining her situation to Doha, she seemed quite concerned. Doha quickly reassured her, letting her know that she could count on him if anything happened and that he would be there to help her. Following her meeting with Doha, Laureate decided to take a walk alone, feeling somewhat unwell and tired. Suddenly, she sensed someone approaching from behind. It turned out to be the assassin sent by Duke Blanche, Laureate's father, with the intention to abduct her. In a split-second decision, Laureate unleashed her magic to fend off the assassin. Despite knowing she was outmatched, she persisted, using every ounce of her strength to defend herself and neutralize the threat. The assassin, ensnared by Laureate's magic, became intrigued by her resilience. Just before he could break free, Laureate dashed to find cover, hoping to evade his pursuit. As the assassin broke free from her magic, he searched diligently for Laureate's hiding spot. Concealed behind some crates, Laureate held her breath, praying he wouldn't discover her. Unfortunately, he spotted her easily. Awakening in captivity with her hands cuffed, Laureate struggled to comprehend why this was happening to her. She racked her brain for any mistake she might have made, yearning only for a peaceful existence in her remaining time. Suddenly, the assassin opened the prison door. Fuming with anger, Laureate demanded to know who sent him, questioning if it was Duke Blanche's doing. Drawing closer, he confirmed her suspicions with a sinister grin. He then made inappropriate advances, suggesting they live together and start a family. Enraged, Laureate swiftly incapacitated him with a blow to the head, seizing the opportunity to grab the key. Just as she was about to make her escape, the assassin began to stir. He then yanked Laureate's hair, causing her to tumble to the ground and stabbed her in the leg, rendering her unable to flee. Despite the agony, Laureate couldn't shake the desire to see Azrahan. Meanwhile, at the Candle residence, Azrahan grew concerned about Laureate's recent odd behavior. Suddenly, Gerard burst in, breathless, and delivered the alarming news that Laureate was nowhere to be found. Azrahan was taken aback by the revelation. Azrahan stormed into the Blanche residence, determined to confront them, but Duke Blanche feigned ignorance about Laureate's whereabouts, pretending he had no idea where she was. Azrahan's knights, scouring the manor, found no trace of Laureate. Duke Blanche demanded an apology from Azrahan for causing chaos, but Azrahan shrugged off his hand and issued a stern warning. This left Duke Blanche anxious, fearing that his plot to eliminate Laureate might have been exposed. After leaving the Blanche residence, Azrahan and his knights continued their search for Laureate. Frustrated, Azrahan wondered if Laureate had left on her own because she no longer liked him, but he was determined not to let her go. Finally, Gerard discovered Laureate's trail in the city. Seeing this, Azrahan's worried expression shifted slightly, finding a glimmer of hope in the situation. In the prison, Laureate felt helpless, her mind racing with thoughts of using her remaining mana to blast her way out, but she knew she was depleted. She desperately wanted to survive, especially to finish Azrahan's purification and ensure his happiness. Suddenly, they heard chaos erupting nearby, and the assassin dragged Laureate away, visibly irritated and wondering how Azrahan had found them. Seeing the assassin's frustration, Laureate couldn't help but smirk. Realizing that Laureate had exhausted her mana to get there, the assassin flew into a rage, grabbing her by the neck. Finally, Azrahan, covered in blood, arrived at their location. Laureate was stunned to see him again, and as he approached, he called out her name. Seeing Laureate's leg bleeding, Azrahan was overcome with shock and worry. The assassin, holding Laureate in his arms, taunted Azrahan without fear. Azrahan's anger flared, his hand gripping his sword tightly as he demanded the release of Laureate. However, the assassin, undeterred, threatened to stab Laureate's heart if Azrahan didn't comply. He also ordered Azrahan to dismiss his knights. Azrahan then instructed Gerard and the others to step back, though they did so with hesitation. Now Azrahan found himself alone, surrounded by the assassin's guards. Laureate couldn't help but worry intensely, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded with Azrahan to leave and save himself. Despite his hands being tied, Azrahan defiantly warned the assassin that if he dared to harm Laureate, there would be consequences. The assassin, however, cruelly reminded Azrahan that he should be worrying about himself instead, finding his current helpless state thrilling. Laureate continued pleading with Azrahan to leave, admitting that she was the one to blame for everything. She realized that her actions had led to this situation. Growing desperate, she shouted for Azrahan to go. Meanwhile, the assassin persisted, suggesting that Azrahan's hand be cut off. Laureate felt a surge of worry, questioning why Azrahan wasn't taking any action. She wondered if he was willing to sacrifice himself out of concern for her safety. Feeling the urgency of the situation, Laureate reached out for the assassin's knife nearby. Confusion swirled within her as she watched Azrahan risking his life for her. And in that moment, she recognized her feelings. She had fallen in love with him. Without hesitation, she seized the knife and plunged it into herself, apologizing to Azrahan as she did. With a heavy heart, she tumbled off the cliff, aware of her limited time, hoping that Azrahan wouldn't be angry with her. Azrahan, his face drained of color and eyes wide with shock, leaped forward, tearing through the rope, binding his hands to catch Laureate as she fell. In her mind, Laureate acknowledged the truth she had been denying. She was in love with Azrahan. However, she also knew that her time was limited. which was why she had been pushing her feelings aside. She hoped that Azrahan would eventually stop loving her too, as she understood that their love story would inevitably end like this. Tears streaming down his face, Azrahan held Laureate tightly in his arms, his mind racing as he searched for a way to keep her safe. In his profound sadness, he even questioned whether he deserved any of this to happen. Azrahan's knights swiftly re-entered the scene, confronting the assassin, while Azrahan himself found himself surrounded by the assassin's guards. Despite his grief, his eyes burned with a deadly intensity, conveying both anger and sorrow. It was clear he would make those responsible pay for what had happened to his beloved Laureate, his one and only.
Azrahan held the badly injured Laureate in his arms, his eyes burning with hatred as he glared at the kidnapper. The kidnapper, as if asking to be killed right there, boldly provoked him. Without saying a word, Azrahan gently laid Laureate down on the floor. Then, gripping his sword tightly, he wiped out all of the kidnapper's soldiers without leaving a single one standing. The kidnapper was left speechless, unable to comprehend how Azrahan could possess such overwhelming power. After defeating the kidnapper, Azrahan sheathed his sword and gently held Laureate, who was lying weak in his arms. Suddenly, Laureate's bracelet began to glow brightly. At that moment, Azrahan remembered. Laureate had once told him that the bracelet was a gift from Doha, imbued with divine power to protect her health. Tears streamed down Azrahan's face. He couldn't hold them back anymore. All he wanted was for Laureate to be saved, even if it meant making a deal with the devil himself. Suddenly, a brilliant light shone down, and from within it, Doha appeared right in front of Azrahan. Seeing him, Azrahan, with desperation written all over his face, begged Doha to save Laureate. He promised that he wouldn't question Doha's true identity, and he didn't care how Doha saw Laureate. All that mattered was saving her. Turns out, Doha had already sensed that something like this might happen. He stepped closer to Azrahan and Laureate, reached out his hand, and began casting his divine power. While doing so, he made it clear. He wasn't doing this for Azrahan. As he looked at Laureate's condition, Doha couldn't help but think. At first, he didn't want to be greedy, and he didn't care who she chose to be with. But seeing her like this, maybe she was better off by his side after all. Once the healing was done, Doha quietly prepared to leave, asking for nothing in return. That alone left Azrahan full of questions. When they finally arrived at the Kandel estate, Laureate slowly woke up from her unconscious state. She was confused. How was she still alive? She had been so close to death. Seeing her awake, Azrahan, who had been watching over her in her room the whole time, rushed to her side, his face filled with worry. He had been terrified of losing her. Trying to cover up the truth, Azrahan told her that Doha had come because he called for him. Laureate couldn't help but wonder in her heart, could a low-ranking priest really have healing powers that strong? Azrahan looked completely devastated and full of regret. He couldn't stop blaming himself for what had happened. He felt like he had failed to protect her. On the other hand, Laureate, who already knew her life wouldn't last much longer, felt her heart twist when she heard Azrahan say he couldn't live if she died. She felt so many emotions at once. She realized just how much she loved him, but at the same time, she knew she couldn't fight her fate. News had quickly spread about Duke Blanchet hiring assassins to kill his own daughter. But that wasn't all. He was also involved in corruption. The Blanchet family was now on the brink of collapse, with no heir to carry on the name. Even Rayon, the son of the Blanchet family, lay bedridden and powerless. The servants in the Blanchet estate were growing anxious. Whispers filled the halls, and many began to consider leaving before it was too late. One night, Doha quietly slipped into a room through the window. There, lying on the bed, was Raon, startled and terrified by the unexpected visitor. Doha stood over Raon's bed, his presence heavy and intimidating. He reminded Raon of the warning he had given before. If Raon ever laid a hand on Laureate again, that would be the end of him. Struggling to speak, Round desperately shouted that what happened to Lariat wasn't his doing. But Doha's heart was already filled with hatred. He didn't care what Round said. In Doha's eyes, all of this had started because of Round's reckless actions. Consumed by anger, Doha unleashed his wrath on the helpless Round. He cast a spell on him, coldly telling him that he had only 1 week left to live, and when the time was up, his body would explode. Rayon was left trembling in sheer terror, tears falling down his face, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, back at the Candle Estate, Lariat was preparing to perform the final purification for Azrahan. Azrahan hesitated at first, worried since Lariat had just recovered, but Lariat insisted, reassuring him that she was fine. Besides, they didn't have much time. Azrahan would soon leave for war. In the end, Azrahan reluctantly gave in to her wishes. Lariat then began the final purification with every bit of strength she had left. At last, the curse that had plagued Azrahan for so long was completely lifted. There wasn't a single trace of it left in his body. Seeing what Lariat had done for him, Azrahan felt deeply moved and overjoyed. For the first time, he could live not as a monster, but as a normal human being, free from the stench of death that once clung to him. He gently held Lariat's hand and softly asked if, once he returned from the war, they could go on that little trip she had once talked about. Just the two of them, together. Hearing those words, Lariat froze for a moment. Deep down, she realized she might not be there anymore when Azrahan came back. The next day, Lariat was reading a book about traveling to Ashtar, the place she had chosen, thinking that if she had to die, she wouldn't trouble anyone there. When Doha arrived, Lariat quickly greeted him with a warm smile and thanked him for saving her. But Doha didn't return her smile. Instead, he looked angry, letting out the emotions he'd been holding back, telling her how worried he had been when he saw her condition back then. He asked her what she planned to do now, his eyes glancing toward the book she had just been reading. In the back of his mind, Doha wondered, were Azrahan and Lariat going to get married and go on their honeymoon, leaving him alone once again? But Lariat firmly told him that her plan hadn't changed. She was going to leave in a few days. Without thinking, Doha, his face slightly flushed, grabbed her hand and suggested that she go with him instead. Lariat fell silent for a moment before gently, though with a heavy heart, refusing Doha's offer. She thanked him for his kindness and concern. Still trying to hold on, Doha tightened his grip on her hand, explaining that things at the temple had become unbearable, and he, too, planned to leave. But Lariat didn't give him the chance. She simply thanked Doha for all his help, for teaching her magic, and for being her very first friend. In her heart, she was grateful that Doha had made the remainder of her life brighter, and she wished him happiness. With a soft, bittersweet smile, Lariat whispered her farewell. Doha couldn't push any further. He could only return her smile and quietly wish her a safe journey. The next day, Lariat went to visit her friends. Princess Elsa immediately pulled her into a warm hug, showing just how worried she had been after everything that happened. Noticing that Sharia wasn't there, Lariat couldn't help but wonder. Juana quickly gave a brief explanation. Sharia had been distancing herself from the group because of her work. The truth was, Princess Elsa had firmly reprimanded Sharia and banned her from joining their gatherings due to her poor behavior. Even when Sharia later begged to come back, the princess still refused. Of course, Juana felt that all of that was too embarrassing to explain in detail to Lariat. Then, Lariat explained the reason she had come, to let them know that she would be going on a long journey while Azrahan was away at war, and that she might not return for a very long time. Hearing this, her friends immediately showed their support, asking if she needed anything and offering their help in any way they could. Lariat could only smile softly, her heart warmed by how much they all cared for her. Later that night, at the Candle Estate, Lariat, ready to sleep, turned to look at Azrahan, who had already fallen into a peaceful sleep beside her. She quietly reflected on her feelings. Never had she imagined that she would fall this deeply in love with him. If she had known, she thought, maybe she would have never let it begin. Gently, she reached out and touched Azrahan's face. In that moment, she realized, deep down, she didn't want to leave. The next morning, everyone was busy preparing for Azrahan's departure to the battlefield. Lariat joined in, checking all the supplies and making sure everything was ready. Noticing her presence, Azrahan called out to her. When she turned to him and saw him fully dressed in his armor, she couldn't help but smile and compliment how handsome he looked. She then walked over to him, gently telling him that everything was ready, and that he didn't have much time left. He needed to leave soon. With worry clear on her face, Lariat softly prayed for Azrahan's safe and healthy return. Azrahan reassured her, promising that he would come back without a scratch. In his heart, he felt warmth knowing how much she cared for him, and silently vowed that once he returned, he would clear up all the misunderstandings between them. Before leaving, Azrahan pressed his lips against Lariat's, refusing to let go for a long moment. Then, softly, he whispered to her that he loved her. Lariat gently replied, finally confessing that she loved him too. Hearing those words made Azrahan's heart soar. His face flushed with happiness, his smile brighter than ever. But for Lariat, that beautiful sight would be the last memory she'd carry with her before she died. Azrahan mounted his horse, and before leaving, he looked back at Lariat one more time. Lariat watched him ride off to the battlefield, then quietly returned to her room. There, she left a letter to Azrahan, a farewell note where she told him that their 3-month contract had come to an end, and that she was endlessly grateful for every happy moment they had shared. When Hallstein entered Lariat's room to call for her, he froze in shock. All he found was a note on the table, along with a letter and a small gift box. In her message, Lariat asked Hallstein to give the letter and the gift to Azrahan when he returned. It turned out, Lariat had used magic to disappear and slip out of the Candel estate unnoticed. She had left behind words for Azrahan, asking him not to look for her, and to live happily. But in truth, leaving Azrahan was the hardest thing she had ever done. As she ran away, Lariat could no longer hold back her emotions. She broke down in tears, sobbing uncontrollably, pouring out all the sorrow and pain that weighed on her heart. A week later, in Yurta, a small town near the capital, Lariat had been spending her mornings alone, quietly reading the newspapers day after day. Then, one morning, her eyes fell on an article about Azrahan's victory over the Danube Kingdom. And right below that, news of the downfall of her own family, the Blanchet's. Her heart tightened. Tears filled her eyes as she rushed back to the inn where she was staying. Sobbing, she hurriedly packed her things, overwhelmed with emotions. All she wanted was to see Azrahan again. But then, she froze. Why was she still alive? If Doha had only delayed the inevitable with his divine power, according to her own calculations, the effect should have long since worn off. There was no reason she should still have a few days left. It was impossible. Lariat decided to dye her hair one last time. She planned to see a doctor to confirm the state of her illness. After that, she thought to visit her father, to see his condition with her own eyes. And finally, maybe she could go to Azrahan's residence, just to make sure that he was truly okay. When she arrived in the capital, Lariat went straight to the doctor who had once diagnosed her with Locadura. She was shocked, and honestly, a little angry, when the doctor admitted that it had been a misdiagnosis. She couldn't believe it. How could a doctor make such a huge mistake with something so deadly, as if playing with someone's life? Seeing Lariat's anger, the doctor started to panic. He quickly explained that back then it truly had been Locadura, a disease that couldn't be cured. The only exception would be a divine power on the level of the Pope himself. Hearing that left Lariat stunned, speechless. The doctor nervously tried to smooth things over, saying what mattered was that she was still alive, and he hoped she wouldn't report this incident. Without saying a word, Lariat quietly stood up and left the room. The doctor sighed in relief the moment the door closed behind her. And that was everything that had happened over the past 3 months. As she walks through the bustling city streets, Lariette feels restless. Her mind is clouded with worry. She doesn't know where to go now. Carrying her suitcase in hand, she finally decides to return to her home, the Blanchet estate. But when she arrives, she is shocked to see a large crowd gathered there. They are attending Raon's funeral. He has passed away from a rare disease. On top of that, people whisper about Duke Blanchet, Lariette's father, who has been executed. The news has hit her mother hard, leaving her in deep grief. And amidst all of that, there are murmurs about Lariette herself. People question why she isn't there while her family is falling apart. Hearing that Raon has died from locadura, Lariette begins to wonder. Maybe the doctor hasn't been wrong after all? But somehow she is truly cured. Could it be because of Doha? She isn't sure. After all, as far as she knows, Doha is just a low-ranking priest. Amidst Lariette's confusion, the people who have been whispering start to speculate. Some say Lariette is in hiding because the Marquis Segreve is after her, seeking revenge. Others whisper that Duke Candel is also looking for her, perhaps for the same reason. They all pity her, saying she is unfortunate and has no place to belong. Feeling the weight of all those rumors, Lariette quickly leaves. It suddenly hits her. She has nowhere to go, no place to hide. She walks aimlessly, fear slowly creeping into her heart, unsure of what to do or where to turn. Meanwhile, on the battlefield against the Danube Kingdom, Azrahan secures victory. The final battle is almost complete, and soon he will finally return home to see Lariette again. Lost in her confusion, Lariette keeps walking, pushing through bushes and tangled paths. As she walks, her thoughts swirl. She imagines Azrahan being angry and disappointed. After all, she has only left him a letter and disappeared. But she promises herself, when she sees him again, she will apologize and make things right. Because now, she has a future to live for. However, just as she is about to reach the Candel estate, she freezes. Marquis Segreve's soldiers are stationed all around the area, waiting to capture her if she dares return. With Duke Candel away at war, there are no knights left to guard the estate. They see it as the perfect chance. Seeing that, Lariette quickly turns around and hurries away. Her heart fills with regret. If only she hadn't run away. If only she had told Azrahan the truth about her condition from the start. Would things have been different? But even in the midst of regret, Lariette holds on to hope. She believes there is still a chance to fix everything. She promises herself, once Azrahan returns from the war, she will talk to him, explain everything, and apologize. It might not be now, but someday soon. Marquis Segreve's soldiers have already spread throughout the city, determined to capture Lariette. Wearing a hood to hide her identity, Lariette does her best to avoid them. But even so, she still ends up face to face with one of the guards. He pulls out a wanted poster and compares the picture to the woman standing in front of him. Lariette calmly tries to convince him that her hair is blonde, not like the woman in the picture. But the guard doesn't buy it. He roughly grabs at her hood, trying to pull it down. For a moment, Lariette considers using her magic. But with the crowded street around her, it's too risky. If she uses magic here, she might expose herself completely. While Lariette is still debating in her head, the guard is already tugging at her hood, ready to pull it down. But suddenly, from behind, someone appears, wrapping an arm around Lariette and pulling her into a protective embrace. With a cold, sharp glare, Doha looks at the guard, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing to his wife. Lariette freezes in shock for a moment. She quickly turns her head and sees that it's Doha. Doha gives her a subtle signal, telling her to stay quiet. Holding Lariette tighter against his chest, Doha firmly tells the guard that this woman looks nothing like the person they're searching for. He orders him to back off, but the guard still insists, wanting to confirm it for himself. Seeing that the guard won't let it go, Doha gently presses Lariette's head into his chest to shield her face. Then, with a flick of his hand, he casts a spell toward the guard, sending him stumbling back. Without wasting another second, he tells Lariette, his voice urgent, almost eager, to run. Still confused but trusting him, Lariat takes off running. As they escape, she can't help but wonder, how did they manage to get away so easily? On the battlefield, Azrahan fights under immense pressure, forced to kill countless people. He knows. When he returns, his reputation will be that of a bloodthirsty, war-crazed monster. And he accepts it, because no one ever truly sees him for who he is. No one. Except Lariat. She is the only one who has never feared him. The only one who looks at him, not as a monster, but simply as Azrahan. And thinking of that, he can't bear to imagine a world where he never met her. All he can hope for is to keep her by his side. Forever. Inside his tent, Azrahan discusses the next strategy with one of his subordinates. Then, a bit hesitantly, the subordinate suddenly thanks him. Azrahan looks confused. The subordinate explains that Azrahan might not remember. They had fought together before, but back then, Azrahan had seemed distant, someone difficult to approach or talk to. But now, he has changed. Hearing that, Azrahan almost can't believe what he's hearing. Flustered, he can only manage a quiet, "Thank you." The subordinate smiles warmly, happily accepting it. He even invites Azrahan to join their victory celebration before politely excusing himself. Azrahan still can't believe he's experiencing something like this in his life. He feels certain. It must be because the curse is gone. He is deeply moved, knowing that Lariat has given him a new life. A life where he can finally live as a normal human being, not a monster. As he pictures Lariat in his mind, he wishes that when he returns from war, he will be greeted by her smile once again. That worried, gentle smile. And her happy face when she sees him safe. Azrahan realizes that after being apart for this long, he can no longer imagine living without her. Staring out the window of his tent, filled with longing, he quietly makes up his mind. Once he returns from the battlefield, he will propose to Lariat. Meanwhile, at the Kandel mansion, Azrahan's subordinates fail to locate Lariat. Halstein begins to worry. Melissa, one of Azrahan's subordinates, explains that she has tracked all of Lariat's transactions and believes that Lariat truly intends to leave for good and never return. She then asks if Halstein has informed Azrahan about this, but Halstein is convinced Lariat must have her reasons. He decides not to tell Azrahan, worried that it would break his focus. He knows that if Azrahan were to read Lariat's letter now, he would likely lose his composure completely. Lariat finally manages to board the carriage without getting caught. Given how dangerous things have become, she plans to leave the capital. Noticing that Doha is still following her, Lariat turns to him and asks why he's coming along. Doha casually replies that he doesn't like the way people at the temple behave, so he quit and left. And besides, he says with a smile, traveling together is always better than going alone. With a firm voice, Lariat reminds him that this isn't some vacation. She's being chased, which means they're both in danger. She also tells him that if something happens, she might not be able to protect him. Lariat suggests that he doesn't need to come with her, but Doha, still smiling, gently explains that this is his choice, and whatever happens, he won't blame her. Hearing that, Lariat decides not to argue anymore, and simply lets Doha do as he wishes. During the journey, Doha keeps his eyes on Lariat the whole time. The truth is, he already had a feeling. When he walked through that alley last night, he somehow knew he would run into her. Doha thinks to himself, this might be the perfect time to make Lariat his. After all, her relationship with Azrahan is just a contract. If they're apart for long enough, it's bound to end. And when that loneliness comes, she will look for him. Shifting seats to sit next to Lariat, Doha watches her closely and casually asks what she's writing. Peeking a little, he sees that Lariat is writing a letter. She quickly closes the letter and changes the subject, asking Doha where he's headed. The sudden question catches Doha off guard. He panics for a moment. If he says the same destination as hers, she might get suspicious. Then, out of nowhere, he hears his mother's voice calling him in his mind. And just like that, the answer comes. He decides to say Widea, a destination close enough to Lariette's. And since the last stop of the carriage is Pushan, they'll part ways there. Doha turns the question back to Lariette, asking her where she's going. Lariette, who initially planned to go to Ashtar, changes her mind. With everything going on and the need to avoid Marquis Segrev, she tells Doha she's heading to Pushan. Doha immediately lights up, excited that they'll be going there together. Thinking about everything Doha has done for her, Lariette thanks him sincerely. She even offers to help him with accommodation, saying that after everything he's done to help her, this is finally her chance to return the favor. Doha, who has never once received such kindness or repayment in his life, feels his heart twist. In that moment, all he wants is to kiss her. He doesn't want to give her back to Azrahan. His heart begins to grow greedy. He wants to make her his. But before he can say anything, Lariette breaks the tension by asking about the latest news from the capital. Throughout the journey, Doha tells her everything, from the death of Duke Blanchet to the Marquis of Segrev beginning his search for her after the war began. And finally, the fact that Azrahan is also looking for her. He shares it all with Lariette. By the time they arrive in Pushan, night has fallen, and all the inns are fully booked. Only one room remains. Doha, clearly suffering from motion sickness, looks like he can't hold out any longer and desperately needs to rest. So, Lariette books the room. Inside, there's only one bed. Doha, ever so casual, suggests they share the bed. Lariette stares at him, startled. Staying calm, she pulls out her sleeping bag and explains that she's already prepared for this. Seeing her well-thought-out preparations, Doha feels annoyed on the inside. He even considers burning her sleeping bag with magic. Still, he tries to convince her. He offers to sleep on the floor and let her take the bed. But it's no use. Lariette is already curled up in her sleeping bag on the floor, completely unfazed. In the end, Doha has no choice but to lie down on the bed alone, his heart quietly sulking with disappointment. The room falls into silence as they both prepare to sleep. But Lariette, still wide awake, stares at her pendant. Regret fills her heart as she thinks about everything that has happened, and wonders how Azrahan must be feeling right now. Before, when she believed she only had a short time left to live, she wasn't afraid of anything. But now that she knows she still has a future, fear creeps in. The weight of responsibility for all the choices she's made begins to burden her. Suddenly, she hears Doha groaning in his sleep, like someone quietly hurting inside. Lariette moves to sit at the edge of the bed and gently tries to comfort him. Before she knows it, she falls asleep sitting there, completely exhausted. Doha slowly wakes up. Carefully, he lifts Lariette and lays her down on the bed, covering her gently. Holding her hand softly, he whispers under his breath, asking not to be abandoned or left alone. Meanwhile, back at the Candel estate, all the servants move nervously, fear written all over their faces. Azrahan has finally returned and discovers that Lariette is gone. Chaos and panic flash across his face, his expression dark and unsettled. Azrahan reads the letter Lariette left for him, his hand trembling as he crumples the paper, thinking this must be some cruel joke. He starts running through the mansion, calling out her name, convinced she's just hiding somewhere. His voice begins to shake as he pleads for her to come out of her hiding place. He keeps begging, over and over. But Lariette doesn't appear. In that moment, Azrahan's world shatters. He keeps asking himself why. Why did Lariette leave him when they love each other so deeply? Hallstein approaches Azrahan, informing him that they've searched for Lariette, but couldn't find her. With a piercing glare, Azrahan blames Hallstein for failing to stop her from leaving. Hallstein patiently explains that by the time they realized, Lariette was already gone, and with her hair dyed, and no recent photo of her, it has been nearly impossible to track her down. Azrahan then asks if there's a possibility that the letter was manipulated. Hallstein admits that at first he thought the same. Maybe someone was blackmailing Lariette. But after checking all of her purchase records before her departure, it became clear Lariette had planned this trip herself. Hearing that, Azrahan's frustration boils over. He lashes out at Hallstein, angry that he wasn't informed earlier. Now Lariette is gone, and they have no way to find her. Hallstein finally explains his reason. He didn't want to shake Azrahan's focus in the middle of battle. But instead of calming him, those words only make Azrahan angrier. His voice trembles as he shouts that he doesn't care. Even if he were on the battlefield, even if his life were in danger, he would have rather known. Tears spill from Azrahan's eyes as he chokes out his words. He says he would rather die than live without knowing anything. His body begins to tremble, losing balance. It feels as though he's being torn apart from the inside, his heart stabbed over and over. He cries out loudly, his sobs uncontrollable, wondering in his heart, does Lariette truly hate him so much that she chose to leave him like this? He regrets everything. He wishes she had left him back when he was still a monster, before he became too attached to ever let her go. Azrahan's eyes fall on the gift Lariette left behind, lying on the floor. He picks it up with trembling hands and slowly opens the box. Inside is the necklace Lariette used to wear before she left. Holding the necklace tightly, Azrahan's mind starts racing. Could it be that Lariette gave this to him on purpose? Maybe it's her way of leaving a clue, hoping he would find her. Maybe this isn't her true intention, and she doesn't really want to end things between them. Gripping onto that hope, Azrahan's eyes sharpen with determination. He turns to Hallstein and commands him to gather everyone willing to go with him. He's going to find Lariette. In Pushan, Lariette finally wakes up, confused as to why she's lying in the bed. Doha, just stepping out from the bath with his damp hair and a towel resting on his shoulders, greets her with a bright smile. Cheerfully, he invites Lariette to go out for a meal together. After their meal, they stroll through the streets of Pushan. Lariette tells Doha that there's something she needs to do for a moment, asking him to wait there. But Doha puts on a sad, worried face, saying he doesn't want her to get lost. She's the only one he can rely on. Seeing his expression, Lariette sighs and gives in, inviting him to come along. They enter a shop where Lariette becomes busy with her letter. Once she checks that everything is complete, she hands the letter to the shopkeeper, asking him to send it to the Kandel estate. From behind, Doha secretly peeks at the exchange. While Lariette is distracted, looking around the store, Doha approaches the shopkeeper. He tells the shopkeeper that the letter shouldn't be sent yet. It needs to be corrected. The shopkeeper hesitates, saying she needs to confirm that with Lariette first. Doha keeps making excuses, and while talking, his hand quietly slips the letter into his pocket. The shopkeeper insists again that she should ask Lariette directly. At that moment, Doha calls out to Lariette, using a sweet darling and asking if she's finished so they can leave. Hearing that, the shopkeeper assumes they're husband and wife, and finally agrees to cancel sending the letter. After leaving the shop, Doha feels satisfied. His plan has worked. Last night, while Lariette was fast asleep, Doha secretly read the letter she had written to Azrahan. In the letter, Lariette explained why she left. She wrote that she was being chased by the Marquis of Segrev and didn't want to put Azrahan in danger. She apologized for leaving so suddenly, and expressed her wish to clear up all the misunderstandings and apologize properly. She told Azrahan that if he wanted to meet her, she would be in Pushan for the next 2 weeks, and after that, she would head to Ashtar. She also asked how he was doing, and confessed that she missed him. The letter Doha had stolen. He tosses it into the trash. In his heart, he refuses to let Lariette be taken away from him and returned to Azrahan. Doha watches Lariette closely. Something about her expression tells him she's deep in thought. Trying to lighten the mood, he casually mentions that he's been wearing the same clothes for days. Hearing that, Lariette immediately suggests they go shopping for new clothes. Doha finds her reaction a bit strange. Still, he plays it friendly like always, asking her to help him pick out some outfits. They head off to find a clothing store. Inside, Doha tries on several different outfits. And somehow, every single one looks amazing on him. Lariat can't believe it. Doha literally shines in everything he wears. Getting a little too excited, Lariat ends up buying all of them for him. Afterward, Doha says he also needs a bag. Without hesitation, Lariat agrees to get him everything he wants. Her reaction only makes Doha more certain. There's definitely something Lariat isn't telling him. They continue browsing bags and other things in the store, and later they have a meal together. Lariat appears cheerful, laughing and smiling like everything's fine. But Doha can't help but wonder, is it really just his imagination? But then, out of nowhere, Doha is caught off guard. While they're enjoying dessert, he notices Lariat's expression suddenly shift. A quiet sadness washing over her face as she gently holds her pendant. Doha wonders, is she just pretending to be cheerful to hide something? He's certain now. This must be about Azrahan. The thought frustrates him. Why does Lariat look so heartbroken over someone she hasn't even known that long? Trying to distract her, Doha invites her to a place he's been wanting to show her. It turns out to be a scenic lookout point, a stunning view that stretches across the horizon. Lariat seems to enjoy it, smiling as the wind brushes her hair. But deep inside, all she can think about is Azrahan. Noticing that, Doha feels a sting in his chest. He wonders, what if he had met Lariat before Azrahan did? Anger stirs inside him. Because no matter how close he gets, their feelings will never be mutual. But then, Lariat suddenly turns to him, offering a soft thank you. She thanks him for showing her kindness, for caring. She realizes Doha has been trying to comfort her, even when she thought she was hiding her pain well. In that moment, Lariat opens up. She confesses that she regrets many things, that she's never been good at being honest, and doesn't know how to communicate with people properly. Hearing Lariat's regrets, Doha's expression shifts, but instead of calming her down, he suggests they just run away. Forget the past, he says. Leave it all behind. But Lariat knows, even if she's trapped in that past, she can't just let it go like that. She refuses to pretend it never happened. Meanwhile, back at the Candel mansion, a thick stack of reports about Lariat has finally arrived. Based on the clues, they conclude that her destination is most likely Ashtar. They begin to discuss the possibilities. If Lariat's headed to Ashtar, she would have to pass through Pushin. Azrahan doesn't even wait for all his knights to return. He insists on leaving immediately, with whoever is available. He can't wait any longer. He's going to find Lariat. Azrahan doesn't rest, not even for a moment. Without hesitation, he rides out in search of Lariat. After 2 days on horseback, their first stop is the town of Yurta. Melissa, who accompanies Azrahan on the search, immediately starts asking around. By chance, someone remembers seeing a woman matching the description. They say she often came to a cafe alone, always reading the newspaper. And on the day of the war victory, she suddenly ran off in tears. They also mentioned something strange. Another noble had come asking about the same woman. Hearing that, Azrahan narrows his eyes and turns to Melissa with a cold tone. Melissa explains that Marquis Segrev has been looking for Lariat ever since Azrahan left for the battlefield. She also admits she used the Marquis's search to sneak information from his people. Trying to hold back his anger, Azrahan orders Melissa to send a letter to Hallstein. He wants Marquis Segrev punished and reassigned to Pushan. Still, Azrahan doubts. He wonders if the woman they spoke of might not even be Lariat. Just as he's about to move on, the cafe worker then adds that she wore the same pendant Azrahan is wearing. Azrahan freezes. His heart skips a beat. In that moment, he knows it was her. It had to be Lariat. A breath of hope rushes into him. If she's still wearing that pendant, maybe she doesn't hate him after all. But even so, Azrahan still doesn't understand. Why did she leave him? A few days later, while Lariat and Doha are enjoying some snacks together, they chat casually. Lariat's hair has returned to its original color. While she glances away for a moment, Doha's eyes catch sight of something. Azrahan's knights have already arrived in Pushan. His mind instantly begins to turn. There's no way he's letting Lariat go now. Quickly, he starts crafting his words, carefully choosing each one to twist her thoughts. He tells Lariat that Azrahan has deployed his forces to hunt her down. He adds that he's heard rumors. Women with pink hair are being captured, and none of them ever return. He even goes so far as to suggest that Azrahan has been executing them. Lariat freezes, clearly shaken, but she tries to defend Azrahan, saying he would never do such a thing. Still, Doha presses on, planting seeds of doubt. He reminds her how Azrahan was known for his cruelty when they first met. He uses every word like a dagger wrapped in silk, slowly unraveling Lariat's certainty. Deep down, Lariat has already been struggling with fear. Worried that Azrahan's possessiveness, his obsession, might one day turn on her. That the man she loves might end up hurting her the way he's hurt others. And in the middle of that storm of doubt, Doha leans in softly and tells her to run. Meanwhile, in Pushan, the Candle Knights finally arrive and meet up with Azrahan and Melissa, who have been riding hard on horseback. Gerard, one of Azrahan's most trusted knights, steps forward with a report. He's already begun gathering intel on Lariat. From what he's learned, a woman whose hair changed from blonde to pink has been staying in town for 2 weeks, sharing a room with a silver-haired man. Azrahan freezes. The fury builds in his chest the moment he realizes Lariat is with Doha. It all clicks in his mind. Doha, this whole time, wanted Lariat. Gerard continues, saying that Lariat and Doha had just left earlier that day, though no one knows where they've gone. During a search, Gerard also discovered that Lariat had written a letter meant for Azrahan, but it was taken back by a man who claimed to be her husband. He adds that Lariat had been spotted spending time at a cafe overlooking the train station, as if waiting for someone. However, since direct trains to Ashtar are suspended due to monster activity along the route, there's only one possibility. Gerard hesitates for a moment before stating that if Lariat still intends to go to Ashtar, her best option would be to take the diverted route through Widya. Before Azrahan can give any new instructions, another knight runs up to him, breathless. They've received confirmation. Lariat boarded the last train to Widya. The moment Azrahan hears this, he bolts. Without a second thought, he shouts at the others to follow and sprints toward the station. The train has just started moving. With incredible speed, Azrahan chases after it, faster and faster, and with a final push, he leaps onto the back of the train, landing with ease. His knights, unfortunately, are left behind. Inside the train, Lariat and Doha are already seated on their way to Widya. Lariat remains deep in thought, still haunted by the idea that Azrahan might hate her. The twisted stories Doha told her about captured pink-haired women continue to echo in her mind. She feels drained, empty. A part of her just wants to disappear. But then, the train jolts violently, as if it's hit something. Doha reacts instantly, shielding Lariat while asking what's going on. Panic breaks out among the passengers. A massive monster is heading straight toward the train. Lariat, who moments ago had no strength left to care, suddenly snaps back to life when she hears a child crying nearby. Without hesitation, she makes up her mind to act. She rises from her seat, determined. Doha panics, rushing to stop her. He tells her not to do anything, to let others handle it, to stay hidden. People are still looking for her, he warns. But Lariat doesn't listen. She walks straight toward the back of the train, Doha chasing after her, desperate. She opens the rear door and freezes. At the other end of the car stands Azrahan. He's just as shocked to see her. Lariat stares, overwhelmed. She stumbles over her words, asking how he got there. Then she starts to cry, apologizing, for leaving, for lying. She even says, if Azrahan wants to kill her, she's ready. But Azrahan shakes his head. None of that matters. His eyes well up with tears. He reaches out to her, but the monster is getting closer. Azrahan has no time to waste. He draws his sword and charges, unleashing all his power to tear the monster down, mercilessly. All for one reason: to bring Lariat home safely. Suddenly, the connector between train cars breaks. Azrahan is left behind in the rear car. Lariat nearly jumps after him, but Doha grabs her waist, pulling her back. She fights him, shouting that they just reunited. How could they be separated again so soon? Azrahan can only watch, stunned by the chaos. But Lariat doesn't let it end like that. Even as Doha pulls her back inside, she shouts with all her strength that she's getting off in Widya. The distance between them grows, the broken car falling further and further behind. But for Azrahan, that one sentence is everything. She doesn't hate him. She still wants him to find her. And now, more than ever, he's certain of one thing. No matter where Lariat goes, he will follow. After pulling Lariat away from Azrahan, Doha continues to try and scare her. He points out how Azrahan arrived wielding a sword, clearly aggressive. But Lariat stays firm. She still believes Azrahan doesn't hate her. She's convinced he came because he missed her. Seeing that his words don't shake her, Doha becomes visibly frustrated. Then, out of nowhere, another monster attacks. Lariat freezes, too stunned to react. Doha instantly moves to protect her, unleashing a powerful spell that incinerates the creature in a single strike. Lariat, shocked by the intensity of his magic, stares at him. She realizes Doha isn't the weak priest she thought he was. He casually confirms her suspicions. Now she begins to wonder. With that much power, Doha might hold a high position in the temple. Doha notices the look on her face and worries that she might be disappointed in him. With his identity exposed, injured passengers begin begging him for healing. Doha looks annoyed at first, clearly bothered by the sudden requests. But when he sees Lariat still frozen in disbelief, he softens and offers his help without hesitation. As he heals the others, Lariat begins to piece everything together. She realizes Doha was the one who cured her illness. A part of her feels grateful, but another part feels deeply betrayed. He lied to her. As she processes it all, a thought hits her. Maybe this is how Azrahan felt too. Maybe she had been selfish all along, only thinking about herself. Meanwhile, far behind in the separated train car, Azrahan is finally joined by the rest of the Kandel Knights, arriving on horseback. They manage to rescue the remaining passengers. Without delay, Azrahan orders everyone to head straight to Widya. He knows Lariat is waiting for him there. And on Lariat's side, she holds on to that same belief. She's ready to start over, this time with complete honesty and no more secrets. Once they arrive in Widya, Lariat is amazed by the beauty of the city. But suddenly, Doha cuts her long, beautiful hair, shocking her. He explains that people now recognize him as a priest, and he's actually on the run from the temple. Trying to understand the situation, Lariat agrees to help and takes him to a salon. While waiting outside, Lariat keeps her eyes on the streets, eagerly hoping to catch a glimpse of Azrahan. Her heart races with anticipation. She's ready to see him again. Then, Doha walks out of the salon with a dark expression. Lariat, confused, asks what happened. But Doha brushes her hand aside and storms off without a word, telling her to wait there. He disappears into the streets, leaving Lariat behind, confused and filled with questions. As he walks, anger burns through him. He's just found out. His mother has passed away. His emotions spiral, a crushing mix of emptiness and rage. Seeing Doha walk off with such a furious look on his face, Lariat starts to follow, concerned. She's about to call out to him, but a local stops her, warning that the area ahead is dangerous. That makes her pause. Why would Doha head somewhere like that? Then the local curiously asks if she's his lover. Lariat replies that she's just his friend. The man then explains that many priests are regular visitors to that part of town, and rumors say that one of the high-ranking priests even has a child there. Hearing that, Lariat finally understands why Doha went there. Arriving at his destination, Doha approaches a woman sitting alone. He doesn't waste time with greetings. He immediately asks about his mother. The woman looks annoyed at first, but then her expression changes. She suddenly recognizes him. Claudia's son. Still seething, Doha demands answers. His voice low, sharp, almost threatening. He asks when and how his mother died. The woman smirks. She tells him his mother died less than a month after he left, and that it was because of him. She goes on to explain how Doha's mother begged every passing priest for a chance to see him again. Eventually, a high priest came and killed her. Doha's thoughts spiral. If she abandoned him, then why did she beg to see him again? And why would a high priest murder her? He remembers his mother once told him she was living comfortably, in a nice house, not worrying about money. That lie was the reason he stayed in the temple, believing she no longer cared for him. He didn't want her to suffer anymore, even if it meant thinking she hated him. Suddenly, the woman snaps him out of his thoughts, staring at him strangely. Doha realizes she's confused by his expression, as if he didn't know any of this. His mother's words come back to him, that she placed him in the temple so he could grow up in a better environment. The truth hits him like a wave. She hadn't abandoned him. She had loved him all along. But now, it's too late. She's gone. With a trembling voice, Doha asks the woman, "Who killed her?" The woman replies, "The man held a high position, had silver hair, and red eyes." One name comes to Doha's mind. Gibralfaro. Doha is overwhelmed with rage. He turns to leave, burning with the desire for revenge. But before he can go, another person walks in, asking the woman if this is the priest she always talks about. Doha stops. He turns back, raises his hand, and with cold resolve, uses his divine power to eliminate both women instantly. As he steps out of the house, Lariat spots him, blood-stained and distant. She rushes to him, telling him she came because she was worried. Doha walks toward her slowly, a fire of desperation in his eyes. And then, he confesses. He tells her he's never seen her as just a friend. He admits to everything, that he lied about Azrahan, claiming he was hunting down pink-haired women for revenge, that the bracelet he gave her was meant to monitor her, that every comforting word, every act of kindness, it was all for his own sake. He even tells her he was the one who pushed her to get on the train. He was the one who disconnected the train car during the monster attack, leaving Azrahan behind. Lariat stares at him in shock, her heart sinking with every word. Eyes wide, she finally asks, "Does he love her?" Doha can't dodge the question anymore. With a look of frustration and pain etched across his face, he admits it. Yes, he loves her. In his heart, he still hopes that maybe Lariat will accept him, just as he is, and accept his love. Doha pours out his feelings, confessing that he loves Lariat so much it's driving him insane. He hadn't meant to say all of this out loud. Not like this, not when emotions are this high. He should have been more careful, more manipulative. Anything to make it harder for Lariat to turn him down, because deep inside, he knows. Lariat will never truly see him. She'll never love him. After hearing everything, Lariat stares at him with disbelief. The hurt in her eyes is undeniable. She can't believe that all this time. She thought they were friends. She reflects on their moments, the laughter, the warmth, and now she realizes none of it may have been real. But then again, she's also been hiding things. She lied to Azrahan. She kept secrets from her friends, and now she understands what Azrahan must have felt. Despite it all, he still came looking for her. Torn and overwhelmed, Lariat needs to be sure. She asks if it was Doha who cured her illness, if he was the one who pulled her back from the edge of death. Doha doesn't deny it. And even though the truth has shattered her trust, it doesn't change what he's done for her. He saved her. He protected her. So even if her heart aches with disappointment, Lariat can't bring herself to hate him. With a soft smile, she thanks Doha. One last time. Tears spill down Doha's cheeks. He doesn't want her to go. Lariat only offers a gentle apology. She says she's grateful, because Doha was her first friend. In her heart, she quietly wishes for his happiness and safety. She whispers her goodbye, tears rolling down her face. Doha stands frozen, overwhelmed. He can't stop her. He tells her to go. It hurts even more because she's still kind. Even now. Even at the end. His emotions twist into something he can't hold back. He unleashes his divine power, warning her to leave before he loses control of himself completely. Doha feels crushed. Nothing has gone the way he wanted. And in that silence, he begins to wonder, maybe he was wrong from the start. Maybe. He was never meant to love or be loved. Maybe he should have never hoped for anything at all. With hollow eyes, he watches Lariat run from him, and he's left behind with an ache that he doesn't know how to heal. Lariat keeps running, leaving behind the ruins of the place Doha destroyed in a storm of emotion. As she flees, she silently hopes Azrahan has received her letter and knows that her destination is Ashtar. She begins leaving a magical trail behind, a silent signal for Azrahan to find her. In Vidya, Azrahan and his knights have already arrived. Without hesitation, he begins the search. It doesn't take long for him to catch the scent of blood in the air. He follows it. Along the way, he spots a suitcase, Lariat's. He rushes to it and opens it without thinking. Inside is her diary. He hesitates. He shouldn't read it, but he's desperate. He needs to know where she went. Hands trembling, he flips through the pages. And then he sees it. The diagnosis. Lariat only had 3 months left to live. The diary falls from his hands. His breath catches. His entire body shakes. Terror floods his eyes. He can't lose her. Not now. Not ever. Now he understands. That must have been the reason. The reason she left. His only goal now is to find Lariat. In the middle of the desert, Lariat's body begins to give out. Her mana is nearly gone, and she knows if a monster appears now, she won't survive. Hunger, thirst, and exhaustion overwhelm her. She doesn't know how long she's been walking. Days, maybe, until her body finally collapses. In the distance, 3 strangers riding alpacas spot her unconscious on the sand. While Lariat remains unconscious, she falls into a nightmare. In it, all her friends turn their backs on her. Doha screams at her, accusing her of not caring about his pain, of ignoring the fact that his heart was shattered after losing his mother. Even Azrahan appears, disappointed. Her own family's voices echo through the dream, telling her the world would have been better without her. Startled, Lariat wakes up in a panic. In front of her stands a handsome man, red hair, silver eyes, asking if she's all right. Startled beyond words, Lariat lets out a scream. The man flinches, just as shocked. She forgets she hasn't had water in days. The man gently scolds her and tells her she's been asleep for 2 full days. He hands her a glass of water. As she drinks, he remarks how willingly she accepts it now. Lariat glances at him, and a distant memory surfaces. Someone once offered her water during a festival wearing an alpaca mask. The man introduces himself as Hamad, and Lariat introduces herself in return, grateful he saved her. Hamad smiles and tells her this is Ashtar. The desert is currently in its wind season, which means powerful sandstorms keep them from leaving the city. Lariat already knew. That was exactly why she came here. Before she even knew she'd been cured, hoping to bury herself away during this time. Hamad says he found her unconscious the day before the sandstorms began. Now, the entire city is protected by a magical barrier, so she'll be safe as long as she stays inside. He also tells her there's a festival coming up, and he hopes she can enjoy it before she leaves. Still holding on to a sliver of hope, Lariat asks Hamad if he's seen a man, black hair, blue eyes, out in the desert. But Hamad shakes his head. With a flat tone, he asks if she still hasn't broken things off with that man. Lariat confidently replies that they're just waiting for the right time to reunite. Then she asks how she can contact the capital. She's thinking of asking Ashtar's ruler for help. To that, Hamad smiles smugly. She's already speaking to the right person. He is the ruler of the dying desert, and yes, he'll help her reach the capital. Tears fill Lariat's eyes. She's overwhelmed with gratitude, but Hamad doesn't offer his help for free. He asks her to be his first dance partner at the upcoming festival. Meanwhile, back in the scorching desert, Gerard is in full panic. His lord, Azrahan, is preparing to enter the sandstorm, despite knowing it's the worst time. None of the knights can stop him. Azrahan marches into the desert without hesitation. He had once felt anger toward Lariat, but now that he knows her reasons, he refuses to let her go. Even if death stands in his way, Lariat belongs by his side. Back in Ashtar, Hamad is showing Lariat his alpacas. Suddenly, one of Hamad's men comes running in, shouting in a panic. A man has been spotted crossing the desert, one with an intense, terrifying aura. A swordsman. Mysterious. Lariat freezes. She knows exactly who it is. Without asking permission, she jumps onto Hamad's alpaca. She tells them to open the gates, now. Hamad tries to stop her. It's dangerous. But Lariat charges forward anyway. Even faster. She's not afraid. Nothing matters anymore. Because the one she's missed the most is finally here. As soon as the gates open, Lariat urges her alpaca forward, riding straight into the storm. She doesn't care. The wind howls, the sand stings her skin, but she doesn't stop. From a distance, Hamad watches in awe. No wonder people fall for her, he thinks. She's just that incredible. Lariat knows now. If Azrahan is willing to go through all of this just to find her, then she has no fear. She rides deeper into the desert, slicing through monsters with her magic. Elsewhere, Azrahan struggles. His strength is fading fast, and the storm is eating away at what little hope he has left. He's about to collapse until he hears her voice, calling his name. He thinks he's dreaming, but it's real. Lariat is here. They finally reunite in the heart of the storm. They throw themselves into each other's arms, overwhelmed with relief and longing. They whisper their promises. They'll never part again. But Azrahan is badly wounded, his body trembling as he collapses into Lariat's embrace. She holds him tightly, not knowing if they'll survive the storm around them. There's no clear path forward. And just as they begin to lose hope, a miracle arrives. Hamad and his men rush in, pulling them to safety. Once they return to Hamad's mansion, he wastes no time scolding Lariat. What she did was reckless. No one has ever returned alive from that storm. Many people risked everything to save them. Lariat can only bow her head, apologizing and thanking them with all her heart. Then, Hamad drops the news casually. Her lover is awake. Lariat's eyes instantly light up. Inside the room, Azrahan is sitting up in bed. Lariat rushes to his side, taking a seat at the edge of the mattress. She takes a deep breath, and finally apologizes from the depths of her heart. She tells him she's sorry for leaving only a letter, for making him suffer, for running away. She's sorry for everything, but Azrahan says nothing. Instead, he silences her with a kiss. Lariat gasps in surprise, but he doesn't stop, and neither does she, because words mean nothing now. Only this kiss, raw, desperate, and full of all the longing they carried, can truly speak for them. Outside, the storm still rages across the desert. But inside this quiet room, two hearts find calm after the chaos. They've wandered, fallen apart, and nearly lost everything. But somehow, by love or fate or something greater, they found their way back to each other. And for now, that is enough. Okay, let's be real here. Azrahan is done waiting. Boy is bursting with feelings and can't hold back any longer. The moment he sees Lariette again, all that pent-up longing just explodes. He tells her, "What matters is, you're here now, with me, looking at me like that." Insert intense eye contact and fluttery feelings here. He says he doesn't need her to explain anything. Nope. He just wants her. And of course, they fall into each other's arms like they're in a drama finale. Azrahan, being the clingy softie that he is, begs her not to leave him again. Ever. Lariette, being the queen of emotional growth, promises she'll stay by his side from now on. But she also needs to get something off her chest. She confesses. She lied. She hurt him. And she regrets it. She missed him so much. And it hit her hard when they were apart. Ugh, the pain, the longing, this is love in full HD. Meanwhile, the sky outside is putting on its own show. Fireworks light up the night over Ashtar. And there they are, cuddled up in their room, watching it all unfold. Lariette smiles, thinking back. She says she's glad she sent him that letter, because without it, maybe they never would have met again. Except, plot twist. Azrahan's like, "Wait, what letter?" Lariette is confused. Turns out the man never got it. Shocking. So how did he find her? Azrahan casually flexes his Sherlock Holmes skills and says he figured it out based on the stuff she'd been buying. Like, sir? Are you her man or her personal tracker? But then things turn serious. Lariette opens up and drops the bomb. She was sick. Like, deadly ill kind of sick. She's scared to see his reaction. But surprise again. Azrahan already knows. Apparently, this man read her diary while he was desperately searching for her. Well, he had no choice back then. We know it. Then Lariette tells him something he never expected. She's cured. Doha healed her. Azrahan practically collapses in relief and hugs her like he'll never let go. Lariette then makes a vow. No more lies. She's gonna love him with her whole heart from now on. Sobs softly in corner. Next morning, Hamad bursts into the room like a human sunshine beam. Azrahan already looks 10 times healthier. He even says thank you like a polite king. With these two sexy men in front of her, Lariette, same as us of course, is having way too much eye candy to focus. Where's a girl supposed to look? Then as they're having their tea, Hamad and Azrahan start chatting like old buddies. Lariette just sits nearby, quietly sipping her tea. Is she still emotionally recovering from last night's full-course love meal? Maybe. But actually, she's thinking about what's going to happen once they return to the mansion. Then suddenly, Azrahan does the most Azrahan thing ever. He rests his head on her lap like a clingy puppy and whispers, "Want to go see the festival with me?" I mean, how do you say no to that? Lariette, all gentle and sweet, asking Azrahan if he's really feeling okay. And of course, the man answers like the walking confidence he is. Yes. No pause, no hesitation, just pure lover energy. Hamad watches this sugary couple moment with a twinkle in his eye and, because he's clearly the king of teasing, grins and says that Azrahan needs to rest. He reminds Azrahan that his body still hasn't fully healed and suggests they take it easy until the gate opens. Lariette, ever the soft girly, runs her fingers through Azrahan's hair and gently agrees. And Azrahan? He just smiles and nods. Because for him, as long as she's there, the rest can wait. Ugh, the love, the fluff. It's lethal. Lariette, meanwhile, can't believe this is her life now. Being loved this deeply by someone like Azrahan, it makes her feel like she actually matters. She thinks to herself, if she marries him, and girl, you better, she'll be loved like this forever. Fully. Fiercely. Completely, and yeah, that sounds like happiness to her. Soon it's time to head home. Hamad walks them all the way to the gate and says his goodbye to his new buddy. The Kandel Knights already show up to pick them up. But something feels off. They're whispering among themselves like middle schoolers in detention. Lariat notices immediately. Something's weird. And not in a fun, gossipy way. On the ride back, Azrahan compliments Hamad's kindness. Lariat smiles, heart quietly happy that her man finally has a friend. Oh, growth. When they arrive at the Kandel mansion, Hallstein and the servants greet them politely. But Lariat senses it again. Something feels different. Not in a surprise party way. More like a, why is the air cold even though it's summer kind of way. Yeah, that kind. That night, the Kandel Knights throw a wild party to celebrate their return. But it gets a little too boozy. The drinks flow, the emotions pour, and suddenly it's open mic night for night complaints. They start venting about how Lariat caused so much trouble. How she disappeared out of nowhere and made everyone drop everything to go look for her. Some even start side-eyeing Azrahan, wondering why he brought her back in the first place. Excuse you? Melissa's not having any of it. She stands up, voice sharp as a blade, and tells them to shut it. Mind your own damn business, she basically says. He's your lord, not your roommate. The room goes dead silent. Then Gerard, who's like 3 drinks past his limit, stumbles up and tries to smooth things over. He gently pulls Melissa aside. But she's on fire. She yanks her arm back and glares. With her voice shaking, she says, "You know what? We're all alive and eating today because of Azrahan." And yes, she admits, Lariat disappearing was hard. But now that she's back, Azrahan laughs again. He smiles. He's alive in a way Melissa's never seen before. And that's all that matters. Gerard gently agrees. He says not everyone is as strong as she is, but everything she said? Completely true. Melissa blushes bright red. And Gerard? Yeah, he teases her for it. Of course, this man lives to get under her skin. Meanwhile, in another part of the mansion, Hallstein gathers the servants. With Lariat back, they need someone assigned to her personally. He asks. No one steps forward. Heads drop like falling dominoes. Hallstein sighs. He's not even surprised. He already knew this was coming. In the middle of the night, Lariat, in her room, pale-faced and not looking her usual glowy self. She rings the bell once, twice, 3 times. But guess what? Nobody comes. Crickets, total silence. She tries to calm herself. She's been through worse than this, she reminds herself. She can survive this too. The next morning, Azrahan finally walks into her room. And what he sees makes him stop in his tracks. The room is a disaster zone. No one's cleaned. No one's checked on her. And Lariat? She's sick. Sick because she had to bathe in ice-cold water, alone. Cue Azrahan's rage mode. He immediately calls for Hallstein. The man appears. Cool, calm, very much in his butler aesthetic. He says he'll send a priest and assign a servant to Lariat, like it's just another Tuesday. But Azrahan isn't buying it. Something in Hallstein's voice feels loaded. And then, finally, Hallstein drops the mask. He admits he knows Lariat once saved Azrahan from the curse, but he still questions why Azrahan brought her back, because she was the one who chose to leave. Hallstein looks tired, sad even. He says he just can't watch Azrahan suffer again. And then, he says something that hits like a punch to the gut. Now that the curse is gone, maybe it's time you find someone else. Excuse me? Azrahan is speechless, fully stunned. Before he can respond, Hallstein adds quietly, "If you want to fire me, go ahead." And then walks out. Just like that. Later, while Azrahan gets back to his duties, his mind isn't with the work. He remembers what the priest said. Lariat used too much of her power. She needs full rest. And now he's riddled with guilt. He didn't even notice she was sick. He was too wrapped up in everything else. And now a darker realization hits him. If even Hallstein, loyal, dependable Hallstein, could say something like that, then maybe the rest of the mansion feels the same. Maybe no one truly wants Lariat here. The thought crushes him. Did he make the wrong call? Is he messing everything up again? His past trauma starts creeping in, whispering old fears. He wishes he could be like Hamad. Steady, reliable, strong. Then he looks at the magical communication device sitting in front of him, and an idea starts to bloom. Early the next morning, Lariat wakes up. She feels better. Her room is clean. The world seems less cold. She starts to sit up. But suddenly, someone gently pulls her back into bed. It's Asrahan. Turns out he's been sleeping next to her the whole time, guarding her like a grumpy angel. Lariat can't help but smile. He looks ridiculously adorable right now. She cups his cheeks, leans in, and whispers, "When did you get here?" Asrahan, still half asleep, just mumbles, "Sorry." And in that quiet moment, Lariat understands something. She needs power. Real power. Not just inside the Candel walls, but beyond them. She kisses his forehead, tells him to rest, and tucks him back in like the sleepy prince he is. He tries to apologize again for not realizing she was unwell, but Lariat stops him. She says that this isn't his fault. And then, with a calm but steady voice, she adds, "This is my battle to fight. I need to fix it on my own. If you fix it for me, it won't mean anything." Later, once she's back on her feet, Lariat finds Hallstein hard at work. With a bright, glowing smile, because let's be honest, she's sunshine in a dress, she offers to help him. She might not be great at socializing, but she knows she's good at something. Getting things done. Meanwhile, over at the royal palace, the emperor has called in Asrahan. He awards him a medal for winning the war, as he should. And then, because royal gossip never sleeps, he offers something else. Princess Erzi's hand in marriage. But Asrahan doesn't even blink. He turns him down without hesitation. And with that signature, cold but cute face of his, he simply says, "I already have someone. Someone he chose. Someone he loves." Earlier that day, Asrahan had sat quietly in front of the magic communication device, reaching out to the one person he knew would give it to him straight. Hamad. He explained everything. How Lariat was being ignored, shunned, and silently punished by nearly everyone at the mansion. And how helpless he felt, knowing she was enduring it without a word of complaint. Hamad, being Hamad, didn't sugarcoat anything. He gave Asrahan two simple options. The first, show the entire mansion how important Lariat was, not just as someone he loved, but as someone valuable to House Candel. The second, make it official. Marry her. Give her the position no one could question. His equal, by title and by heart. Later, back at the royal palace, after Asrahan rejects the emperor's offer to marry Princess Erzi, the emperor is stunned and immediately asks who Asrahan's partner is. But Asrahan stays silent, his face calm and cold as always. The emperor's curiosity embarrasses Princess Erza. Meanwhile, the other nobles begin whispering. Rumors spread fast. Maybe the woman Asrahan wants to marry is none other than Lariat, the last direct descendant of House Blanche. Meanwhile, at the Candel mansion, Lariat is completely unaware of the ripple she caused in the palace halls. Instead, she is busy working through ledgers with Hallstein, offering advice with calm precision and fresh eyes. She makes suggestions Hallstein hasn't even considered, proposing not just efficient spending, but generous acts, like donating saved funds to war victims under the Candel name. Hallstein was floored. He's never seen someone from a noble house think this way. He admits Lariat explains everything so clearly. Lariat smiles gently and says she used to be in charge of internal affairs in the Blanche family. But no matter how hard she worked there, everything felt impossible. Here in Kandel, things feel different. Problems can actually be solved, and her efforts might matter. She praises Hallstein too. His skill in running the household is impressive. Hallstein is touched. He realizes he's learning so much from Lariette. He used to think Lariette was just like the rest of the Blanche family, Duke, Duchess, and Rayon, who cared only about pride and wasted money even when they were falling apart. But today, Hallstein sees clearly. Lariette is the most grounded person in that entire family. She's rarely seen in social circles, barely visits salons, and has no friends despite being a duke's daughter. Hallstein starts to believe Lariette was cast aside by her own family, carrying everything alone. Still, he admits to himself that deep down he can't let go of his anger. Not at her, but at the pain she caused Azrahan. Suddenly, Lariette breaks the silence. She tells Hallstein she knows. He probably hates her. Her words catch him off guard. She says she sees how much Hallstein loves Azrahan, like a parent loves a child. Then, Lariette reveals her reason for leaving. She didn't have time. Hallstein is shocked. Lariette explains. She didn't want Azrahan to suffer watching her die, but in the end, she made a mistake. A terrible one. She realizes now she can't live without Azrahan either. That's why she came back, even if it was shameless. Lariette apologizes, promising she'll never hurt Azrahan again. Hallstein's heart softens. He apologizes too, for not knowing any of this. He asks how she's doing now. Lariette tells him she's completely okay, and hearing that, Hallstein feels truly relieved. Lariette is surprised by his reaction. She always thought he hated her, so she tried so hard to prove her worth with work. But in the end, all she really needed was honesty and a sincere apology. That night, Azrahan returns home, and Lariette greets him at the door, her smile so bright it could melt kingdoms. He doesn't even speak. He just holds her, kisses her, like nothing else matters. Earlier that day, before he left the palace, Princess Erza had asked if Lariette had returned. He told her yes. He'd brought her home himself. And then, he asked for something else. Something unexpected. He asked Princess Erza to help him because he wanted to propose to Lariette, and he wanted to do it in a way that would truly make her happy. Back at the Kandel mansion. Yep. Azrahan and Lariette clearly aren't planning to let a single day pass without being all lovey-dovey. I mean, can we blame them? They've been apart for so long. Azrahan, though, he's caught between desire and concern. He notices Lariette wince a little in pain and asks if she's really okay. But then, oh boy. Lariette leans in and whispers something teasingly into his ear. She tells him she's all better now. Guess what that means? Yep. Azrahan wastes no time. He goes full throttle again. This man has zero chill when it comes to his woman. I can't blame him. The next day, Lariette meets up with her friends. The ladies and Princess Erze greet her warmly, full of excitement. They immediately start asking about her trip, and Lariette, sweet, honest Lariette, says she wants to tell them the real reason she left. Her tone shifts slightly serious as she begins explaining everything. The struggles, the illness, the pain. She finally lays it all out. And their reaction? Oh, my heart. They hug her tightly, moved by everything she's been through. Lariette then nervously asks if they can forgive her for not telling them sooner. Lady Charb, with her soft voice, says it's completely understandable. They get it. The red-haired lady, I forgot her name. Sorry, girl, adds that it's not the kind of thing that's easy to talk about, especially with all the rumors flying around about House Blanche. Just as she's about to say more, Princess Erzi swiftly shuts her up by covering her mouth and quickly changes the topic. She asks Lariette about her wedding plans with Azrahan. Everyone looks at her, eyes full of anticipation. Lariette blushes a little and admits that yes, she does want to marry Azrahan. Hearing that, Princess Erzi lights up like fireworks and immediately asks what kind of proposal Lariette dreams of. Lariat calmly says something not too extravagant, just something simple. Then suddenly she turns the conversation again, curious about the rumors regarding the Blanche family. She knows one of her distant relatives is supposed to inherit the Blanche name. Her uncle, to be exact. But honestly, the man is barely holding things together, and Lariat has no idea who the title will go to next. Her mother is no longer mentally stable, and honestly, Lariat doesn't want to worry about Blanche anymore. That's not her life now. She's not part of that family anymore. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Azrahan meets Princess Erze. She casually drops the most important update of the day. Lariat doesn't like flashy proposals. Azrahan freezes for a second. Panic alert. He quickly asks what kind of proposal Lariat would like. Erze thinks for a moment, then suggests maybe something quiet and meaningful, like spending time together somewhere beautiful. Oh, and one more thing. Erze tells Azrahan that Lariat seems to miss her old magic teacher, Joel, and her faithful maid, Anne. She suggests this might be the perfect time to bring a magician into the Candel household and maybe even bring Anne back. Azrahan takes it all in, a little surprised, but grateful. He says he'll think it over. Then he stands up, excuses himself. Duty calls, after all. The Emperor keeps him busy. Back home at Candel Mansion, Lariat is totally lost in thoughts of her beloved. She waits for Azrahan's return, while sprinkling rose petals across the bed. Why? Let's be real here. She's 100% setting the mood for round. Who knows what number this is? These two are unstoppable. Seriously, do they ever get tired? So, Lariat? She goes all out. Romantic setup, flower petals, mood lighting, everything ready for a night full of passion and cuddles. Except, Azrahan takes forever to come home. And in the most tragic twist of fate, she falls asleep first. When he finally gets back, the poor man finds her already snoozing like the sweet angel she is. Guilt hits him like a truck. He carefully shifts her into a comfier sleeping position, whispers a soft apology for being late, and presses a gentle kiss to her cheek. He promises, in that quiet, sleepy night air, that once his duties are done, he'll stay by her side. Yeah, okay, Mr. Duke. Better keep that promise. We're watching you. The next morning, Lariat wakes up to an empty bed. Cue the sigh. She stares at the spot beside her, wondering if Azrahan ever even came home last night. That tiny pang of sadness creeps in, but she brushes it off, gets up, and gets ready to face the day like the queen she is. As she walks through the hallway, Hallstein appears out of nowhere. As always, juggling a stack of documents. He gives her an update. Turns out he followed her advice on the budget cuts. And now House Candel has a decent chunk of savings. Excited, he asks her what to do with the leftover funds. And Lariat? Oh, she delivers. She suggests donating it as humanitarian aid, so people associate House Candel with generosity, not shady opportunism. And maybe also send a gift to the Emperor, just to avoid rumors. Hallstein looks like he just got hit with inspiration lightning. Her ideas make so much sense. But of course, not everyone's loving Lariat's growing influence. A few lurking servants overhear their chat. And just like clockwork, whispers begin. She must be the future Duchess. Touching the house affairs already? Can't believe she's back here like nothing happened. Yeah, they're not over it. Clearly. Later that day, Lariat heads out to visit her uncle, Ben, now acting head of House Blanche. She congratulates him with grace, but Uncle Ben just smiles and says he won't accept the words. His leadership is only temporary. That makes her pause. What is he planning? Is he going to hand the role over to his son? She doesn't know much about her father's side of the family, so she's not sure. But then Ben hits her with a plot twist. He asks when she plans to take over the role of head of House Blanche. Excuse me? What? She's visibly shocked. And Uncle Ben is confused at her reaction. After all, with the firstborn gone, it's only natural the role falls to her. Lariat flashes back to the days of Rayon, the disaster of a sibling. And honestly, She used to think she could do better, maybe even lead if it ever came to that. Ben continues, telling her he worried when she disappeared, but waited patiently for her return. He even says he's cleared all of Blanche's debts, for her. He explains that she deserves to know everything if she's going to take over. He even tells her he understands why she left the family back then. He says he knows how hard she worked, and he apologizes for never helping her when she needed it most. Lariette's brain goes into detective mode. This is a lot. Too kind. Too smooth. She wonders if he has an ulterior motive. She tells him straight up that they haven't had any real connection all this time, and that he has no reason to help her. The words sting. Ben is taken aback. But softly, he says it's only natural. Their family. Still, Lariette's mind spirals. She questions everything. The Blanche family is a mess. There's nothing to gain from it anymore. So is this really pure kindness? Then Ben lowers his voice and admits he should have checked on her. He apologizes again and thanks her for growing up so well despite everything. And in that moment, Lariette breaks. Tears fall before she even notices, because those are the exact words she's always wanted to hear, from her own parents. Ben gently pulls her into a hug and lets her cry it all out, holding her like a father should have. After the emotional breakdown, Lariette, now with swollen eyes and a drained heart, asks about her mother. But before Ben can answer, a sharp voice echoes from the other room. Her mother. She's under Ben's care, but her condition is clearly not well. Ben suggests Lariette go home, rest, and decide when she's ready to see her. And Lariette is stunned. The rumors about her mother losing her mind might be true after all. She's torn. Should she see her? Should she walk back into that pain? Part of her thinks she doesn't need her family anymore. Even without marrying Azrahan, she could still stand as Duchess. She already has a home now. On the way back to Kendall, Lariette makes a decision. She needs to talk to Azrahan. When she gets home, she heads straight to his office. He's working, looking sharp and serious. The kind of man you'd trust to carry the weight of the world, or at least a tax report. Lariette, sweet but tired, asks if he's busy. He answers without even looking up. Something about cleaning up after the Crown Prince's mess. He tells her to go ahead and sleep. And Lariette? She's had enough. With no warning, no hesitation, she sweeps everything off his desk. Papers scatter, documents fly. Probably even a fancy pen does a dramatic spin in the air. And Azrahan? Man is so shocked. His soul probably leaves his body for a split second. Good. The second Lariette drops Azrahan's entire work across the floor, he freezes. Yes, the Duke of Cold Glare and War Strategy, pale as a ghost. Because nothing strikes fear in a man's soul quite like when the love of his life is angry. And not speaking in full sentences. Lariette shoots him a sharp look, eyes narrowed with quiet fire. She says they need to talk. There's a lot on her mind. But after that dramatic document drop, she awkwardly crouches and starts picking up papers one by one. Because hey, she might be mad. But she's not a monster. Azrahan finally opens up. Since returning from the war, everything's been a mess. The workload is endless. And now that his curse is gone, people are treating him differently. Less reverence, more exploitation. Even after winning the war, he hasn't gotten a single moment of peace. The Emperor tossed him straight into Crown Prince babysitting duty, aka the worst job ever. With a guilty look, Azrahan quietly apologizes. He promises to make time for her, once everything is done. Lariette listens, her expression soft but heavy. She says she understands, but when she speaks, her voice trembles ever so slightly. There's sadness behind it, the kind that curls around your chest like cold fingers. She admits she just wants to be beside him, even when he's working. That would be enough. Azrahan finally notices her eyes, red and puffy. He starts to wonder, has she been crying? And then, out of nowhere, Lariat drops another bomb. She's going back to Blanche. Just like that. Azrahan's heart stops. His voice comes out shakier than expected as he asks what she means. Lariat says she's going to become the head of House Blanche. And Azrahan, he says no. Just like that. No real reason. Just pure panic. That, of course, makes Lariat pause. Why? Is it because he wants to marry her and he's afraid of the political mess? Or is it because he doesn't want her to have power of her own? The question lingers, unspoken but sharp. Lariat stands, her face unreadable, and declares the conversation over. She turns to leave. Azrahan, now officially panicking, blurts out the only thing he can think of. Joel will be returning to teach her magic. Anne, her old loyal maid, has agreed to come back too. Lariat stops at the door. She says thank you. But her voice is flat, and she doesn't turn around. She walks away. And Azrahan sits back down, completely lost. In her room, Lariat is laying on her bed, replaying everything. Her own actions, her tone, her desperate plea for time and attention. She hates it. She feels like she begged for love. Like she cornered Azrahan into thinking she's asking for marriage. She feels small, immature. She wishes she had handled it differently. A moment later, the door opens quietly. Azrahan slips into bed behind her, not saying much, just lying beside her like the broken man he feels like. He gently asks if something happened with the Blanche family. He apologizes for not noticing earlier. He promises he'll try harder. Lariat, still facing away, finally speaks. She tells him her mother has lost her mind. She explains everything. How her uncle paid off all the Blanche family's debts. How he's acting as temporary head in her name. And how he apologized. Showed kindness. Something Lariat never expected, especially from her family. Her voice shakes as she confesses the weight of it all. The feelings she's been carrying. The jealousy of Rayon, who always had the spotlight, the love, the praise. She says maybe if she becomes head of the family, she'll finally be worth loving. Azrahan doesn't say anything for a moment. He just pulls her close and holds her like she's the most fragile, precious thing in the world. Then finally, he speaks. He says she's already worthy of love. Just as she is. He explains why he reacted the way he did. It's not because he doesn't believe in her. It's because he knows what that role will demand. Constant oversight, endless burdens, public scrutiny. And he just doesn't want her to carry that kind of weight. But if this is truly what she wants, then he'll support her. Every step of the way. Lariat blinks. Her heart twists again, but in a different way this time. She's touched, but also conflicted. If she becomes Duchess Blanche, she can't marry him. Not as long as he holds the Candle name. She says so. And Azrahan just smiles. That sweet, heart-melting smile. He tells her he'll find a way. It won't be easy, but he'll do whatever it takes. Because there's no version of his future that doesn't have her in it. Lariat has spent her entire life afraid of being alone. She used to hide her desires. She'd dim her light, play the perfect noble lady, and pretend she was fine. Thinking that's what it took to earn love. Because truthfully, she'd never received it. So how could she recognize love when it appeared? Especially the kind that asked for nothing in return. And when she did start to feel it, she stuffed it down, denied it, smothered it. But now, with Azrahan, everything shifts. His love isn't loud or showy, but it makes her feel like she can be everything. She could become anyone, do anything. And just one word of love from him is enough to make her believe in herself. Fully, completely, unapologetically. The next morning, Azrahan is off to meet the royal headache himself, the crown prince. And oof, what a disaster. Mr. Arrogance starts off strong, declaring that he can't accept a woman. Yes, a woman leading a noble house. He sneers, makes some smug comment about how ridiculous it would be, disrespects every competent woman in the kingdom in just under 5 seconds. Honestly, gross. Biggest ick of the week. Then, as if that wasn't enough, he casually asks if Azrahan has finished the assignment yet. The one he dumped on Azrahan. The one that's not even Azrahan's responsibility. The one that's been eating up all his time. The time he could have spent with Lariat. Oh, and in case you're wondering, yes, Azrahan is boiling inside. This man is this close to snapping. He mentally files this entire moment under reasons why this brat should not be emperor. But with a perfectly composed face, Azrahan says he'll finish the task this week. And the crown prince? Instead of saying thank you, he insults him. Says Azrahan's only good at war, not at thinking. Then he has the audacity to demand it be finished by the day after tomorrow. Let's all take a moment to imagine what would happen if Azrahan gave him one punch. Silence. Respect. A nation healed. But no, Azrahan holds it in. For Lariat, for House Kendall. He grits his teeth and agrees because he won't let this fool ruin her future. Back at Kendall Mansion, the atmosphere is completely different. Warm sun, busy hands, and hearts doing good work. Hallstein is leading the charge, organizing aid deliveries for war victims. Melissa is there too, working hard like the powerhouse she is. She's lifting a heavy crate, because of course she is. And who appears? Gerard. Ready, watching, smiling. He steps in to help, but Melissa waves him off like, I got this. Don't touch my box. Still, Gerard just casually takes the crate anyway, ignoring the scolding that follows. And then, with that classic grin of his, he drops the line. He just wants to do something nice. For someone he likes? Excuse me? Did this man just... Melissa freezes, pretends she misheard. But Gerard? Smooth as butter. He confirms it. Oh yes, she heard him right. And her heart? Absolutely panicking in the cutest way possible. It hits her. Maybe Gerard isn't joking after all. Before she can calm herself, he flashes that soft, sunlit smile and asks if she wants to go on a date. Just a casual one. Since the weather's nice. Like, what? Melissa's heart skips 3 beats and forgets how to come back. And the rest of us? Screaming, crying, cheering. Second lead romance just entered the main storyline and we're so here for it. While walking side by side with Gerard after that little heart attack, Melissa's mind starts to drift. Somewhere deep into the past. She remembers the old days. Dark, uncertain, painful. Back then, they were just kids caught in a war. Too young to fight, but too stubborn to die. There were no helping hands, no food boxes, no support. Just fear and survival. And if it weren't for Azrahan, they probably wouldn't have made it this far. So yeah, Melissa wants him to be happy. Always, even if she doesn't say it out loud. As she sets down another crate, something, or rather someone, catches her eye. A maid, looking very, very lost. Turns out it's Anne. Yes, the Anne. The one who's been serving Lariat since she was basically in diapers. She's just arrived at the mansion and was told to head to the storage room, and promptly got herself lost. Classic new girl moment. Melissa steps in and guides her because she's efficient like that. Anne is grateful and introduces herself, proudly stating she's Lariat's maid. And oh boy, that sets off a little storm inside Melissa's mind. She starts wondering, is Lariat planning to take over the mansion? Bringing in her own people one by one? Is this the start of something bigger? Her thoughts spiral. Marriage to Azrahan, a family too broke to offer a dowry. Rumors about her helping Hallstein. But Melissa hasn't seen any results. No matter how many good deeds Lariat racks up, Melissa still doesn't like her. And she's not even sure why. Later, Lariat catches sight of Anne, and her whole face lights up like it's Christmas morning. She runs over and hugs Anne tight, joy bubbling up like she's finally found a piece of home. Melissa? turns right back around and returns to her duties like nothing happened. Still, Lariat, ever the sunshine, calls out her thanks, beaming at her for bringing Anne over. Back in her room, Lariat and Anne dive into long overdue catching up. Anne's eyes widen as Lariat tells her everything about her departure, her illness, the people she's met, and where she is now. Anne listens closely, and then, with a thoughtful smile, says that Lariat has changed. She used to keep everything in, always said things were fine, even when they weren't. But now, she's honest. She's brighter, and she finally looks happy. Those words hit Lariat hard. In a good way. She didn't know how much she needed to hear that. Then, out of nowhere, Anne jumps up, full of determination. She's ready to help Lariat become the lady of the mansion. And honestly, no one's more ride or die than Anne. After blitzing through her household duties like she's powered by espresso and girl boss energy, Lariat is ready to head to the royal palace for her next task: magic lessons with Joel. She looks so excited, practically glowing with joy. Joel notices too, even compliments her on how fast she's improving. But even in this moment of happiness, Lariat's thoughts drift to someone else. Doha. It was Doha who taught her magic first, who guided her through every flicker of light and whisper of power. She left him behind. Suddenly, without the closure she wanted. And now, she's wondering how he's doing. Is he okay? Is he mad? Can they still be friends without hurting each other? Because honestly, Lariat's not sure. Somewhere far from the golden halls and cozy parlors, there's blood. Lots of it. Doha's robes are stained crimson, his breath sharp and uneven, eyes blazing with fury. He doesn't ask questions twice. One priest after another falls at his feet, all because he wants one name: Gibralfaro. And when he finally gets it, no mercy, not tonight. Not for those who hid behind the name of gods while turning their backs on the innocent. The temple is silent now, save for the quiet crackle of flames and the faint whisper of Doha's fury. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, things are a bit less bloody. Lariat, now a regular in the castle's magical halls, finishes her lesson with Joel. She strolls through the palace like she owns the place. And let's be honest, she kinda does in our hearts. And finds herself in Azrahan's office, where mountains of paperwork are giving serious "I need a vacation" vibes. Curious, she asks if she can read what's keeping him so busy. It's about the war, Azrahan's victory, the fall of Danube, and the need for reconstruction. The Empire has gold, sure, but not enough hands to rebuild everything. The usual source for that labor? The temple. But under Gibralfaro's leadership, the temple has gone full mafia mode. They're demanding territory and cash in exchange for human lives. Ugh, disgusting. Lariat frowns. This is no longer about charity. It's extortion in fancy robes. And if the temple keeps gaining power like this, it could rival the Empire itself. Even worse, the one handling this is the Crown Prince. Yes, that Crown Prince. Insert eye roll here. Azrahan watches her face go from concentration to judgy queen mode and smiles to himself, half expecting her to start cursing out royalty. But instead, Lariat surprises him. She suggests a solution. Why not use mages for healing? She knows a few who'd help. And if Azrahan offers proper payment, more might follow. There's no shortage of gold now, just imagination. Plus, once nobles see magic doing good, they might throw in their support too. Azrahan hesitates. Nobles? Volunteering? Not likely. But Lariat isn't done. She remembers a district she visited with Doha, where priests were anything but holy. So she proposes stirring the pot. Spread word that temple donations are being misused. That'll light a fire under the nobles. Nothing gets them moving faster than scandal. Lariat then pauses, realizing she's kinda taken over the whole thing. But you probably know better than me, she adds. Azrahan just stares at her, smitten. Of course he knows politics, but nothing compares to how much he loves her brain. And, well, We all know what happens next. A soft kiss in the office. They promise it's just a kiss. For now. When Lariat leaves, Azrahan doesn't waste a second. He bursts into Princess Erzi's office like a thunderstorm in boots. She practically jumps off the sofa, nearly crumpling the document she's been reading. With eyes burning and a voice as serious as sin, he declares, "You have my full support." Then, and this is the real kicker, he makes a request that women be allowed to retain their titles and positions, even after marriage. Princess Erzi stares, speechless. Wait, does that mean Lariat's going to be Duchess Blanche? Princess Erzi leans back on her velvet couch, documents in hand, brain already racing 3 steps ahead. If Lariat really becomes the Duchess of Blanche, that could seriously work in her favor. The Blanche family might be a wreck now, but they're still the founding house of the empire, and known for producing top-tier mages. And who destroyed them? Again? Oh yeah, Duke Candel. Now imagine, with the right support, House Blanche could rise again. And with Blanche on her side, Erzi wouldn't just inherit the empire, she'd own it. Then, out of nowhere, Azrahan casually drops a stack of the Crown Prince's leftover work on her lap. Erzi blinks. Once. Twice. "Excuse me?" She asks, politely of course. What if she refuses to take this on? Azrahan just looks at her with those signature icy eyes and says very confidently, "You won't." That smug certainty earns him a sly smirk from the princess. Oh, so he's got negotiation skills when it comes to state affairs, but proposing to Lariat? Still nowhere near the finish line. Erze teases him about it, obviously. And Azrahan? Shrugs like it's nothing. He's just waiting for the right moment, apparently. Sure, babe. Meanwhile, at the war refugee shelter, House Candel is doing their good deeds, distributing aid supplies left and right. Melissa's there too, helping, though not exactly willingly. Every box she lifts is a painful reminder of her own childhood, back when war meant fear, hunger, and no idea if tomorrow would come. The aid today? Construction materials. Melissa sighs. Typical Lariat move, she thinks. A noble lady who's always had everything, probably clueless about what people really need. Like food, not bricks and nails. She waits for Lariat to realize she just wasted a mountain of money on the wrong thing. Back at Candel Mansion that night, Hallstein walks into Azrahan's office with that sparkle in his eyes, the kind that only shows up when he's seriously impressed. He proudly presents Lariat's latest project report, and, honestly, even Azrahan's a little stunned. Lariat's efforts are remarkable. But Azrahan knows this isn't just about helping people anymore. This is the beginning of something big. The Emperor and the Crown Prince might hate it. Princess Erzi, though? She'll eat it up. One thing's crystal clear. Lariat has to become Duchess. In her room, Lariat is chilling in bed, book in hand, probably enjoying the one moment of peace she gets in a day. Until, bam, Azrahan barges in with that urgent royal decree face. He tells her straight up, "You need to become Duchess. Now." Lariat blinks at him, utterly lost. Where is this coming from? Apparently, Azrahan has figured out a way for her to keep her title even after marriage. The catch? She needs to be Duchess before they tie the knot. But the more he talks, the more Azrahan spirals. What if other noblemen start hovering around her once she becomes Duchess? What if she forgets about him? What if she grows too big for him, and he's left behind? Oh boy. Jealous, clingy Azrahan is back. Lariat, of course, just cups his face gently and asks what's going on inside that overthinking head of his. Azrahan lies. Nothing. So Lariat launches a full-on kiss attack, one after another until they both tumble off the bed. She whispers, "None of that's gonna happen, silly. We're in this together." And just like that, the storm in his mind quiets. He pulls her close. Yeah, they kiss again. Of course. And the next day, Lariat officially becomes Duchess Blanche. The girl is glowing. The crown looks good on her. She's not just surviving anymore, she's ruling. The imperial seal is in. It's official. The transfer of the Blanche family title from Uncle Ben to Lariat is now law. Stamped, signed, and sealed by the Emperor himself. As of today, our girl is no longer just Lady Lariat. She's Duchess Blanche. Before heading out, Uncle Ben gently passes on his regards to Azrahan through Lariat, along with a warm reminder. She can visit her mother when she's ready. No pressure, just a quiet encouragement. Because now, Lariat has the strength to choose. Meanwhile, like wildfire on a windy day, the news of Lariat's new title spreads across the empire. At a high society noble event, her name is everywhere. Whispers, stares, and enough gossip to start a soap opera. The hot topic, Lariat and Azrahan. Will they break off their engagement? Because, both of them now hold head of household titles, and nobles love drama more than breathing. And guess who suddenly crawls back into relevance? Lady Sharia. Yes, her. She practically sparkles with joy at the rumors, completely lost in her delusions. Her head spins with visions of snatching Lariat's place, becoming Azrahan's beloved, and living some wild revenge fantasy happily ever after. Girl, get a grip. Even the other nobles are side-eyeing her like, what's up with that face? Anyway, back to our real heroine. Lariat's schedule now? Non-stop. Back and forth between Blanche Mansion and Candel Estate like the queen she is. And Azrahan? Just as busy. But no matter how chaotic things get, he's always there waiting when she returns. Wearing that unfairly gorgeous face, arms open just for her. They catch up between duties. Lariat talks about her uncle helping out and all the new responsibilities. Azrahan listens, low-key pouting like a jealous intern who wants to be more involved. Lariat teases him, of course. But as she watches him more closely, her playful smile softens. He looks tired. More than usual. Still, Azrahan reaches for her, soaking in her presence like she's his own private source of strength. He shares updates. Princess Erze is moving forward with the plan Lariat suggested. Just as predicted, the temples and the imperial family aren't thrilled, but the people? They're loving it. Lariat raises an eyebrow, jokingly nudging the topic of how busy he's been working with the princess. Azrahan reacts like he's just been accused of high treason. Stiff, flustered, defensive. And way too quick to clarify things. Too bad Lariat isn't even jealous. Oops. Sorry, babe. Still, those rare, quiet moments between them feel precious. And even though Azrahan's mind is clearly still working overtime trying to plan the perfect proposal, he hasn't quite found the time. Or the way. Yet. Later that night, in the comfort of their room, Lariat sits with her damp hair while Azrahan gently dries it, each movement tender and slow. She shares what her uncle said, that she should consider visiting her mother. Azrahan stills for a moment, then listens closely. Lariat's heart opens as she speaks. She reflects on how much has changed. She has a home now. People who care. Even Azrahan, no matter how busy, always makes time for her. She's grown stronger, become a duchess, taken control of her life. But the moment her mother enters the conversation, her voice trembles. She admits that fear still lingers. That trauma doesn't disappear so easily. But for the first time, she doesn't feel like she has to face it alone. With a gentle smile and a steady heart, she reaches for Azrahan's hand, asking him to stand beside her. And Azrahan, of course, doesn't hesitate. He always will. The day has come. Lariat is going to see her mother. And she's nervous. As the carriage arrives, Uncle Ben greets them with a gentle smile, his presence calm and grounding. The moment Lariat steps down, Azrahan feels it, her hand trembling slightly in his. Uncle Ben reminds her softly, there's no pressure. If she's not ready, she doesn't have to go in. But Lariat takes a deep breath. She is ready. As she steps toward the mansion, Azrahan reaches out, gently pulling her hand back. His eyes are full of concern. He asks, no, he pleads silently, to go in with her. Lariat turns and smiles, not the bright, playful one, but one full of courage. She tells him just by being there, he already gives her the strength she needs. And then she walks through the door, heart pounding but steady. Inside, the air is heavy with memories. Lariat sees her mother, her once elegant figure now worn and fragile. Lariat greets her gently, but her mother doesn't recognize her. She calls her Rayon. With a shaky voice, she starts talking to the empty space beside her, as if Lariat's father were there too, saying Rayon is still alive. She walks closer, eyes glassy, voice soft, and embraces Lariat with a tenderness Lariat has never known, but not for her. For Rayon. Tears fall, silent and endless. Lariat whispers the question she's carried for so long. Did she miss her daughter too? And like thunder, the answer crashes down. Her mother screams, calls Lariat useless, selfish, a burden who abandoned her family. Says she never once worried about Lariat. The kindness in her eyes disappears. That gentle look? It was never meant for Lariat, only for Rayon. And Lariat breaks. Somewhere else in the mansion, Azrahan walks quietly, observing the place Lariat once called home. He sees the coldness in the walls, the echo of neglect, and it all feels too familiar. Then, a loud crash. He doesn't think. He runs. He bursts through the door, and there she is, curled on the floor, head buried in her arms. Lariat. She lifts her head, tears streaking her face. She speaks through broken breaths. Her mother looked at her with love for the first time. But it wasn't real. It wasn't for her. It was for Rayon. Her voice cracks. Her mother never loved her. And Azrahan, not saying much, just holding her, letting her cry, letting her release every ache she's kept inside for years. Then he shifts, one knee down, one hand in his coat. Azrahan doesn't give a grand speech, no dramatic setup, just a quiet, steady promise. He asks her to choose him, to choose a new family, one that will love her endlessly, to create something beautiful from the wreckage they both know too well. He pulls out the ring. Simple, elegant, perfect. And then, those words. Soft, but sure. A vow, not just a proposal. Lariat, marry me. No orchestra, no fireworks, just the man she loves, offering her the one thing she never thought she could have. A home she could choose. A love that's hers. Forever. Lariat is still crying when Azrahan suddenly pops the question. Right there, out of nowhere. She freezes, completely caught off guard, and instead of answering, she just covers her face with both hands. Seeing her like that, Azrahan immediately spirals into panic. He jumps to his feet, stammering an apology, saying he didn't mean to do it like this. He wanted it to be special, planned, maybe with flowers or something. Not, well, this. Now he's convinced she's going to reject him. But Lariat, ever the playful one, decides to mess with him a little, even now. She casually holds out her left hand and tells him to put the ring on already. Azrahan lets out that awkward, stiff little smile of his, still half panicking, and gently slips the ring onto her finger. His hands, still trembling like crazy. Lariat looks down at the ring shining on her finger, her whole face lighting up with joy. Then, bam! She pounces on him with hugs and kisses, dragging him onto the bed in classic Lariat and Azrahan style. Of course there's a kiss ambush. When isn't there? She tells him to stay the night. Uncle Ben, always a ball of sunshine, is more than happy to let them stay. He immediately starts preparing a room for them. And Lariat? She wastes no time showing off her new ring like a proud little girl. I got proposed to, she says, beaming. Uncle Ben is both stunned and thrilled and congratulates them so loud the whole house probably hears it. Honestly, it's just so nice seeing these two smiling like this. For once, everything feels peaceful. Later that night, the two of them curl up in bed, warm and quiet. Azrahan asks Lariat how she's feeling now. She looks relaxed, even happy. Lariat says she's decided to place her mother in a care facility. She feels free. No more guilt, no lingering sadness. And she knows it's all thanks to Azrahan, for being with her, through everything. Then, out of nowhere, Azrahan admits he hesitated to propose. He says he once heard that children are reflections of their parents, and deep down, he's scared. Scared that whatever darkness lived inside his own family might be inside him too. That one day he might hurt Lariat. Lariat goes quiet. Then, with that calm, serious gaze, she gently asks him to tell her everything. No more holding it in. And so, Azrahan begins. He tells her what happened 20 years ago. Azrahan was just a little boy, trying to cheer up his mother by bringing her a rabbit he caught himself. He walked into her room with a bright smile, holding the fluffy thing like it was the most precious gift in the world. But the room was dark. The air felt heavy. His mother sat in silence, her eyes blank and lifeless. She looked at him and said that Azrahan's father once gave her a rabbit too. He thought it was a sweet memory. Maybe his parents just really liked rabbits? Then, out of nowhere, she ripped the rabbit from his arms and threw it to the floor. The small body hit the ground and didn't move again. Before he could react, she grabbed him by the neck and screamed. Screamed all her pain, her fury, her heartbreak. He didn't understand. He didn't know what he did wrong. Halstein rushed in just in time. He pulled her away and held her back. She kicked and screamed in his arms, cursing Azrahan's father, shouting about broken promises and betrayal. Azrahan was frozen in shock, watching his mother, the person who was supposed to love him, become someone he didn't recognize. Later, he went to see his father, hoping for comfort. But his father just laughed. He said it was just a small mistake and that he would apologize to his wife. Everything would go back to normal. And Azrahan believed him. He smiled, thinking everything would be okay. But it wasn't. Not long after that, Azrahan saw it with his own eyes. His mother, completely lost to her grief, killed his father. And that was the moment his dream of a happy family shattered. Azrahan sat frozen, numb, in the aftermath of a nightmare no child should ever witness. His mother, wild-eyed and drenched in hate, turned to him. Her own son, with the bloody dagger still in her hand. She charged at him, no hesitation, her fury blinding everything else. He didn't move. He couldn't. He was ready to accept it. But Halstein, always on time like fate's final mercy, burst in and shoved her back before the blade could touch Azrahan's skin. Still, her screams echoed louder than steel, accusing Azrahan of sins he never committed, damning him with words no child should ever hear, that he should have died too, that he was cursed. Then, somehow in the chaos, the dagger found its way into her own chest. Actually, I don't know how it happened. Maybe it was an accident. Maybe it was fate. But she fell, and even as she bled, she cursed him one last time. Cursed his face to rot, to decay, to become a thing of horror. And as she collapsed, Azrahan, still trembling, still desperate for love, reached out to her. But all he touched was blood. That very moment, something inside that blood twisted and lashed out at him. Her hatred, her curse, sank into his skin. It wasn't the curse itself that haunted him. It was her hate. Even in death, she couldn't love him. That was the origin of Azrahan's grotesque curse, the stench of decay that once clung to his body. After sharing that dark piece of his past, Azrahan finally admits his biggest fear. That maybe, just maybe, he isn't fit to be a husband or a father. That the blood in his veins is too dark, too tainted. That history might repeat itself. But Lariat holds him tight. So tight. Like her embrace alone could protect him from every ghost, every scar. She tells him how proud she is. of how far he's come, of how strong he's been, that they're the same. Two souls broken by trauma, but somehow pulled together by fate, healed by each other's light. She reminds him that the family they choose matters more than the one they're born into. And no matter what comes next, they'll face it side by side. Meanwhile, over at the war-torn district the Kandel family's been supporting, Lariette's idea to send healing mages turns out to be a game changer. The wounded are recovering faster than expected, and Princess Erze, now acting in place of the Crown Prince, is winning over the people with her direct and heartfelt efforts. Lariette, too, lends her name and resources as Duchess Blanche, and her influence only grows. Even the temple isn't safe from the gossip mill anymore. Whispers about greed and corruption start making the rounds, and Melissa, watching it all unfold, has to admit, she was wrong. Lariette isn't some spoiled noble with a perfect life. She's strong. She's capable. She's exactly the kind of woman who belongs at the head of House Kandel. Back in the royal palace, Princess Erze doesn't waste time. She speaks up at the council, pushing for a major change. Noble women should keep their titles after marriage. With Duchess Blanche's rising popularity and the temple's image crumbling, the nobles don't have much room to argue. The motion gains support, and the outdated law is on the brink of being scrapped. All of this, trauma, love, curses, politics, law reform, it all happens in just one whirlwind week. So yeah, they've earned a break. And Lariette? She finally crosses one big thing off her bucket list. A beach vacation. With her heart-stealing, unfairly handsome fiancé. Let's go! Lariette is overwhelmed with joy the moment her eyes meet the sea. Her very first time seeing the ocean. For Azrahan, it's not his first. But his past encounter with the sea was during wartime, and all it left him with were dark, heavy memories. But now the sea is beautiful, because this time, Lariette is here. She runs along the shore, laughing, calling out to Azrahan, daring him to chase her like one of those romantic beach dramas. And he does. But oh boy, he's not holding back. That competitive spark in him flares up instantly, and he goes full serious mode. She shrieks, giggling as he nearly tackles her into the sand. Their laughter echoes over the waves, and for a moment, it's just the two of them in their own perfect little world. Between splashes, hugs, and teasing glances, memories start to resurface. Their first meeting, the unexpected bond, the slow unraveling of walls and fears. Lariette never imagined things would turn out like this. Back then, she thought her days were numbered. She never dared to dream of forever. But now, they're drawing that future together. Later that night, soaking in a warm bath together under soft candlelight, Lariette's eyes glimmer as she confesses a thought that's been tugging at her heart. She tells Azrahan that just imagining having children with him already makes her feel so happy. But his expression shifts. Just a flicker of doubt. But Lariette catches it. She doesn't wait. She gently reminds him of his promise, to always be honest, to share his fears instead of burying them. And so quietly, Azrahan admits it. He's afraid. Afraid he won't be a good father. Afraid of what he might pass down. But Lariette, always steady, tells him he doesn't have to be perfect. That he can be happy. That he already is strong and kind and capable. And whatever happens, he won't face it alone. She'll be there. Always. And she wants him to believe that. No more words needed. With one fluid motion, Azrahan lifts her from the bath and carries her to the bed. No hesitation, no holding back. Just the two of them, ready to create something beautiful, something theirs. Lariette playfully insists she's in top physical condition, and Azrahan, well, let's just say he doesn't need convincing. We'll leave them to it. Meanwhile, at the temple, a lavish dinner is underway. The high priests gather, full of bitterness, cursing the imperial family for their betrayal. Their talk quickly turns into plotting, plans for revenge bubbling under the surface. But those plans are short-lived. A deadly ambush strikes the gathering. One by one, the high priests fall, overwhelmed by an assassin's brutal force. And now, High Priest Gibralfaro finds himself backed into a corner, his neck caught in a suffocating grip. The man holding him? Doha. Cold, merciless, unshaken. Gibralfaro, trembling and desperate, tries to save himself the only way he can, by spinning a lie. He stammers out that Doha's mother left him, for money. And Doha? Silent, eyes burning, something dark is coming. We take a quick step back into Doha's past. Back when he was just a small, innocent child brought into the temple, Doha expected safety. But instead, he found pain. The temple became a place of torment. He wanted to see his mother, clinging to that hope like it was the only light left. But Gibralfaro fed him a lie. Said his mother had sold him to the temple. That she didn't want him. Never loved him. Doha, still so little, still so powerless, simply absorbed the hatred and stayed quiet. He once said he wanted to leave the temple. Gibralfaro's response? A sharp blow to the head and a cruel warning that if Doha left, he'd only go back to being a beggar, a thief, someone worthless. Doha didn't fight back. He just bottled it all up. Every bruise, every word, every scream, all of it. What made it worse? Gibralfaro was the only one who knew the truth. That Doha was the Pope's son. And he hated it. Hated having to keep it secret. When Doha's mother went around claiming her child was the Pope's, Gibralfaro snapped. He ordered his men to silence her for good. And just to tie up loose ends, he killed them too. No one was allowed to know the truth. No one but him. So now, here in the present, Doha finally snaps. Years of pain explode in a single heartbeat. But even now, Gibralfaro has the audacity to mock him. Calls him unworthy of the Pope's title. Insists the Pope will never acknowledge him. That no one ever will. That he's just trash from the gutters. Doha can't take it anymore. He kills him. And then, silence. Every other priest in the room is dead. It's just Doha now, standing there, alone, blood on his hands. And for the first time in years, tears fall freely down his face. No one has ever loved him. That truth hits him harder than any curse. His whole life he's been begging for love, for warmth, for someone to stay. But no one did. His hands tremble. His body goes cold. The fear creeps in, the kind that sinks deep into your bones. He doesn't even know what to do anymore. Oh, Doha. If only he knew how many of us would love him if we could. Far, far away from the shadows of the temple, in the golden warmth of a honeymoon evening, Lariette is sitting peacefully, watching the moonlight dance over the ocean waves. Asrahan walks over, asking softly if she couldn't sleep. She turns to him, curious. How did you know I wanted to come to the beach? He chuckles, then admits. He read her diary. Lariette gasps. What? In his defense, he found it while searching for her back then, during the time she went missing. He just couldn't stop himself. Desperate moments make you do desperate things. She's not mad, just mortified. Because now he knows everything, including the part where she wrote about wanting to date a handsome guy. Cue Asrahan's face turning redder than a cooked lobster. He mumbles that he's just glad she ended up choosing him. The way he says it, so awkward yet genuine, makes her heart do little flips. Leaning against him, Lariette smiles. She says that her wish list doesn't matter anymore. Not now. Not when they're living something better than she ever imagined. They start talking. Just talking. About everything and nothing. Asrahan tells her about his recent messages with Hamad. She tells him she wants to start stepping into society more. They talk about work, about Princess Erze, about little future plans, until the night fades into morning. Their vacation lasts 5 days and 4 nights. Blissful, sweet, restful. But the second they return, the world hits fast forward. News floods in. rumors about the Crown Prince's injury while on duty, and ridiculous gossip claiming Lariat and Azrahan broke up. Lariat frowns when she hears it, especially because it comes while she's in a meeting with none other than Princess Erze. But Erze, as cheerful as ever, waves the nonsense away and tells Lariat how well things are going, thanks to her. Lariat beams, thankful for everything Erze has done too, especially changing the law on noblewomen and titles. Then Erze turns to her with that look. That look. The one from long ago when they crossed paths in the street. And finally, she asks the question she's been holding on to all this time. Lariat, will you work with me? Lariat freezes for a second, her eyes widening in surprise. Of all the things she expected to hear today, this wasn't one of them. Her lips part slightly as she stares at Princess Erze, searching her face for any sign of a joke. Are you serious? She finally asks, her voice low, unsure, like she's afraid to hope too much. And Erze, with a proud smile, replies without hesitation. Of course she's serious. After a thoughtful pause, Lariat takes a deep breath and tells her, with a smile, that she's not about to give up her newlywed bliss to work overtime just yet. That's all Erze needs to hear. She beams, already knowing the answer before Lariat even finishes. They shake hands, and just like that, it's official. Lariat is joining Erze's side. They continue talking, catching up on all the news buzzing around the capital. Missing priests, suspicious silence from the temple, and of course, the sudden death of High Priest Gibralfaro. Later, as Lariat walks through the grand hall of the palace, she accidentally overhears a group of noble ladies whispering. The words sting. They call her power-hungry. Say she's using Azrahan for her own gain. That she'll toss him aside once she gets what she wants. She keeps her cool. Of course she does. She knows who she is. She knows what they have. But then, something sharp cuts through her calm. They start talking about pairing Azrahan with another lady. And that's when Lariat's expression hardens. She turns. And there she is. Sharia, of course. Spreading poison with her fake sweet voice, trying to gather support for her delusional little fantasy. Lariat's had enough. She steps forward, her voice calm but firm, asking what right they have to decide who's worthy of Azrahan. Sharia, with all the shamelessness in the world, smirks and claims it's her words they're hearing. And she stands by them. She keeps going, spinning lies about Lariat, saying she ran away with Azrahan's money, came crawling back, and was dumped for her betrayal. But Lariat? She stays composed. The Duchess doesn't stoop to that level. She calmly reminds Sharia that Azrahan doesn't let just anyone call his name like that. Only his lover. Then she lifts her hand and shows the ring. The very real, very beautiful engagement ring he gave her. Sharia scoffs, calls it fake. Says Azrahan didn't even show up to the party. Proof that Lariat's lying. That's when Princess Erze steps in. With an arm already wrapped protectively around Lariat's shoulders, Princess Erze steps in. Graceful, composed, but radiating authority. She speaks calmly, yet firmly. Everything Lariat said is true. The engagement is real. The law has indeed changed. Just last week. Lariat won't lose her Duchess title after marriage. And that ring Sharia mocked? Erze herself helped choose it. She was there through every step of the proposal. She knows better than anyone. Then, her gaze sharpens as she turns directly to Sharia. If you insult Lariat, she says, her tone cool and cutting, then you insult me. Sharia's confidence shatters instantly, her face paling as the reality sinks in. The crowd of noble ladies, once lapping up Sharia's lies, now look at her with cold eyes. One by one, they turn away. And Sharia? Red-faced and humiliated, storms out of the ballroom in a huff. Lariat never expected an apology, but Sharia's behavior proves what kind of person she really is. Soon after, Lariat excuses herself and heads for the exit. Her head feels a little foggy, her steps slower than usual. And just as she reaches the quiet hallway outside the party, Sharia strikes. Like a snake in the dark, she grabs Lariat by the hair and yanks her backward with brutal force. Unhinged. Unforgivable. Oh, Sharia, you've really lost it now. Lariat can't believe this is happening. Sharia, again. Why does this woman hate her so much? From the very beginning, Sharia's always wanted what Lariat had. Always belittling her, mocking her for not flaunting her noble name, trying to cozy up to Azrahan like some shameless parasite. And now, after attacking her, she's blaming Lariat for everything? Oh, absolutely not. With a sharp tug, Lariat tears Sharia's hand from her hair and shoves her to the floor. Her voice is calm, but it cuts deep as she questions Sharia's sanity. Hadn't she humiliated Lariat enough already? What more did she want? But Sharia, eyes wild and ego shattered, screams back that it's Lariat's fault she was disgraced. That she doesn't deserve to be happy. That her life has always been easy, always perfect. That's the last straw. Sharia doesn't stop. She lunges forward again, wild and desperate. But this time, Lariat is ready. With a swift motion of her hand, magic flares, and from the ground, thick vines burst upward like awakened spirits, coiling tightly around Sharia's limbs and pinning her in place. Sharia keeps shrieking, spitting curses about how Lariat will never be happy, how she'll be ruined just like her. Her voice echoes through the corridor, loud enough that people from inside the ballroom peek out in shock. At this point, she's practically digging her own social grave. Lariat, keeping her dignity, walks away without another word. But just as she reaches her carriage, her knees buckle. A wave of dizziness hits her, and she collapses right in front of the door. Back at the Candle Mansion, Gerard bursts in with news that turns Azrahan's blood cold. He explains everything. How Sharia attacked Lariat, how she fainted afterward, and Azrahan's entire body tenses with fury. He wants blood. Sharia dared lay a hand on the woman he loves. He's ready to kill. But Gerard, as always, keeps it measured, reminding him that Princess Erza has already issued punishment. Still, Azrahan demands that Gerard inform the palace. As Duke Candel, he wants a harsher sentence. As Lariat lies unconscious in bed, Azrahan sits beside her, drowning in guilt. He should have been there. But instead of standing by her side, he was off preparing their wedding in secret. Now, it just feels like a cruel mistake. When the doctor finishes examining her, he delivers a warning. Lariat should never have used magic in her current condition. Azrahan stiffens. His thoughts spiral. Is her illness returning? Did she collapse because it's getting worse? He demands answers. Is there another sickness? Something else they missed? But the doctor simply smiles. No, it's not an illness. It's a life. Lariat is pregnant. The words don't sink in right away. Azrahan blinks, stunned, then chokes on a breath as tears fall down his cheeks. His hand trembles as he holds hers. They're going to have a child. Lariat stirs, waking slowly to the sight of Azrahan crying. Instantly, she bolts upright, panicking. What's wrong? Why are you crying? She gasps. Oh, sweetheart, you're the one who just fainted. Through tearful laughter, Azrahan tells her the news. They're having a baby. Lariat goes still. What? She stares at him, wide-eyed and pale. Not with sadness, but with shock. How? She blurts out, brain still processing the timeline. Azrahan's face falls slightly, confused at her reaction, but then Lariat laughs. She laughs and cries at the same time, wrapping her arms around him. We're going to be okay, she says softly. We'll be good parents. We'll make a beautiful, happy family. And just like that, something clicks. They decide to stop waiting. No more delays, no more formalities. It's time. That very day, with soft vows and hearts full of love, Azrahan and Lariat finally get married. Of course, the road to marriage was never going to be perfectly smooth. There were flower choices, invitation designs, and the dress, specially tailored to give Baby Bump space without giving Baby Bump away. And like any normal couple, Azrahan and Lariat fought. About dumb stuff. about sweet stuff, about nothing at all. But no matter how many arguments they had, they always found their way back. With a hug, a kiss, and a whispered, "I'm sorry." And in the whirlwind of wedding planning, Lariette barely noticed that Sharia had basically evaporated from society. Banished from the social scene, her family's name in ruins from some mysterious downfall. And Sharia? Poof. Gone. No one knew where she was. Or cared, honestly. Meanwhile, Lariette was busy battling a new, terrifying enemy. Morning sickness. She couldn't even sip water without tossing it right back up. Still, she tried to joke about it, telling Azrahan her wedding dress definitely wouldn't be too tight at this rate. He didn't laugh. His face twisted with guilt, wishing he could take all the nausea, the exhaustion, everything, just so she didn't have to. But Lariette, stubborn and kind as always, smiled through it all. Suddenly she craved peaches and skewers from the market. Azrahan's eyes lit up like a kid on a quest. He didn't bring back just one or two. He brought an army of peaches and enough grilled skewers to feed a village. Lariette was overwhelmed and starving. She ate like it was her first happy meal in years. And then came the final surprise. A bouquet of pink cosmos. They mean pure love and a maiden's sincerity, Azrahan said, blushing slightly. Today, I'm the maiden. Lariette nearly choked on her skewer. You're what? He shrugged. You heard me. Laughter filled the room. Soft, sweet, homey. There was another meaning to cosmos, too. He added quietly. According to legend, it was the first flower God ever created on Earth. And for Azrahan, Lariette was his first light, his first joy, his first everything. And Lariette felt the same. He was her light, her joy, her first. And here it is, the moment we've all been waiting for, the big day. Azrahan stands tall, handsome, and utterly dazzling in his wedding suit. He offers his hand to Lariette with a tender smile. She takes it, glowing in her soft, graceful wedding gown, disbelief flickering in her eyes. This is real. Hand in hand, they walk down the aisle. Every guest gasps at how breathtaking they look. Lariette's friends are teary-eyed. Hamad flies in just to witness this moment. Uncle Ben and Halstein? Front row, proudly cheering. Meanwhile, Gerard teases Melissa with a grin, asking, "So, when's our wedding?" But the sad part of this happy story is, Doha stands in the distance, watching. His heart doesn't break. It just aches. Quietly, deeply. Then he turns and walks away. Their story hasn't been easy, full of twists, trials, and turns. But as Lariette and Azrahan vow themselves to each other, it becomes clear. Love like theirs is stronger than any storm. No one knows what lies ahead. There will be hard days, no doubt. Some steep climbs, some moments to pause and catch their breath. But as long as they have each other, they'll keep going. Because this is not the end. Just the beginning of a new story. And that's it. I'm so full of emotions after recapping this manhwa with you all. Honestly, Doha's story broke me. He deserved so much more happiness. But Azrahan and Lariette, their growth, their healing, their love, it gave us all hope, didn't it? Thank you for staying with me through this recap series. I hope their story touched you as much as it touched me. See you in the next video. And remember, love, even after all the pain, is always worth it.